Hey, what's going on, chat? Azul, did you make mistakes on stream? Keep hearing about a no call. Not as far as I know. Did I mess something up? I could have messed something up on stream. I don't know. You might be thinking about my opponent got a 2-prize penalty, but I don't know if you heard about something else. If there was, I don't know about it. What's up, Innit? What's up, Lewis? What's up, Blave? What's up, Ink? What's up, Edwin? Is the new ice cream card the end of Guardy? No, it's a stage 2. I can't believe anyone actually thinks that's the end of Guardy. You appreciate the 2-month resub there, Morning. Appreciate the 17 months there, Nate Doge, and the 49 months, Horsey. Appreciate it, Didar. Appreciate the 14 months there, Devour. The end of Guardy is the hands. It's definitely not Vanillix. That thing's like, yeah, what are you ever playing that in? That's just not happening. You appreciate the 31 months there, Garchomp. So today we're gonna doing some VOD review, and I think we're just gonna do just day 2 though. I'm not gonna start with day 1 because I don't think I have enough time to do all of day 1 and day 2. You appreciate 21 months there, Adam. I cleaned out my sink and I threw up, so I had to clean up that too. Wait, what are you saying, Soda? Does it bother you when your opponent is chatty, given how quiet of a player you are? I'm talking about one saying, I mean, it just depends. I mean, if they're like, yeah, I mean, I prefer them to not, like, it depends how much they're talking and what they're talking during. If I'm playing my turn, I don't want my opponent to be talking to me. But if they're playing their turn and they're talking, that's fine. If we're talking before the match or in between games, that's fine as well. But if they're like not playing cards to be talking, then they better focus up on the game. Appreciate it, so strong. Congrats, getting top 4 again. Not quite. I got top 8 horse, but you were close. Yeah, so today we're doing just found out Charlie Kerr's from Orlando. He was my at my local challenge yesterday, so we got to talk. It was cool. Yeah, Kerr's chill. How many Lugia did I hit? I think 3. I went 1 and 2 against them. I think I hit 3 lugs. I don't remember. I think it's 3 though. You can look up. It'll be on PokeStats if you want to look it up. Happened in top 8. I lost. Game 1 he misplayed really bad, so I was able to win game 1. Game 2, I didn't draw very well in game 2. I just drew super slow, so I wasn't getting anything cooking. And then game 3, I was in like a fine spot, and then on like the 3rd or 4th turn, I just whiffed the Greninja attack to KO the double Archeops. If I had gotten that and would be able to like, I hit a point in the game after like the 2nd Iona or whatever. I just couldn't ever generate cards. I didn't draw into any energy to use with Greninja. I didn't draw into a Colress until it was like my hand just got whittled away out of value, and I just lost because I just ran out of cards basically. I could never pull a combo together. If I had gotten the Greninja play, I would have been fine. I think I would have been able to stabilize, but I didn't get the Greninja double KO, so I just kind of like slowly ran out of cards, and then the game was over from there. Yeah, the match was just really tough. Not great, right? It's definitely unfavorable. It's not like terrible. Like I would prefer not to hit colorless Lugias, but there's no way colorless Lugias above a B tier deck. I mean, that's just not true. Colorless Lugia is like at least an A tier deck. Someone else that where Iona bricks at 4+ prizes. Super rough for Kyogre. Yeah, I mean they can be. It's like not that big of a deal, especially with the 1 prize build. It's not that big of a deal because you have more time to come back. You're not as invested into your 2 prize the 2 prize Pokemon, or like they're not like a liability on the prize exchange or anything. When did you Archeops finish them with Sableye? I mean, that's the idea. In that game specifically, I did Sableye first because of how I drew. I wasn't able to do the Greninja first. So I went Sableye first and was hoping to pull the Greninja play off on the next turn, but Is Miraidon Call of Duty's worst matchup? No, Call of Duty's worst matchup is anything with Duraludon. But people say the Miraidon matchup is bad. I don't think it's that bad. I think it's like 50-50, but I would have to play it more. I'm not like that. Duraludon's not really a deck as well. So out of meta decks, it might be Miraidon, but I really haven't. My experience with Call of Duty against Miraidon it seems like it's like 50-50. You probably want to play Pumpkaboo now, but yeah, you probably want to play Pumpkaboo. The close is better than single strike Lugia sucks. It's not a good deck. It's a terrible deck. Call of Duty is way better than single strike Lugia. Do you think that the meta game is too hostile for Charizard, or is it just not that great of a deck? I think Charizard's just not that good of a deck. I think Charizard's like fine. Also, like, I have some ideas for Charizard that I haven't seen other people do as far as like how the deck should be like teched and built for the meta. So people might just be missing the correct amount of the correct text to be running, to be honest. Like, people just might not be lining up the right cards. But in hindsight, I don't think about hindsight. It's just stupid. I mean, it's not stupid, but like, I'm not gonna think about like, oh, now that I know all the information, what would I have played? I guess that's not like stupid. I mean, just like, I don't like answering hindsight questions. We play the Kyogre build again over regular turbo. I would never have played regular turbo now. Regular turbo is just not. Your win percentage is just not great as turbo. Turbo's just not. Turbo's like fine. Turbo Lost Box is like fine. But it's just bad Kyogre. Basically, yeah, there's no reason to play Turbo over Kyogre. There's just no reason to. Right now. Maybe for Toronto, I guess it could be fine, but. Matchup roulette seems to be a bigger thing lately. It's not. That's just anyone who matchup roulette seems to be a bigger thing lately. At Pure and Sack, the matchup for a lot of these people were absurd. No, the matchup. It's not. This matchup roulette thing is just people coming up with excuses as to why they didn't do well. It's like, it's just so dumb. Anyone who puts matchup roulette as a in a sentence talking about their tournament run is literally just, it's just so cringe. It's so cringe. It's literally a mental plateau. Putting matchup roulette, talking about matchup roulette is literally a mental plateau in the Pokemon TCG. If you wanna be a better player, never put matchup roulette in anything you talk about as far as tournament results go ever. Is Gyarados VMAX called this Lugi's worst matchup? It could be. I don't know. I'd have to test that one. Wait, have I seen Twitter drama? You seen the Twitter drama of some folks saying that the finals were lucky or played easy decks? That's just so cringe too. Like, even the discussion around like both the players playing in their first regional being in the finals is just like, who cares? Like, it just does not matter. It's just so irrelevant. It's just, it does not matter. The only thing you could like, all right, so that's not 100% true. The thing some people have been saying is just like cringe about both the finalists being their first regional. I guess the only thing you could ever look at and talk towards with the idea of is Pokemon becoming less and less skilled of a game because of that? But like, even that's just like not worth talking about. You don't need to like talk about the players who made the finals at regionals. You should be able to look at it and be like, the only thing that matters is if you still enjoy playing Pokemon, and if you don't, then you just shouldn't play it anymore. So even like bringing up the idea that because both of the finals of the regionals was their first regional would be a reason why the game has way less. Like, if you don't enjoy playing Pokemon, you just shouldn't play Pokemon. It's basically that simple. I feel like it's not like you're in like a position to like, or we're in a position to like influence the game design anyway. So like bringing up other people's names and those kind of discussions is just weird. It's just weird. I don't know. It's just weird. What's matchup roulette? People complaining about people bringing up the matchup roulette is when people talk about the decks that they hit at the actual tournament. What matchups are better for Zamas at a Lost Box compared to Raikou and what's it called? Miraidon's a little bit better of a matchup, and so is the Baxcalibur deck. Are both better matchups. If Corey made top 8, he would have eaten 7 or 8 of the decks and lost to Azul in the finals. If Corey made top 8. Oh. Mentioned matchup roulette at least 2 times a day. Well, now you know what's holding you back, Soda. More or less cringe than the top deck on stream. I don't know, it's pretty close. That thing's pretty cringe too. Now we're talking about Alexander was also a long-time Yu-Gi-Oh player, apparently. Yeah. Made top 8 doesn't really mean anything. The fact that 2 new players made top, yeah, nothing, none of that. Like, having a discussion around the Pokemon TCG based on 2 new players making top 8 is just weird. It's just like, who cares? Like, if you think the meta is, if you think the direction of the Pokemon game is bad, just talk about that in general. Like, I don't know. It's just weird to like bring other players who are newer players into like the. I mean, I guess that could be like a reference point, but if that's your only reference point, then that's just stupid. Otherwise, that means you just probably don't know enough about like game design to actually talk about game design, you know? Like, you should be able to talk to other things besides. It shouldn't be like all of a sudden you're passionate about discussing the current skill level needed in the Pokemon TCG just because 2 new players made the finals or regionals. If that's the only thing that makes you want to have that discussion, that means you probably just don't know anything about like the Pokemon TCG game design or like card game design in general to like have a discussion. So you're like not worth having a discussion with about those things. Isn't it good to see new players placing high? It doesn't matter. It's not good. It's not bad. It just is. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, new players, 2 players playing in their first regional, making it the finals is not a good or a bad thing. It is just a thing. Like, it just is. That's why it's irrelevant to talk about. Like, it's not. It just does not matter. Like, it's literally irrelevant. My only question is, what world was 3DTE in the ARC deck was correct? Oh, I didn't even realize there was only 3DTE. I don't know, to be honest. I guess it depends on how much you value turn 2 Trinity Charge. Yeah, appreciate 31 months there, Garchomp, and the 21 months, Adam. People just salt you over. I mean, I'm sure there's some players out there who've been playing for a while and consider themselves competitive players, and they're like, bro, this was my 12th regional, and I still can't get a top 8. These 2 people roll up, and it's their first regional, and they got to the finals. So I'm sure there's a little bit of people who are salty out there, but that's like that would also a weird reason for that to influence your that's a weird thing to influence your discussion point and stuff. Yeah, appreciate the 6 months there, Austin. Matchup variance can play a significant part in the tournament run, though, right? If I play a deck that loses to Mimikyu and I hit 3 decks that play Mimikyu, how does that not affect my result? It obviously affects your result, but making that like your focal point as to why your tournament went poorly just means you're not trying to grow as a player. There's so many other things you probably misplayed. You probably could have played a better. You maybe could have played a better deck. You definitely could have played a better list. You definitely could have played better. So those are things you should focus on. You shouldn't just be like, well, I hit 3 Mimikyus and there's literally nothing else I could have done. I guess we go next and I do the exact same thing I did for this tournament, but then you're just not growing as a player. So like obviously it will affect your tournament run, but it's a terrible mindset to have to leave a tournament and be like, well, the matchup roulette got me this time again. There's nothing I could have done better. Literally played the perfect 60, the perfect deck, played perfectly. If you truly believe those things, that's where your problem is coming from, not the fact that you hit 3 Mimikyus. And one tournament in the Pokemon TCG doesn't mean anything, so. Thoughts on DPL for Corey? I think it's kind of silly. I didn't say anything because I'm just kind of exhausted, like arguing with the judges to like not have DPLs happen. But yeah, I feel like the DPL for Corey was kind of ridiculous. I feel like the resolution should have just been like, what should the resolution have been for Corey? Probably just like reset the game and give me a mulligan draw. Probably, to be honest, just reset the game and give me a mulligan draw. Yeah, I think the resolution for the situation with Corey should have just been reset the game and I get a mulligan draw. I think that would have been fine. And a warning. And so if like Corey does it again, then I think it should be an increased penalty, but yeah, it should be warning, I get a mulligan, and then yeah, you just reshuffle and redraw. Corey like forgot to pick up one of his prize cards. I threw out my first local tourney after only playing for a week. Ran Zord. Is that pretty good? It just doesn't matter. Like there's no answer for that total. Or if you even have to call backstage. Yeah, I should have just been reshuffle. I get a mulligan draw because like effectively. Yeah, I think I should get a mulligan draw in that situation, and then just reshuffle, reset up. It's one of those things too of being on stream. Yeah, definitely. Corey would not have made that mistake if Corey wasn't on stream. That's like another thing. I think they should be a little bit more nuanced with the penalties on stream because people are just more likely to make mistakes. Like Corey would not have done that if Corey wasn't on stream. So it's the fact that Corey was on stream that happened. Judges should have caught it, and it happened strictly because he was unfamiliar. Yeah, I mean, that doesn't. Being on stream shouldn't fully excuse everything. Also, judges should have caught it is also a stupid statement to make as well. Well, then Corey just shouldn't have like made the mistake to begin with. Like we've been going over this a lot recently. Saying the appreciate the 19 months as well. Their prime time. Saying the judges should have caught it is like such a stupid statement. Like there's a balance between judges not catching everything and players not making mistakes. Saying the judges should have caught it is the same thing as saying the players shouldn't have made the mistake to begin with. It's just stupid. It's just a stupid statement. Neither will happen perfectly. Neither will happen all the time, and we just want to hope that both happen as little or as much as possible. We hope the judges catch as many things that shouldn't happen as possible, and we hope the players make as few mistakes as possible. But players are going to make mistakes, and judges are going to miss things, and then we just have to try and do the best to resolve the situation when it happens. Did I have fun this weekend? Yeah, it was a good time. I was playing Lost Box again. It was good. You both didn't even gain an advantage from that mistake, except like 3 to 4 minutes less. I mean, like technically, Corey could have like. I mean, I don't know. It depends on what the penalty would be, but yeah, I don't even know how Corey could take advantage of it. To be honest, there probably is some way Corey could have taken advantage of the. Well, you're just not allowed to play the 59 card deck. Like, yeah, it doesn't really matter. You're just not allowed to play the 59 card deck. I think for that situation though, it would have been fine for. I think it would have been fine for Corey, for me to have just received a mulligan draw, because Corey like effectively mulligans there, because there's only, and then Corey shuffles up again and just reset from there. What was the worst set you played during your run? I don't know. Am I going to Lille this weekend? No. There's too much traveling. I don't think I'm actually gonna go. I was like planning to try and go to I was planning to try and go to a European regional this season, but I don't think I'm gonna do it anymore. Why did I not play Lugia after all that YouTube videos? It didn't feel like it was the best play for the tournament. The best play for the tournament felt like the Kyogre deck. I think Lugia was a very good play, and there was 4 in top 8. Like, yeah, I'm a big fan of the Lugia deck. I've been saying that for a while. I'm a big fan of Colorless Lugia. The deck's sick. But when me and my team go through our process, the deck that seemed to be the best play for the tournament was single prize ogre. So we played single prize ogre. It's gonna be the same thing every time. My answer for that is always gonna be the same thing. The deck I played for the tournament is the deck that I thought was the best play for the tournament. Irrelevant of how good I say other decks are before a tournament. When I'm actually at the tournament, things change. But hey, there was 4 Colorless Lugia in top 8, so my opinion on the deck is definitely correct that it's a very good deck. Chien-Pao seemed like a solid call too. Chien-Pao isn't a deck that has a call. Chien-Pao is just a fine deck. There's no like bad meta or good meta for Chien-Pao. It doesn't exist. Chien-Pao doesn't have like bad or good matchups. They're all like fine. I mean, there's like some that are a little bit better than others, but it just doesn't matter. Like you can basically comfortably play Chien-Pao into every single meta. I guess Chien-Pao gets a little bit better if like Arceus decks get better, but that's about it. But no one really plays Arceus. Oh, Chien-Pao gets better when there's like Charizard and Arceus. I guess that's fine, but I don't think Charizard and Arceus are ever getting more popular than they were this weekend and the weekend before. So, and it's like, yeah, the Charizard's never gonna pass 15%. So Chien-Pao is just always a fine play. There's no really such thing as a good meta for Chien-Pao, I don't think. There won't be in this meta because like Charizard's not gonna get to like 30% or anything like that. Gotcha. How do you choose your deck based on the tournament then? Me and my team have a process that we go through. Appreciate it, Benji. Yeah, me and my team just have a process we go through. I'm already getting heated off the rip here on the stream. Nothing pisses me off more than players crying in front of me that their draws were bad when they weren't playing optimally. Yeah. Yeah. How does the Zard matchup play out for Kyogre Lost Box deck? I mean, you just gotta try and draw prize cards. And then maybe try and KO Pidgey with Kyogre at the end of the game. But a lot of it comes from like Sableye KOs. And then using Dragonite or Zamazenta to like pressure the first Charizard. So you can like 2-hit KO it. Because you can KO it with like Zam Cram or Zam Sableye or Dragonite Zam or Dragonite Cram, Dragonite Sableye. You need to like cut off their Charmanders on the bench ideally, and then like try and KO through the one of the Charizards in the active. But I don't know. It's definitely a tough matchup. It's definitely a tough matchup. Yeah, it's a tough matchup. Like I think Charizard's favorable against. It might be favored against like all Lost Zone decks, to be honest. I don't know. I'd have to like I guess play more of those matchups. It's definitely. I think my deck is definitely unfavored against Charizard, for sure. Like all the Charizards, I went 3-0 against Charizard, but I think I'm unfavored for sure. Ginsburg tried to convince me Ogre was favored, but I don't think so. Yeah, I mean, there's like a I play against a lot of colorless in Sacramento. I hit 3 colorless Lugias. How's the Rapshack matchup? Terrible. Rapshack is a terrible matchup. I did almost beat Crackler in game 1 though of day 1, but dude, I actually was like in day 1. Game 1 and day 1 against Crackler, I was like definitely super favored to beat him in that game, and then I was like at the end of the game I couldn't find a Colress. There's like 2 Colress in like a 5-card deck. If I get one of the Colresses, I just win the game. And then I had to go with a Roxanne play, and then Crackler got the energy, and then just like Crackler bodied me in game 2. The matchup's like really tough for Lost Zone. It's easier for the two prize Lost Zone deck because you have like Raikou to pressure Inteleons and stuff, and Dragonite to pressure stuff early, but it's still tough no matter what. If Zard doesn't get down Manaphy, Turbo can run it over turn 1 or 2. I mean, they do get down Manaphy. It's like not hard for them to get down Manaphy. That's like saying, yeah, if my opponent dead draws, I guess I win, but it's not hard for Zard to get down the Manaphy. I want to get better at project, and you think it's okay to start writing them down in my locals? I mean, I would. Every cup and challenge that I used to go to, I would write down my prize cards at the end. But do you ever thank your opponents for loading their bench with Charmanders for your Sableyes to eat? I don't directly thank them, but depending on the situation, it's nice. Any Lost Zone box is favored to Zardaima. At least that's what was happening in testing. I don't know. Lost City is like so hard to like. The Lost City is like the biggest card in the matchup, to be honest. Maybe people just don't understand that. Maybe people just don't understand that, but Lost City is like the biggest card in the matchup up against Lost Zone. What matchups does Zam improve? Miraidon and Chien Pao. And Miraidon, Chien Pao. Maybe Gardevoir? I don't know. I played 3 Sableyes at Sac. Bro, I've been a huge fan of 3 Sableyes, Hale. We didn't do it at this one, but... Also played Mew-EX over Zam. I don't know about that. That might be trolling. I could see Snorlax over Zam, but... Do you think Zard has a better matchup against Lost Box than Lugia Triple Snorlax? No, Lugia probably has a... Lugia probably has a better Lost Box matchups, but... Yeah. Damn, plus Snorlax? No, I would at least play a heavy hitter, though. Only playing water and Psychic makes the deck feel way more consistent. I can get behind that, Hale, for sure. But I would definitely have played a Snorlax. The Snorlax is like too important in the Colorless Lugia matchup and the Charizard matchup as well. You need like a heavy hitter. You need to play a heavy hitter. If you don't have a heavy hitter, you're never getting through some of these matchups for sure. Not enough damage to make it worth it over Zam currently. No, you would definitely need to play a. I could see playing. You definitely need a heavy hitter. You can't do no heavy hitters. Like you need like a mid game heavy hitter or early game heavy hitter. I'm waiting for the Lost City Erica's invitation tech for the... That would be funny, yeah. Is DT Mew worth trying currently? There was a lot of Spiritomb. Five of my first 7 opponents, I think, had Spiritomb in their deck at Sacramento. There was like a unreasonable amount of Spiritomb, I felt like. But it is good against Lugia decks as well. But there were still 4 Lugia in top 8, so I don't even know if it was worth it. Arcdura. Switch Tina with Dura. I mean, you don't have to just switch Tina with Dura. You can just play Arcdura. You can just make an Arcdura deck. DT Mew is probably better moving forward because I doubt people are gonna have as well. I don't know. Maybe people will keep the Spiritombs because it wins the Mew matchup and then it's also good against Lugia. Maybe people will keep the Spiritombs, to be honest. Yeah, I was surprised how much Spiritomb there was. I knew some people would jump on the Spiritomb train, but people definitely weren't playing. People like weren't playing Spiritomb with the mind of, oh, it's really good against Lugia. It's like, oh, it auto wins the DT Mew deck, and then okay, it's okay against Lugia, but Lugia didn't do that well at Peoria, so is it even gonna show up? I hit 3 teams in 15 rounds to beat 2 of them. Oh, that's pretty sick, Emmy. If you beat 2 of the 3. Yeah, I'm pretty sure 5 of my first 7 opponents, day 1, had Spiritomb, which is just like insane. I was like, bro, what? Everyone is trying to beat the Mew. What the heck? Um, yeah, Ryan had it. Ryan had the Spiritomb as well. But yeah, moving forward, actually, it's a tough call, to be honest, because I don't think Mew's going to be like hugely popular or anything moving forward, especially after how much Tomb there was. Um, moving forward, it's a tough call though. Because I don't know if people are going to keep the Tombs because it's like, okay, people played them for the Mew matchup, obviously. But then it's like now that Lugia is super popular, Tomb is also good against the Lugia. So do you cut your Tombs or you just keep it because it gives you a little bit of an edge against the Lugia matchup? It's like a tough call, to be honest. People just despise losing to Mew. I don't think people despise losing to Mew. I think people like the idea of playing one card that auto wins a matchup. Even Emmy in chat said that played against what, 3 of them? You said you played against 3 of them. You beat 2 of them. So like, how much is Tomb actually helping? I guess is the question, right? People like playing cards that give with the idea of it auto wins a matchup, but Tomb and Guardy beats Alone Vulpix as well. But doesn't just like the Ralts beat Alone? I feel like the Ralts just beats Alone Vulpix by itself. And also you have super odds now, so like you can just like chain Cresselia, right? I guess it depends how fast you get there though, because like you're still doing damage with Vulpix. UEX beats it too. Oh, Vulpix. I prefer Drap. I'd rather have a hard smack or take 3 prize cards instead of slowing the opponent down. I mean, it depends on. That's like a. One is just correct over the other in terms of win percentage. That's like a. That's like a quote unquote like playstyle statement where playstyle doesn't exist. It's either correct to play Spiritomb or it's correct to play Drapion. But I mean, you can play Drapion if you want. It just doesn't mean it's correct. One of them's gonna give you a higher win percentage based on which Mew deck is more popular and how Mew decks are built currently. Drapion just fits my playstyle more. I'm kind of a prize drawer, not a prize delayer. I like to draw my own prize cards, not delay my opponent's prize cards. I think 2 or 3 of the Lost Box I hit had Tomb. Yeah, the Tombs are out, bro. It's actually, I was way more than I thought that was gonna be. I knew some people would add it, of course. Like, people just like those auto win cards. And Double Turbo Mew, like, does struggle against Spiritomb. They would rather play against no Spiritombs than yeah, people love playing those cards that like the quote unquote auto win, but like Emmy just said, beat 2 of the 3 that had Tomb. So what was I playing at Peoria? Guardy. What decks am I excelling with new cards from Paradox Rift? No clue. That's a flawed way to come to a conclusion. Yeah, basically. Sack was whack, 2 bathrooms. Insane. Smoothest way I've been told I'm wrong. Yeah, well, I don't want to just tell you you're wrong. I want to tell you why you're wrong or what you should do. Yeah, usually when someone asks me a question, I don't want to tell them the correct answer. I want to tell them why it's the correct answer, or I try to. Yeah, so I want to like, cause yeah, it's not as simple as one draws prize cards and one doesn't. Therefore, one that draws prize cards is better. It's depending on how Mew decks are built and which Mew deck is more popular. It's correct to play Drapion or Spiritomb with the idea of one giving you a higher win rate, and that's how you want to view it if you're trying to maximize your win rate. Yeah, Mew is definitely not a great play for this tournament at all. There was so much Spiritomb; it was actually insane. There's a lot more Ogre too, which is also not great for Mew. So Mew was not great for this one. Am I going to LASC? I will be there. Yeah. I'm from EU. We don't play Spiritomb or Drapion. True. You just assume Mew doesn't exist. No way anyone will play it, right? Drapion and Spiritomb exist. The whole all of Europe is on the same level against Mew. They're like, oh, because Drapion and Spiritomb exist, no one will play Mew. Therefore, I don't need to play Drapion or Spiritomb. And then everyone stops there. Everyone in Europe who's not playing Mew stops there. No one plays Drapion or Spiritomb, and then all the Mew players rise to the top consistently every single time. For Draft, for Sky, for Sinnoh. Did Guardy win the spreadsheet for Peoria? It did, but we probably still shouldn't have played it. We've changed a couple factors about like how we think about decks like Guardy. So we probably will never play a deck like Guardy again. Have I played the board game Azul? I have not. I still have not to this day played it yet. I've heard it's pretty good though. I have to try it eventually. Use just a hive mind, yeah. They're all on the same level. Like when you're talking about like layers deep you go, where it's like, okay, if Drapion and Spiritomb exist, then no one should play Mew, so there's no reason to play Drapion and Spiritomb. But then you're like, but if no one plays Drapion and Spiritomb, then Mew's like a fine play. So then maybe we should play Drapion and Spiritomb. But then if the Mew players get to this level, then there's no reason for them to play Mew. But see, all of Europe stops on like the second level, and then no one plays it. Why not play a Guardy like a deck like Guardy again? I think the format of the tournament format is like too much of an impact on the deck's expected outcome. Like best two out of 350 minutes is just like it's so hard to like pilot a deck like Guardy efficiently in best two out of 350 minutes. It's like not worth the extra like mental to having to play that fast to potentially finish 3 games is just like not worth playing Guardy. I think Guardy's just like not worth playing. It's close though. If Guardy was just like a little bit faster of a deck, it would probably be fine. And I think like Lost Box is riding the line a little bit, but not really. Like Lost Box, especially like Turbo Lost Box, like you can easily play 3 games with Turbo Lost Box, no problem. Kyogre 1 prize a little bit closer, but I played like 3 games in most of my sets at Sacramento. Either I 2-0'd or played 3 games. Is it the same with the Lost Box variant you're playing this weekend? No, Guardy's definitely slower. Because like Lost Box, a lot more of Lost Box's games are like you can figure out like you're just like donking people sometimes, and then you're donking people, or you just like Guardy's comeback potential is so much higher, so it's really hard. You don't want, and that's like the power of the deck. So you don't want to give up on games where you can play it out, right? Like Guardy's comeback potential is so much higher, so you can't truly give up on any game in Gardevoir. Not any game, but a lot of games. There's comeback potential with Kyogre as well, of course, but also Guardy can't like turbo through game 3. You can't just like you can, but it's harder for Guardy to win a game 3 really, really fast than like Kyogre. Because like Kyogre, you can like draw 2 prize cards and then Kyogre for 4. And then the game's just over in like 3 or 4 turns if you just play really fast. So it's a little bit different. Kyogre doesn't tie because 1 in 3 games you just break and lose in 5 minutes anyways. There's like a decent amount of, like Kyogre, I think, because you don't have like, there's so many things in Guardy that like keep you in the game for so long, and you like those are part of your win percentage. So you don't want to give up on those games. But like Lost Box, knowing when to concede with Lost Box is a lot. When it's correct to concede with Lost Box is a lot more apparent. So it's like a lot more easy to like figure out those situations, or just is correct to concede more often with like a Lost Box. So whereas like the comeback potential with Guardy is just so high. It's like you're never really conceding. But I also don't think there's anything with, like I said. And because of that, Guardy does sometimes just play 1 game in a best out of 3. But I've said this like over and over again recently. Like I think that's fine. I think it's fine for a deck, or even ideally not multiple decks, but it's fine for decks to exist in a best 2 out of 3 format meta that generally only play 1 game. I think it's like fine for some decks to exist like that in the Pokemon TCG. Ideally, not all of them. It's just a thing. But I literally think unless it's like Gardevoir, like it does sometimes happens with Lost Box where like only 1 game gets played, but it doesn't happen that much. It's really just Gardevoir that is like the only real 1 game in a best 2 out of 3 match sometimes, right? It's not even all the time either. Is there anything Mariah can do to make the Lost Box matchup better? I mean, you can play Collapse Stadium. That got me on. I was actually thinking about it too. I was like, well, I'm still fine. Like I had in game 1 against Corey on stream. I was like, well, I'm still fine here. I'm still fine here because I can make the comeback with Kyogre. And I was like, the only thing that would happen is like sometimes people play Collapse Stadium. I guess Corey could play Collapse Stadium. There's nothing I can do about it. So I guess if Corey has and plays the Collapse Stadium, I guess I'm just kind of screwed. And then Corey played Collapse Stadium, found the Collapse Stadium, and then I was like, oh, okay, well I guess I lose game 1 now. So I mean, Collapse Stadium is good, but I just wouldn't even tech for the Lost Box matchup, to be honest. I think you just take the L. I would be more focused on just being more consistent overall. Lost on mirrors are usually best of 1 in my experience, unless 1 breaks. That's true. Like Lost Box mirrors. Well, no, that's. I don't know. Lost Box mirrors. I feel like you can easily finish 2 games. To be honest, I think I always finish 2 games in Lost Box mirrors. Lost Box mirrors for me are either 2-0 on one side or a tie. It is really hard to finish 3 games in a Lost Box mirror, but I feel like finishing 2 games is pretty reasonable. I think majority. I only played one Lost Box mirror at this tournament, which I guess was a little bit of a surprise. I only played against 1. I think I only played against 1. And we tied. I tied against Preston, but dude, that was actually my game against Preston was actually like one of the most enjoyable games of Pokemon I think I've ever played, because we both knew each other's 60 cards and we both had like all the techs. Like that was one of the most enjoyable games of the Pokemon TCG I think I've ever played, was against Preston. It was just like, yeah. But it's because we both knew each other's 60 cards. I don't know. It was just really cool. It was a really cool game. I really enjoyed that. Even though we didn't finish. We ended up tying, but if both players are making any effort, 3 games with Lost on Box is very doable. Not really. I don't think that's actually. I think that's a bad take there, Snoopy. If both players are making any effort, both players are making an effort, but like taking time to think about your actions is fine. Like that's not a bad thing, and that's like what separates the better players from the worst players, is actually taking time to think about your actions and make the right action. Being like you both should just like literally not think about anything and just take action after action. It's just like saying that both people are going to throw, and then whoever threw least is just going to win. Both of my ties this weekend were to Sablezard and Ogre. Both of them took game 2 in time. Game 1 each time took like 35 minutes each. It can take a while. Played Caleb as well. Oh yeah, and I played Caleb. That's right. Yeah. I was just thinking about like day 2 matches. Out of curiosity, where are you on the best of 1 with changes versus best of 3? Best of 3 is way better. It's not even close. Not even remotely close. If you guys want to like, if people want to lose more matches of Pokemon, and have their skill matter less in the Pokemon TCG, then you should want best of 1. That's like literally the only reason to want best of 1. I think people are just like overall, the drive behind wanting best of 1 is just a product of the current format, more so than actually what Pokemon will like be like after like rotation hits or something. So, yeah, if you really just want like to get beaten by a player worse than you, then you should want best of 1. The only reason to want best of 1 is if you want someone worse than you at the Pokemon TCG to beat you. So if that's what you want, then best of 1 is like fine. If you have a plan and know what you're going for, most Lost Box decisions are not particularly hard though. I mean, I just disagree, Snoopy. I think you're just wrong. I think it's like Lost Box and Mirrors, like not finishing, going when they go to game 3, if they don't finish, is just like not that unreasonable at all. Lost Unboxing Guardy have every incentive to never let the second game happen if they win game 1. Finish not happen is better wording. Yeah, you're not wrong. Anyone who wants to, yeah, anyone, my squad, no one in my squad would ID at 6-2. Like, willingly. Obviously, if it ends up being a tie, it ends up being a tie, but. And anyone who has any drive to want to like win the tournament or top 8 a tournament shouldn't ID at 6-2. The only like caveat to that would be if you play against a really, really good player and they're down to ID, and then that might be it. Because like the idea would be that like the player you're playing against that round is probably the worst player you'll play against for the rest of the tournament, theoretically. So you should definitely play it out against them. If the game was designed well, best 1 would be correct. I mean, but what if the game was designed better to make it better in best 2 out of 3? Then best of 3 would be correct. So your statement just doesn't mean anything. If the game was designed well, best one would be correct. But if the game was designed well for best 2 out of 3, then best 2 out of 3 would be better. So it doesn't make any sense. Or if the game was designed better to work in best 2 out of 3, then best of 3 would still be better. Or if the game was just designed better and better in general, best 2 out of 3. Best 2 out of 3 is theoretically always better than best of 1. If you want the better player to win more often, which I think should be like something we should all want to an extent. We don't need to be chess, but so the better. I just hate how slow decks are in this current meta. That's what I'm saying. Like the drive and want for best of 1 is just a product of the meta. How do I explain Alex Messi, for example? Then nearly never ties, plays plenty of Lost Box. I mean, it doesn't mean it's impossible. I'm just saying I barely tie with Lost Box as well, but I'm saying a Lost Box mirror going to time is like not unreasonable. That's just being anecdotal, Snoopy. That literally your statement absolutely just means nothing. Like I can take my same anecdotes and then just throw it back at you, and literally we achieve nothing. But I guess like my statement, I guess both our statements are going to be like that as be a result of that anyways, right? Like me saying Lost Box, if they go to game 3, being a tie is like not that unreasonable. And you saying, well, Alex, I guess you're just picking out like an individual person. I guess I would have the data probably to back me up of being like when Lost Box decks go to game 3, they tie fairly often. But good players are just generally likely to tie less. Good players just generally tie less because they're better at looking at a board state and knowing when to concede or when to stay in the match. So better players just tie less. Caleb ID versus Piper in Peoria. I forget if that went to. I don't know. I assume it went to game 3, but I don't remember. You still get top 32 at 6-2-1. Yeah, you can get top 8 at 6-2-1. Yeah, but you have to go 6-0. But yeah, but you're going to be playing against better players to have to get that top 8 then. IDing at 6-2 if you have any goals of trying to win the tournament or top 8 of the tournament, you should never ID at 6-2. If you're just like trying to get top 32 or just like get as high of a placement as you can in the tournament, then go IDing at 6-1 is fine. But you only ID at 6-2 if it's your first day 2, and then you don't care too much how well you finish in day 2. If you want to win the tournament, you don't ID. I mean, it's as if you care that much about getting your first day 2 over like doing better in the tournament. It just depends. But best out of 3 side deck should be a thing. No, side deck shouldn't be a side deck should only be a thing in Pokemon. That's what would be the best balance of time and skill in each game of Pokemon was consistent about skill. But breaking and donking is too common for that because VIP Pass is the best Pokemon search mainly. Yeah, but like rotations happen and cards rotate, so that's like not a good reason. Either it's correct or either you think it's correct or it's not. But like VIP Pass is literally about to rotate next year. Like, should VIP Pass being a card really influence your opinion on best out of 3 versus best of 1 that much? Probably not. Well, best of 3 is always better. Best of 3 leads to more skill expression. So if the game was somehow designed for games to finish faster, best 2 out of 3 would always be better. So you're saying the game should be designed differently to allow for best of 1, but then theoretically, if the game is being designed differently, it could be designed differently to make it better for best 2 out of 3, which would still, once again, be better skill expression than best of 1. Also, being aware of time is a skill. That's why you should have a watch. Wiseman once said it's better to win 1 and lose 1 than tie twice. Win 1 and lose 1 than tie twice. That is true. That is plus 1 point. If you're 8-0, do you ID round 9? No. I went 501 from 501 from 61 and whiffed. Don't ID, folks. I mean, you're still pretty close there, Brayden. Would you ID round 1 of day 2? If not, then no. That's a good point, Hale, yeah. I think the only caveat to that is if you play against one of the best players in the world and you're both at 6-2 and they're down to ID and you like feel like they will, like if I sat down across from Tord or Robin or someone and they wanted to ID, I would maybe be down to ID because it's like, okay, that's not going to be, they aren't going to be my easiest opponent in the next 6 rounds, right? It also depends on the matchup too. If I know the matchup and I know I'm favored, then I'd be like, okay, I'm down to play it out if I'm in favored in the matchup, because who knows how many favorable matchups I'm going to hit for the rest of the tournament. So it's 100% correct to play it out whenever you have a favorable matchup. It's funny that the reason people want best of 1 is because they feel stalled in game 2, but in best of 1 they would not even play that game 2. That's actually is kind of funny. That actually is a really funny take. The people that want best of one because after they lose game one, in game two, the game doesn't finish. But you lost game one, so you're not getting to play game two if it's best of one anyways. Okay, but the problem is that you rarely play 3 whole games, a set resulting in many. That's just not true, Equinox. That's just like, dude, anyone who says, like, I feel like a majority of sets conclude. Am I wrong? What is the tie rate? You rarely play 3 whole games? That's just not true. There are donks and people drawing so poorly that they concede early, but that's like fine. That's like part of like that happens in Pokemon. Like I went day one, dude. I was like, besides my Guardy runs recently, all my sets are finishing. I'm finishing all my sets besides my Guardy runs. You don't. That's just not true. That's just such a false statement. And I hear multiple people have said this now. The problem is at the moment you rarely play 3 whole games. It's just not true. This is just like a lie. Like you're just like lying for no reason. Like it's just literally a lie. Like I'm literally showing up to these tournaments and playing Pokemon. I'm finishing most of my sets except for when I'm playing Guardy. And even then, the sets that I'm not finishing when I'm playing Guardy, I could have done more or played better. I literally could have done more or played better at NAIC and Peoria. Ooh, I don't know. Yeah, at Peoria and NAIC, I could have done more. I could have played better or scooped faster. But I'm also choosing to play Guardy myself as well, right? But I guess on the other side of that, it's like you don't get to choose what deck your opponent's playing. So if they roll up with Guardy, it is kind of annoying, I guess. But it's not like I said, like one deck existing in the format that does that. And even then, against both Guardy players I played against, I played 3 games this weekend. As Lost Box, oh no, that's not true. The one in day 2, I 2-0'd. The one in day 1, I 2-1'd. If we ban Guardy, will the debate finish? Basically, it's just literally just all hinges on Guardy, to be honest. And it's just one deck in the format that will rotate eventually. Like, it's just not that big of a deal. One guide? No, but the only reason the statement triggers me is because I've heard it before. Plenty of 3-game rounds. I'm sure we have the data available. It doesn't be entered in time, unfortunately, but I definitely think that of 3-game sets, more than half, if not all, end in tie. Of 3-game sets, more than half. Yeah, definitely more than half do not end in a tie. And it's like, well, for that specifically, Snoopy, that's like the only ones you really see is like after time has been called, right? But like there's so many other rounds that 3 games finish. There's so many other rounds where 3 games finish and they just didn't go to time and they played 3 games still. And some of them are donks and some of them are like really bad draws where you concede, but that's like fine. It's just like part of Pokemon. That's why best 2 out of 3 is so much better. Now, I think actually best 2 out of 3. I think I've actually, now that we've talked about it more and had the discussion for so long, I think the best system would be best 2 out of 3, 60 minutes, no +3, and then also add an optional mulligan rule as well. I don't know what the optional mulligan rule should be. I don't really have an opinion on that because I haven't tried any of them out, so I don't really care what the optional mulligan rule should be. But I think that would be, best. I find it ridiculous that knowing when to scoop is a required skill for the PokemonTCG. There's basically no late game in tournaments. Yeah, but that's still better than best of 1. It's still better than best of 1. Like I don't know why it's like a bad thing, Equinox. Like it's still an improvement on best of 1 in the current system. I think that would be the best rule set to have moving forward. Lorcana mulligan rule might not be bad. What does Lorcana? Look at your hand. No, because Lorcana doesn't work for Pokemon because Lorcana is draw your 5 cards or whatever, and then you can put as many as you want on the bottom of the deck and then draw that many, right? But in Pokemon, you still need a basic Pokemon to begin with. But you should be able to mulligan a hand without a basic Pokemon. Or, I mean, even with a basic Pokemon. I guess that would, like, still work. I guess that would technically still work. No, never mind. I guess Lorcana, you would still have to have a basic Pokemon to begin with, and you can mulligan as much as you want out of that hand. I guess that would still be fine as well, to be honest, yeah. But I like the idea of Pokemon because there's bad starters exist in Pokemon. Like if you open Luminion, I think you should be able to mulligan that because like part of the reason of the mulligan I think in Pokemon should be to remove bad starters from the equation as well, right? So sure I could like because once you open Luminion you have to start the Luminion and then you mulligan the rest of the hand down to other cards. But I think because of how impactful what you start with can be in Pokemon, I think part of the Mulligan rule should include removing a bad starter from your hand. But yeah. I mean, a TCG game that is well designed, I don't think there is one. I mean, it just makes zero sense comp because it would have to be in comparison to other TCGs. So like, one of them has to like. There's no such thing as a. Not all TCGs just are poorly designed because then we have no idea what a well designed thing looks like. So you have nothing to compare it to, unless you're saying you do know what that comparison is, which means you know how to make the best designed trading card game of all time. But I doubt you do. So if that Mulligan rule existed, Chien-Pao and Lugia would be so broken. I mean, it's just not true. Why do you think that, High Roller? I'll give you a chance to not say anything here, to be honest, High Roller, because what you're about to say is just not true. I don't know what you're about to say, but I'll give you a chance to not say it. Because based on what you said, there's nothing you could say here that isn't incorrect. So I'll give you a chance. You don't have to say anything. You could also maybe bench Pokemon and mulligan whatever amount of cards you have left. No, but that was still like, that's what I'm saying. It would still force you to open. It would still force you to open like the Luminion, right? I don't think we want to be forced to open Luminion. Pokemon is well designed. People just like to complain. Exactly, Brayden. 100%. Like most of the best card games in the world are very well designed games. There is flaws. Something not being perfect doesn't make something bad or well designed or poorly designed. Like something being flawed, which everything is, no such thing as something being perfect. It doesn't mean it's bad or poorly designed. There can be aspects of things that are bad or poorly designed, and you can call those out specifically. But taking the game as a whole and being like, no TCGs are designed well is just like terrible. Like, it's such a terrible take. Like Battle VIP Pass, I think, is a poorly designed card. ADP is a poorly designed card. Or ADP in conjunction with the idea of it working so well with Zacian is a poorly designed, is a flaw in the card design pool, right? So like those things are all like, those things are flaws, but overall Pokemon as like a game is like great, right? Pokemon as a game is like great. If you want a perfect game, play chess. But even then, Adam, you could look at chess and be like, the lack of interaction with your opponent, like you could feel like is a flaw. You feel like you add way more depth to a game when you can interact with your opponent. And then you could take something like Magic, be like, there's not as much skill in Magic as there is in chess. So like I want something more. I want to be able to interact with my opponent, but I want there to be more skill in Pokemon or more skill in Magic than there is currently, right? So you could go like infinitely down that line of thought. So there's nothing perfect, but that's fine. We don't need things to be perfect. Nothing will ever be perfect, but we can like we can hope that like whatever we have just improves. You know what I'm saying? And so far for Pokemon, it seems we're in like a direction of things being better, right? For sure. I think that Pokemon Mull rule is a good rule. I just think that +3 Mullies, there needs to be a judge call for a ruling to fix the issue. That currently exists, Pumpkinator. It's at 8 though. Once you mulligan 8 times, the judge will come over and flip over the top card of your deck until you hit a basic Pokemon, and then you just draw 6. And then you like shuffle the rest back and draw 6 or something. I actually don't know the exact procedure, but it's at 8. Once you mulligan 8 times. I want there to be more trash talk in Pokemon. I don't know. I think we're too kid friendly for that, which is probably fine. Judge force progression. Is that what it's called? Judge force progression? Judge ball? Each mulligan 5 times when we were told after 6. I'm pretty sure literally it's in the rules now as 8. I'm pretty sure it's in the rules as 8. So it's 8. It's not called a judge ball anymore. It was never an official rule before either, I think. But like it was like out there today. Yeah. It isn't. Yeah, now it's in the rules as 8. Game being slow is mostly due to there being decks with lots of flexibility and actions and decisions in a turn that elongate games. It would probably be similar annoying to have a fast format where all that matters was your start. Yeah, exactly, Arj. There's nothing perfect. Yeah, I think Guardy. I think it's just the combination of how many different Lost Box decks there are and Guardy, and that's it. And so it like feels a little bit meh. But like once those decks leave, like once those decks rotate, it's like not going to be that big of a deal. Like once we have, like if you just take away those 2 decks and we have the Mews, the Miraidons, the Charizards, the Lugias, it's like okay, all those decks like pretty comfortably play 3 games of Pokemon, right? You're taking like 3-4 actions a turn as like any of those decks. Maybe your first turn is a little bit more involved with like, but even then, like if you take like an Arceus deck, you're not doing that much. Like way less shuffling of the deck. It's literally just is Lost Box and Guardy. And even then, even though there's a bunch of different builds of Lost Box, there's only like Lost Box is only like what 15% of them, or like 15% of the meta this time around. Um, yeah. Kind of weird. People want the format to slow down, but want faster games. Well, they want it's what they're asking for is different than that though. Quality content. People want more turns in games, but they want the turns to be faster. Basically, they want less actions per turns, but more turns. So they want you to draw for turn, do like 2-3 things, and then do your attack, right? So they want more turns back and forth between the players, but less actions per turn. So theoretically, that might only lead to like the same amount of game time played. But that's why the people who are advocates for best of one want to be able to like just play that full game. But I don't know. We definitely, if you're gonna if they ever do take us to best of one, I feel like they have to give us an optional mulligan rule. The mulligan rule in Pokemon just makes the game really swingy and unbalanced. I've seen people have the nuts turn one and other people pass, which is just kind of silly. Don't need to be chess, but it should be more fair and less random. The mulligan rule in Pokemon, I think, is fine. Is there an optional rule in best of one in Japan, or is it just suffering over there? It's just suffering over there. Yeah, watching the last time I watched, I think it was the last time or the time before the last time I watched a tournament in Japan, bro, it was miserable. There were so many dead draws and donks. It was just miserable. Watching best of one, like that's what made me truly be like, at first, like before watching that tournament in Japan, when people were talking about best of one, best of three, I was like, I can see best of one. Okay, I can get behind this maybe a little bit. And then I watched that tournament happen in Japan, and the amount of non-games played in like 9 rounds was so high. I was like, I never want to go back to best of one ever again. It was miserable. It was literally a miserable experience to watch. Like every round was just like draw, pass. And then the next time I was like, okay, you're donked. And it's like, all right, that's it. Scoop it up. Like, Japan wants our format, and some people here want theirs. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Yeah, best of one, just not it. It's just ain't it. Maybe with an optional mulligan rule would be okay, but even then, I think we want to try. We should just try and make best out of three. We should just try and improve on best out of three. That's because you're used to it. People playing more different games probably have different opinions. Well, what is your gripes with the mulligan rule, Stevie? Wait, are you saying like lack of a mulligan rule, or are you just saying how mulligans work? Or are you talking about mulligans or lack of a mulligan? Are you just saying like when you don't have a basic, your opponent getting to draw an extra card? Or are you saying like how you can just open up dead, and then because there was not the optional mulligan like there is in other games? I think there should be an optional mulligan in Pokemon. I think that would add to the consistency of the game overall. Wouldn't add too much time per round. I do agree if that's what you're saying. I do think there should be an optional mulligan rule in Pokemon. I don't know what it should be. Open up dead. Okay, yeah, I agree with you, Steve. I think there should be an optional mulligan rule in Pokemon. I agree. I think that should be a thing. I don't think it really like makes it would just make Pokemon better. There should be less non-games, I guess. But I thought you were talking about just the fact of when you don't have a basic Pokemon, your opponent draws a card. Do you think there's merit to best of two? No, best of two is cringe. No one wrong. Yeah, best of two would be. Imagine you tune into a stream for best of two. The person who wins game one, at that point, either they win or it's a tie. That's just like so. Like just on a stream level, I would hate. I don't think best of two should exist. Like I'm not even gonna think about like anything past that because I think you do want to try and put out like a viewable product, right? That should be like part of the idea behind what the rule might be. That's why best of two is just bad because you tune into a stream. Whoever wins game one, either they win or the match ties. There's no comeback potential, like any of that. Yo, appreciate the raid there, Mahone. Hope you had a good stream. The biggest esports competition in the world starts with best of 2 though. It doesn't matter though. It's just yeah, dude. I stopped. Why are you talking about League of Legends? Yeah, it definitely would work, Tommy. That's how it would work. Yeah. Just the ability for opening hands. No, I get you, Steven. I get you. I thought you were just literally talking about the +1 card on a mulligan. No. The optional mulligan in Pokemon should exist. I think, but whether we go to best out of 1 or best out of 3, it's still to the international. I mean, that's just cringe. No one wants to watch best of 2. I stopped watching LCS because they went to best. Whenever the season they went to best of 2, I stopped watching because it was just like so unfun to watch. I also never got into watching League of Legends in China either because it's best of 2. Best of 2 is just cringe. It's just not fun to watch, not fun to play. My buddy felt bad when he asked you how you did after top 8. Oh, he should have felt bad. You know, I'm always gonna be a little bit down after taking a loss, but it's like nothing against him specifically. Appreciate the raid there, Mahone. Am I watching LoL Worlds this year? Maybe just like the elimination bracket. China isn't best of 2. It was in the past, wasn't it? It might not be anymore, but I swear China used to be best of 2 in the past. Would an optional mulligan favor fast aggressive decks that rely on early setup? I mean, I don't know. I don't think it would favor anyone. Because fast aggressive decks are usually more consistent decks to begin with, so theoretically it favors the setup decks more. But then the fast aggressive decks get to set up more that extra bit more often. So does it favor them? I think it's just neutral. I think it's just a wipe. Also, the idea of like the mulliganing would also add more skill to the game because you'd also have to like correctly analyze, is it correct to mulligan here or is it incorrect to mulligan here, right? Even if I'm opening Luminion, man, I got 2 VIP pass and a research in my hand. Is the trade-off of opening Luminion worth having the research plus double battle VIP pass in my hand? I don't know, but now you got to make that judgment call, right? So theoretically, it would add more skills to the game too to make mulligan calls. Am I hyped for Brazil, another event run by Copag? I mean, yeah, I mean, it doesn't sound like they're improving much. So I'm hyped to go to play an LAIC, but I'm not hyped specifically because it's run by Copag for sure. But yeah, the sad part for like Latin America in general is it doesn't seem like Copag's like improving at all. If they were improving, it would be something. But it seems like they're just like kind of like plateaued in how much they care about running better events. So these are the 5 months their facts. Who would have to declare their mulligan first? That could be definitely relevant. Probably who's ever going first, A-Ban, or maybe whoever won the coin flip. Just do something like that. Or maybe like, yeah, I don't know. Adding mulliganing right now would be kind of bad because of VIP best, though, right? Well, we're not talking about like specifically now, but I also think it just doesn't matter. Like if you're gonna do it, you should do it eventually, anyways. If you're gonna add mulligans, you just do it. It doesn't matter what's in the card pool because it's possibly something else comes up in the card pool later that affects mulliganing as well. Like who cares? It doesn't matter. Just if you're gonna do it, if you decided you're gonna do it, just do it. It doesn't matter what's in the current card pool. Literally, just like irrelevant. It's just irrelevant. Oh, I'm talking about League of Legends comp, not Pokemon. Would the first mulligan be free in Magic, or does the opponent get a free card? Your opponent should probably get a free card. Well, the first mulligan in Magic isn't free, is it? Don't you draw -1 card, right? What is Magic's current mulligan rules? Like you draw 7, right? But then if you mulligan, you only draw 6, right? Or do you get to draw 7 again on the first one? In Pokemon, I think you should give your opponent a card. If you're gonna take a mulligan, your opponent should get +1 card, even if you had a basic. It doesn't matter if you had a basic or not. You draw 7, then put back 1 per mulligan taken. Yeah, okay, yeah. So yeah, there is punishment in Magic. Oh wait, so you draw 7 and then you put 1 back. Okay, but you still start with 6 cards, right? Draw 7, bottom 1 for each mulligan. Okay, but so there is still a punishment, yeah. And it should be the same thing in Pokemon. Although Pokemon, you should probably only get 1 mulligan. Pokemon should just be, you get to reset, draw fresh 7, your opponent gets to draw +1 card. If we want to introduce optional mulligans in Pokemon, should we submit support tickets? I don't know. I think they're aware of it, of the idea of best of 1 versus best out of 3, optional mulligan versus optional mulligan versus no optional mulligan. I think they're aware of it. it just like depends on if they're actually going to do it or not. I don't know. I guess you could submit a support ticket if you want. I don't know how much impact that would actually have though. Yeah, I think they know. I would assume they know. I mean, maybe they don't. Sometimes I question how much they know, but what happens when you get no basics after the mulligan? It's a force mulligan then, yeah. Then they draw another card later. So it'd be like, okay, we both draw 7. My hand has Luminion in it. I don't want this. I'm going to activate my optional mulligan. So now I shuffle this hand back into the deck, draw a fresh 7. Oh, I have no basic. The optional mulligan would only happen if you had a basic and you didn't want that hand. Oh, yeah, it would always have to be with a basic. Yeah, you draw a fresh 7 then. You don't have a basic. Well, then your opponent draws another card. You have to go get another 7. Yeah, so the optional mulligan would just be to give you an out to resetting whatever your hand was. But your opponent gets an extra card. If you mulligan again, your opponent still gets an extra card. But you have to go get a fresh 7. Wait a second, wouldn't care how many mulligans you give as much if you can just Iono your first turn. Well, no, but that's just not true, though. Like, getting extra cards to, like, them put into play, set up more basic Pokemon, and get your energy attachment for turn, it doesn't matter. You would definitely care how many mulligans you give. If I'm starting 4 Ralts versus 1 Ralts, that definitely is a pretty big difference. Going second. Oh, I see what you're saying. You would just go second. Oh, no, that's why you can only option. You should only be able to optional mulligan once. I see what you're saying. But even if you could optional mulligan more times, I think you would still care. Because then if your opponent mulligan 0 times, they went from having a okay hand to like a broken hand because you gave them +4 cards. Like, you should only have the optional mulligan should only happen once. If you refresh hand, then the star Pokemon would stay then for balance. No, I think you should be able to. Part of the reasons of an optional mulligan in Pokemon, part of the power of it would be being able to change your starter. I think you shouldn't be like, if you open 7 cards and your only basic Pokemon's Luminion, if you activate your optional mulligan, you shouldn't have to start the Luminion still. What do you think about the 13 cards, choose 6 prize cards method? I mean, that would probably be fine as well. I don't know. I haven't thought about it. Like I said, even with this, what I'm describing right now, I don't really know if this would be the correct route to take. I just think there should be some form of optional mulligan. I just don't care. I really don't know which one is best, though. Yeah, I don't know which optional mulligan would be best. It's just, I think one would be good. Whatever one they pick, I hope is the best of them. I don't know if they end up ever doing any of them, but they might just never do any of them. So option mulligan multiple times. Yeah, you shouldn't be able to optionally mulligan multiple times. It should just probably be once. I'm trying to think about it now if you could do it multiple times. So if you go second, I mean, you don't want to give your opponent a disgusting amount of cards, though. I'd be good with starting your basic and changing the other 6 cards. I don't like that just because, like, the opening of the basic is, like, the biggest impact of your starting hand majority of the time. Because then the optional mulligan I don't think is doing enough if you can't change the starting basic Pokemon. Starting the basic Pokemon is, like, the value of the would be, like, the biggest value of the optional mulligan, I feel like. Because if you just open a research and a basic, it's like, okay, this is fine. But it's like what basic you open is the biggest impact there. Did you see the Iron Hands special art leak? It's pretty. I did see it, yeah. The just busting through the walls. If you get an accident mode, that could even be 5 minutes. It should not be 5 minutes. If it's 5 minutes, you're cheating and then should hopefully get a penalty. But if you're cheating, you're cheating. Like, you could say that about literally any situation. Optional mulligans are dumb. Just make your deck consistent. That's not a great take. Like, there is going to be enough. That's not a great take because, like, all the other card games do it. So, obviously, like, optional mulliganing, the idea of it isn't a bad thing because so many other games do it. And then even when you, like, look at people who, like, play both games, it's something that, like, I would want. I've played some other games with optional mulliganing. I'm like, oh, this is way better than not having optional mulliganing. Like, it just improves the game. Because there's always going to be variance in card games. I've seen people say that before. Just optional mulliganing is stupid. Just make your deck consistent. It's like that feels like that feels like the well, at this point, why aren't we just going to play chess if that's how we're going to view that? You know what I'm saying? At that point, why aren't we all just going and playing chess if we're going to view it that way? I feel like optional. There's a reason every other card game does optional mulligans, and it's probably not because the way that Pokemon does it is correct. It's probably because optional mulligans, reducing the variance of the RNG of card games, is probably better overall for like the competitive health of a game. I think that'd be just like kind of a fair analysis to make just based on how every other card game handles the idea of an optional mulligan versus Pokemon. So Pokemon is probably the one who's not doing it right. I think that'd just be like fair to say, right? And I don't think Pokemon is like that much different from other card games that I forgot this existed. Did you guys know you can subscribe with Prime for free? Appreciate the 2 months there, Insano. Yeah, I think saying that Pokemon is so much different than other card games, or Pokemon is just doing it better than other card games, is probably just being ignorant. It's probably just correct for Pokemon to eventually adopt an optional mulligan into their game in some form. Once again, because I get asked this question all the time when the term optional mulligan gets brought up, everyone asks me, what would I do? I don't know what I would do. I just think there should be something. They do it in other card games because you don't need a basic to start the game. Yeah, but you can still add an optional mulligan to Pokemon. It doesn't matter. You're still drawing Hearthstone, you draw 4 random cards. You're still drawing X amount of random cards, and some of them are better than others to begin with. But you still need other cards that are better later in the game. Like, so yeah, it's still you can still make an optional mulligan rule around having to have a basic in your hand. I don't think that prevents optional mulligans from existing in Pokemon. Optional mulligan is a good improvement. Also, one of the few games so you don't get access to your full deck with the knockouts. Like knockouts to be a prize token system instead of prizes being the cards. That one I'm a little bit less set on one way or another, to be honest, King or Dre. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't really like thought too hard about Pokemon like prize cards not being prize, because I think in the long run, prize cards being 6 cards out of your deck actually increases, like in the current landscape of the game, the better player wins more often because prize cards exist. Because not that many people check their prize cards and then don't fully abuse their prize cards based on what is prized. Even if they know some of the things that are prized, they don't know how to properly play or sequence out a hand with the idea of what's prized. So I think in the long run, actually, like prize cards existing increases the win rate of players. Like fully having access to everything all the time, and not adding that extra variable, I think actually, because of how people currently play around their prize cards and do it so poorly in general, because of how poorly people play around their prize cards, it like increases the skill gap, if that makes sense. Not sure, to be honest. Matchup would be extremely linear without the prize card mechanic. Yeah, I like the idea of the prize cards existing. I think is like a good thing. I don't know. Prize cards are a mechanic that reward the winner, whereas some card games give prize cards to losing play, thus increasing the possibility of comebacks. But I think comebacks are already like more than strong enough in the Pokemon TCG. Like, because, well, in Pokemon it's a little bit different with that though. To be honest, Hyrule, if you compare that to something like One Piece, because Pokemon you just see so many cards, it doesn't really matter. Like you getting a prize card isn't like the comeback, but like in Pokemon you play so heavily off of getting more cards to work with when you take knockouts. Like I feel like sometimes, I don't know, it could work one way or the other, I guess, but I think it's important. I think it's important actually in Pokemon that you because if you like prize something important in Pokemon, you can't go out of your way to like get it yourself. You have to have your opponent give it to you. But like I've played games of Pokemon where it's like knocking out my opponent's active is majority of the time better, but because I prize something important, I'm gonna go knock out a 2 prize Pokemon or take more prize cards this turn to increase my odds of getting that card off my prize cards, you know? I'm actually not sure. Snowballing makes for unsatisfying games, but I feel like the prize card mechanic in Pokemon is not snowbally at all. Like it's not actually snowbally. And the idea of your opponent drawing more, having more prize cards than you has always been a comeback mechanic in the Pokemon TCG. If you have more prize cards remaining than your opponent only gets X when they, or you do more damage based on how many prize cards your opponent's taken. I guess you could just do it, flip it the other way around, and then you, whenever your opponent takes a knockout, you draw a prize card, and when you have 0 prize cards left, you lose, I guess. But I'm not sure how I would feel about that, to be honest. I wasn't suggesting it. I was just finding this big idea of that game that shouldn't have comeback cards. So I guess, to be honest with you, they flipped it. Just that it's unique. Yeah, it definitely is unique. I guess if they flipped it the other way, you just have to change the wording on every single card. I'd have to think about that more, to be honest. I just haven't thought about that one very much. I don't really have that strong of an opinion on the idea of that. As if, like, yeah, when you take a knockout, your opponent draws a prize card instead. That honestly would probably make... I think comebacks are already prevalent enough in the Pokemon TCG. I think, honestly, for how the game is designed, I think it's actually just like a mute point. I think it's a mute point because I think for how the game's designed, the game is designed... the game wouldn't change. The amount of like comebacks that happen in the Pokemon TCG, I don't think would change because the game would be designed differently. The cards would be designed differently if you were drawing cards every time your opponent took a knockout instead of them drawing cards. But because the cards are balanced with the idea of you drawing your own prize cards, because the game is balanced with you drawing your own prize cards, then it's just like the same. It's like the same thing. The game is just designed around one way or the other, and if it changed, the game would still be the exact same. I feel like. Wow, something like Fortress EX. I mean, no, but every card would be different though, Squeezel. Like every card, like Iono would say, you draw as many cards as you have prize cards remaining. So you would knock out your own Fortress. Your opponent would draw 2 cards, and then you'd Iono them down to 4 still. You know. So I think it's like pretty much a moot point. Where I think it's like, yeah, if they flipped it, it would be the exact same. The game would be the exact same thing. Yeah. No, but it would just be flipped. Dadbot. It would just be Charizard would do more damage for each prize card your opponent has taken instead of for each prize card. Fudge. Each prize card you've taken, not that your opponent's taken. Everything would just be flipped. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. But X years and not because it's the best way. Yeah, I agree, Stevie. I'm not sure if you're talking to me specifically. Moot. Yeah, moot. Yeah, I think it would literally just be the exact same game. But optional mulligan would be nice, yeah. Optional mulligan would be nice. I think that'd be good in Pokemon. All right, let's get into this VOD review then. I think it's the last thing to... I think it's like the last point to hit on. I don't know if there's anything else. I haven't seen anything else in chat that is... I don't think there's anything else to talk about in chat. Like MTG people tell you land screw is part of the game. That's just because it's outdated and a bad system. Yeah, I can see that, Steve. Because like all the new games, your mana. I mean, like you look at One Piece, right? I don't know how the other. Well, all the other games, your playable cards are your mana, right? A lot of them are, like Lorcana and Dragon Ball and all that. Every card is a mana card. And like Hearthstone and One Piece, your mana is separate from your main deck. Which that maybe is just a better way to have maybe those are the better TCGs, to be honest. Like that is like the evolution of a card game. Is your resource your resource is just a separate deck, right? Flesh and Blood cards are the same. They have a resource function or a card function. Yeah. MTG is the better mana system by far. Oh, Edgar disagrees. What's up, Jazaria? I got to top 8. In Pokemon TCG, your energy is your resource is energy. No, kind of not really, because some decks don't care about building up energy in play, right? The thing is, yeah, Pokemon is like unique in that is there's not like a resource to attack of your opponents, or there's not like a resource that just there is a resource in play or remaining in Pokemon that determines how set up you are, but it's different deck to deck. Whereas like it's a little bit more linear in other games where it's like your power scales with your mana usually, or in One Piece it's the Dawn or whatever. Like the more Dawn you have in play, the more powerful your turns can become. But Pokemon, it's just like there's a bunch of different things in Pokemon that could lead to you having more powerful turns. There's not like one thing as consistent as other card games that like will tell you how where someone's at. Like Guardy, for example, is all about your evolutions in play, right? Guardy's all about your evolutions in play. Charizard is literally all about just getting off a candy, having access to a candy Charizard to have your next Charizard, right? That's true in Magic 2. Decks operate on fewer mana resources than other decks. Yeah, but it's all about mana, right? Like some can function with fewer mana, but it's like in Pokemon, it's not. There's not one card type that like tells you what a deck is going to be able to what a deck consistently functions around. I guess it's always a different card type. Not always, but sometimes. Are you satisfied with your run at Sacramento? Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I said before, like last season, my goal was to try and put myself in a spot to like try and potentially top 8 every tournament, and I do want to try and replicate that again this year. I haven't had as great of a time at the beginning of the season so far, but the season just started, so I'm not like stressing about it or anything. There's a manaless. Yeah, I know, but that's like far and few between, right? Obviously, there's going to be like exceptions, but we're talking about the rule, not the exception. And there's one more thing I was going to mention about that. But I guess like prize cards are the one. But that's the same thing in other games too. Like in One Piece, what is it even called? What is your life called in One Piece? Is it just called life? I forget what it's called in One Piece, but that's like a determining factor on how close you are to losing the game. Same thing in Pokemon, how many prize cards are left. But like in Pokemon, just like One Piece, you could have one life left or 0 life left, but your opponent might just not have the resources to ever kill you. So, in Pokemon, is the same thing. You could have one prize card left, but if you have no way to draw that last prize card, you just sit there for 3 turns while your opponent beats up on you. All right. No more. We've been chatting for a while. I think I'm through chatting. Let's do some VOD reviewing. I do need to go move my car real fast though for Lorelei, and I need to go pee. So we're gonna do that first, and then we'll get into this first match. Yeah, appreciate that 3 months there, Astro Zombie. So I'm only gonna be VOD reviewing day 2 because I'm streaming today, and then tomorrow I'm leaving for TwitchCon, and then I'll be back on Saturday. Actually, I'm not going to TwitchCon for very long. I'm only going Thursday, Friday, really. So I actually might stream. I might stream Lil Reach. I might stream on Saturday, to be honest. I started up at like 3 p.m. and I would just like watch Lil because Lil is on Saturday, and then on Sunday, and then I'll be able to stream day 2 on Sunday. I won't be able to watch it live, but I'll restream it after it happens. What was I gonna say? Let's say one more thing. No, that's it. Yeah, so we're just gonna stream day 2 today. I'm probably not gonna stream my match. I hate watching my own matches back, to be honest. So we're probably just streaming the first 2 rounds and then top cut after that, because I hate watching my own gameplay back. So I'm probably not gonna do that. I don't know. And then did we review? We haven't reviewed anything yet. Toph. We'll get there though. You guys use Uncommon Energy podcast tomorrow. Me and Chip we're gonna film it tonight because Chip flew back yesterday, so we didn't record yesterday. So that's good. Don't review your own gameplay. No, you should review your own gameplay, but I'm not gonna watch my own gameplay. Yeah, do as I say, not as I do. I'll be right back. Bro, you guys can't be. You're getting trolled so hard, Equinox. All right, I will start handing out some timeouts so we keep it up. All right. Timeout soda? We could, bro. Yo, Soda might have had the most. I was just kind of a Pokemon tweet in general, but Soda had a banger tweet. I'm sure most people in chat saw it, or I would assume for how many likes it had that most people have seen it if you're on Twitter. Live on Wednesday, 7 a.m. Eastern. Same time, just a day late. The probably the biggest tweet from is Soda's a real person, technically. But like overall unconfirmed. Japanese VGC player quote tweeted it and got double the likes. Wait, their quote tweet got double the likes? Wait, double the likes? You had like 12,000. Hold up. I mean, at least they quote tweeted instead of just stealing the image. Oh yeah, I see it. Yeah. Yeah, at least it was a quote tweet. Link, bro, how have you not seen this tweet? Well, this is like the most legendary tweet ever. It's a very good tweet. No, I know, Soda. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yo, what's up, Samson? Appreciate it. Oh yeah, we're talking about the Iron Hands Mountain. All right, let's get into this. All right, so we got round. I actually don't know what round this is. 12. Emmy with the Mew versus Juan with Arceus, B-Barrel, Charizard. So no Pidgeot. No Pidgeot here. So a little bit more resilient under Path to the Peak. And then like one less stage 2 you have to worry about setting up through Rare Candy. Also, it's a one less 2-prize liability in play while also being able to take advantage of like the Arceus's setup potential. So it's an interesting build for sure. I'm not sure I like it more than the Pidgeot overall, to be honest. But it does kind of depend on how much path is in the format, I think, as well as like when you'd want to go away from Pidgeot. So this matchup, it depends a lot on the Charizard player's build. Like playing Arceus is already kind of a hit for this matchup. So the win condition for Emmy as the Mew player is to like hand lock the opponent early game and then start to get ahead in the prize exchange and then hopefully be able to carry that through to the end of the game. So Emmy plays the Luxray and the Grabber and Path and Judge and all that stuff. And then Juan plays, I believe, 4 Lost City. But I think actually like a bigger deal for this matchup to get out of the Path to the Peak potentially on Juan's side is the Mew plus Vacuums. Because then you can actually like dig for the vacuum. Like if you don't have a out to the path in hand as Juan, then you can use Mew to like find vacuum potentially. So yeah, Emmy gonna be looking to like judge path early game, Luxray, some Pokemon grabbers maybe, and then from Juan it's gonna be get out of the path and set up Charizards. And if you get out of the paths and set up the Charizards as Juan, you just win the game. So that's all that matters. And we do see the Luxray start here from Emmy. Juan with no Charmander down early. And then just the attached to Arceus pass. Emmy is not playing any fusion package in here, though. So there's no possibility for a turn 1 Arceus KO or anything like that. So we're definitely going to be looking for an early handlock angle here from Emmy. So going to be looking for Judge. There goes a Grabber. So going to be looking for Judge plus the Luxray attack. I already see the Judge in hand, actually, to be honest. And it was a Tails on the Cram. Am I at the right speed here? 1.5? Okay, yeah. I'll turn this down a little bit. There's an Ultra Ball. I think the Judge is in hand as well. Goes for a Mew instead of a Genesect. I actually don't hate that. Oh, and then there's Path Judge immediately. Ooh, I don't know how much I like this. Because now, if Emmy got the heads on the Cram, I wouldn't hate this. But even then, so like one of the things is like, Emmy just can't. Emmy can't just. Emmy can't just pull off the combo. Emmy also has to be able to like threaten attacks on following turns, or Juan will eventually like top deck out of the lock and like attack with Charizard, or even just attack with Arceus is going to be enough sometimes. So I'm not sure how much I like this path to the peak. I think Emmy probably should have not pathed. Hope to hit some Genesects, Nest Balls, Ultra Ball, Battle VIP Pass off the Judge, and then draw first, and then try and find Path plus Double Turbo that way. Because right now, Emmy is like playing the Path, which means Emmy basically has to hit 4 Seal Stone or Double Turbo off this Judge to like do anything. If Emmy had gotten heads on the Cram, well, I don't know. I still think Battle VIP Pass there would have been better. If Emmy had hit heads on Cram, I think I would like to have seen Battle VIP Pass, get double Genesect, even Ultra Ball. This Mew maybe should have been Genesect, then play the Judge, don't Path. The other play would have been Judge, Path, Double Turbo off the Cram, but then you still just only have one Mew in play and you have nothing set up, which means you're going to be able to pull off the Luxray, initial Luxray combo to slow down Juan, but you don't actually set yourself up in a position to actually like get KOs. And especially when Juan opened no Charmander, just the Arceus, like if you KO this Arceus next turn before it evolves, you might just win the game there. So I think Emmy should not have put the Path in play the Judge. If there was a heads on the Cram, I think Emmy should have grabbed a Battle VIP Pass, played that, just grabbed double Genesect, Ultra Ball for a third Genesect actually, and then play the Judge and go from there. But we'll see where it goes from here. What we find off the Judge here for both players is going to be a big deal. Also, the early Bidoof from Juan is actually a really big deal as well, because now B-Barrel or an Ultra Ball off of this Judge from Juan gets him into the B-Barrel, and then B-Barrel draws cards, gets you back into the game. So, yeah, the B-Barrel is actually good. Specifically in this matchup, the B-Barrel is way better than Pidgeot, because all you need to do is set up, and like having some kind of draw power through an Ultra Ball, like a B-Barrel that isn't affected by Path to the Peak. Path to the Peak is a pretty big deal. There's a 4 Seal Stone from Emmy, so we can see the Double Turbo grab. I can't see the rest of the hand. There's an Escape Rope in there, which I wouldn't hate to see played. I don't think. There's a Feather Ball for another Mew. Then here comes the V-Star power. There's the Double Turbo. So we get the lock, but like I said, the lock's not enough. You can't just sit here and do 10 damage with Luxray over and over again. Eventually, Juan will just draw into Pokemon and energy and be fully set up. So like I said, I think I would like to have seen Emmy not put the Path out aggressively, but and then here we go with Luxray attack. And unfortunately, there's only... I wonder if Emmy... I think there was an Escape Rope in the hand there for Emmy. I don't know about playing it, though, because you only have 2 cards, so that way you can, like, at least Ultra Ball next turn, I guess. All right, look at the hand. See, this is, like, one of the problems right now. So Juan doesn't really have anything. Like, Juan doesn't have an aggressive play next turn, really, right? But Emmy's not going to do anything back to Juan anyways. So Juan, like, literally benching Arceus and hitting for 110 is fine. Or just using Trinity Charge and loading up both Arceus would also be fine here from Juan. So there's the 10 damage. Like I said, there's no real... Oh, and there's the top deck Arceus. All right. So, like, Juan is, like, in a better spot here overall. Even though Emmy pulled off the turn 1 combo... You need more than just the combo. You don't settle at the combo. You need to be able to have an aggressive like Mew attack on the following turn to actually make it worth the while of pulling the combo off. But that's a pretty good judge there for Juan to be honest. That's like combo involved. Like this is pretty much as good as it gets here. And there we go, 180. And yeah, now it's looking really rough for Emmy. We need like a top deck here because I think that the hand had a Escape Rope. I think I don't know what the other card is. It could be a draw supporter, and then that would be something. But this already feels like this game is out of control, to be honest, for Emmy. I feel like this game's already too far gone. I feel like this game is like already too far gone. Like I don't know if Emmy ever actually makes a comeback here. Well, we could see. Yeah, what would you even have to see here from Emmy? I don't even know if it's like possible. You'd have to one-hit KO the active this turn and then reestablish Path to the Peak. Well, actually, reestablishing Path wouldn't be... No, yeah, if Emmy can one-hit KO the Arceus here, I guess Emmy's fine. Into nothing, so I wasn't tilted. Yeah. Yeah, if Emmy actually one-hit KOs... Because you know the last card in Juan's hand is Fire Energy, right? I think we know what that is. So if Emmy just gets the one-hit KO on the Arceus here, then Emmy's in a fine spot. But that's like a pretty tall order. I have no idea what Emmy's hand is here. Oh, Cram? Tails. So it has one card hand of an Escape Rope. So it's just a punch, shows the fire. Okay. I guess there is technically still hope for Emmy. Emmy, once again, could still do the same thing because Juan didn't top deck anything. Does get 2 prize cards to work with, though, on Juan's side. So we'll have 2 more cards to work with. So if Emmy can still one-hit KO the active Arceus here, I think there is still, there's still hope for Emmy here. Like, if you one-hit KO the active Arceus here, there's still hope. But I think Juan did just pull the other Arceus out the prize cards there. So now, even if Emmy gets the knockout here, another path would also have to come back and play here. But Emmy's in the chat. Yeah, I know, I see. Yeah, there's the conceit. That's fair. Escape rope retreat the Mewtwo attack into the Bidoof, right? Yeah, I think so as well. You should have played the escape rope there just to, like, potentially... Oh, yeah, because Emmy even knew there was a double turbo in hand as well. The only reason you wouldn't want to play the escape rope is if you want to keep it out for Ultra Ball. But, well, I guess you also want to keep the out for Cram as well off the top. I think the escape rope was probably correct there, though, with how bad of a hand that Emmy had. I would like to have seen the escape rope get played as well, I think. Because you're, like, a couple turns away from probably being able to, like, do anything too threatening. Let's take a look at these prize cards real fast. All right. Bidoof prize for Juan, but does play a 2/2. Mew VMAX prize. I mean, there's nothing really important on either side here. I don't know how many Judge Emmy plays. It has to be more than one, though. Yeah. All right. We'll see. So Emmy's going first this time. So in this... I honestly... I don't know what Emmy should try and set up for here on this next turn. There's the Mew start from Juan, which is really annoying. The Mew's, like, really, really good. Like, the Mew almost wants to be your target here, especially up against, like, the B-Barrel build. Because, like, if Juan gets down a Bidoof, then the Mew can become an Ultra Ball. And then the Ultra Ball becomes B-Barrel. So I think what Emmy's plan should be here is turn 2 KO Mew, Judge Path. Depending on how Juan's turn 1 goes. But yeah, I feel like as long as the Bidoof hits the board, the Mew is, like, actually the biggest threat on board. Because even if you have an Arc V-Star, you also need a Stadium Bump to use the Arc V-Star under the path. So, yeah. So I think Emmy's plan should be get to a Mew VMAX, turn 2 Mew VMAX KO Mew, Judge, Path, and then hope that's, like, enough to, like, carry the initial part of the game. But I don't think you, like, play too aggressively for the lock here. But it looks like Emmy is going to go for the Luxray lock still. The thing is, the Luxray lock is just not good into Mew. Because you go Luxray, discard a trainer card from hand, then Mew's like, okay, cool, you didn't KO my Mew. Or then Juan's like, cool, you didn't KO my Mew. Use Mew, get an Ultra Ball, play an Ultra Ball. You know? So I think Emmy should give up on Luxray, especially with the Mew start from Juan. If the Mew wasn't in play, then I would maybe make the judgment call on the next turn as Emmy to maybe go into Luxray versus not. But Emmy definitely should not tunnel vision on Luxray. Luxray should be like a call going into the next turn. Emmy should make a judgment call going into the next turn. Like, Emmy could, like, just set up 5 or 4 bench Pokemon, leave a bench space open, and then depending on how Juan's turn goes and what Emmy has access to for a play, could use Luxray or choose to hold off on the Luxray. So I don't like I don't like the tunnel vision on the Luxray. It should be something you just never bench here aggressively. It should always be, okay, in the next turn, what actually happens on the, what does Juan actually do? Do I think going second might be better in this matchup? No, because the Mew player's not getting the aggressive attack off until the turn after. I think you should go first. I think you should, even though you have the handlock potential as the Mew deck, I think the Mew deck should still choose to go first when you, I don't think you should all in on the handlock. I think going first and going turn 2 Judge Path knockout is still really solid. And probably, is it a better game plan than the Luxray game plan, though? That's a good question, to be honest, Equinox. I'm actually, the more I think about it, I'm not sure. But you, like, have to pull out. The thing is, like, it's a lot easier to at least do Judge Path attack than it is to do turn 1 going second Judge Path Luxray. So I think I still like the idea of going first as Mew, especially up against the Arceus build, because Boss KO Arceus is, like, a really powerful play in this matchup as well. Yeah, so especially against the Arceus build, I like going first more, because Boss KO Arceus or turn 2 KO Arceus is a really powerful play at shutting them down by itself. So you can still Luxray going first. The only thing is you lose your opponent. Yeah, your opponent can support her. Yeah, that's what I'm saying as well. Yeah, you can still Luxray as well. If you go first, you can do a turn 2. You shouldn't tunnel vision on it like Emmy did here, but you can still do it. Yeah. So I would say going first is always probably the better play. Oh, I also don't like this Mew grab here from Emmy. This should always be a Genesect. If you're a Mew player or you plan on picking up Mew, do not tunnel vision on the 2 Mewtwo Genesect. The second Mew should never hit the board before the third Genesect does. The third Genesect should always hit the board before the second Mew, and sometimes even before the first Mew, but that's pretty rare. But the third Genesect, like, we never want triple Mew here as Emmy, especially in this matchup where it's like we get 1-hit KO'd anyways by the Charizard, so, like, Psychic Leaping really isn't, like, a thing. And if we want the option of Luxray in pretty much any matchup, this idea of Psychic Leap pretty much goes out the window. Also, the draw power of the third Genesect has such a higher potential reward then the Mew. So never go for second Mew before you go for third Genesect. I'm pretty sure Emmy did not prize the Genesects here, so. All right, yeah. So get third Genesect before second Mew pretty much 100% of the time. Nothing is all the time, but yeah, because of the Arceus, that's why I attached a Mew here, because I wish I would have attached a Luxray so I could have attached a Gen Retreat. But I wish I would have attached to Luxray so I could have attached to Gen Retreat. The other thing you could have done, Emmy, would be just to attach to the Genesect if you're a little bit undecided on what the turn 2 should look like. And that's actually something I'm not sure. Because of the Mew start, though, from Quan, I think KOing the Mew is more important. Playing with the idea of KOing the Mew is more important than a turn 2 attack with Luxray for sure. I think playing this board state out, like as if Juan just hits a Battle VIP pass +1 Pokemon, the Mew becomes Ultra Ball becomes B-Barrel, Juan gets out of the potential of the lock. So I think KOing Mew should be like a priority here. So I think attaching to Mew is correct here. Yeah, get the third Genesect. Don't tunnel vision on the 2/2. I see that happen way too much, because then this happens, right? Emmy uses the first Genesect, draws into a Mew, and now is locked out. Benching the Mew is probably correct here for Emmy to do. Like, benching this Mew is correct here, probably based on the board state where it is now. But now Emmy is locked out of a 3 Genesect in play, which like severely reduces the draw power turn to turn. Where if we just got a Genesect instead of the second Mew, a third Genesect instead of the second Mew there, then we just have 3 Genesect to rock with for draw power for the rest of the game. It's not 100. Remember, nothing is 100% of the time, but in this situation, definitely should have got the second Genesect. And I see people way too often go for the 2/2 before getting the third Genesect down. If they can't threaten your lone Mew V in play, then there's almost, even if they can threaten your lone Mew V in play, the extra draw power from the Genesect will probably lead you to another Mew V plus more cards to advance your board state for the following turn, to where it's almost always just more beneficial to get the other Genesect down. There are rare scenarios where your opponent has a potential threat on your lone Mew V in play, where it's like if you then whiff another out to a basic Pokemon, you could get like, it could like just lose you the game instantly. But even in those situations, usually just getting the third Genesect first, and then that Genesect will probably draw you into an out to the Mew is worth the trade-off. All right, let's see what Juan gets this turn. So we want to see Arceus, Manders, honestly double Arceus, depending on the hand for Juan, double Arceus V here is actually pretty good, because then it like protects your Starbirth. And Emmy can't just like boss KO your lone Arceus V and like lock you out of Starbirth. So it depends what Juan has in the hand though. Like, so one Charmander at least. To be honest, double Charmander shouldn't even. I feel like you should maybe prioritize double Arceus before double Charmander here as Juan. You could double Charmander the turn after or something, because like you should make sure you set up. You just don't want to get locked out of the game. So it depends how much value you put on Starbirth. But ideally, probably like actually you'd probably want like double Bidoof, double Charmander, double Arceus, actually, to be honest. I think it would like cover the full range of like outs. But like one Arceus, double Charmander plus Bidoof would be good. You definitely want to get Bidoof down here as Juan, though. You want to prioritize Bidoof. Bidoof wants to be the priority. I don't know if you want to prioritize it over Arceus. We see the Nest Ball get used here from Quan to get the Arceus. Could have got the Bidoof. Could have got the Bidoof, but Juan does play a 2/2 B-Barrel, right? I'm almost positive Juan plays a 2/2 B-Barrel, because one Bidoof is prized. Yeah, I don't know how much I value the Arceus. Honestly, do I value Bidoof more than Arceus first here? I might, to be honest. You're going to get Judge Path. You can use B-Barrel under Path. You can't use Starburst. So I'm actually not sure about this play from Juan to get Arceus first. I don't hate... There's a Charmander in hand here, so I don't hate Bidoof first here, to be honest. But maybe for the hand here, Juan does have Stadium plus Ultra Ball, which does equal Arceus V-Star. But you do want to play pretty heavily as if Emmy's going to Judge Path you next turn. You want to like be like, okay, that's probably going to happen. But I'm not sure, to be honest. We'll see if this just gets a Battle VIP pass, it doesn't matter. So that's what Juan's looking for here. Yep, there it is. Okay, so now we go get Bidoof. And then the question is second Charmander versus second Arceus. You'll probably just go with second Mander, though. That seems fine. The Bidoof is the important part. Really, to be honest, if you get second Charmander here, I don't know. You could get second Arceus to give yourself higher odds of getting the Starbirth off if Emmy goes for the boss KO on the Arceus. Yeah, I don't know. That'd be interesting, especially based on Juan's current hand. Second Arceus, I don't hate, because it has Ultra Ball plus. Juan's hand does have Ultra Ball plus Stadium Bump. So, like, if you get double Arceus, but if you get double Arceus, Emmy is never boss KO in an Arceus, so that gets interesting as well. If you put 2 Arceus in play, Emmy is never going to go boss KO one of your 2 Arceus. Emmy's always going to go for a hand disruption plus like the Luxray player KO the Mew, which I think I said once again, KOing Mew seems like the best thing to KO here, because Mew equals Ultra Ball or Vacuum or something to like set up a combo play. Do you ever get second Bib? It's prize. So in this situation, there's no question on whether or not we should go for second Bidoof. I think it's probably not correct to go for second Bidoof, but there's really no question on it because it is prized. We've got some energies left here for Juan. I think you should definitely attach an energy here, I think. Although it has the Ultra Ball in hand, so maybe it doesn't want to. You have the Stadium, so you have Stadium plus Ultra Ball. So yeah, attaching here makes sense. All right, so now the play for Emmy here, like I said, I think Knockout Mew. I think Mew is literally the most relevant thing to KO here, because Mew becomes Ultra Ball becomes B-Barrel, B-Barrel lets you play the game. So I think Emmy just going Judge Path, KO Mew is probably the best play here, but we'll see what Emmy ends up going with. Mews are out, and then puts the Double Turbo on the Luxray, so I don't like that. We'll see what's in the rest of the hand, though. I think I would like to have seen the Double Turbo just go to the Genesect, because like once I said, I think I put the highest value on KO in here is KO Mew. I think the thing I want to see get KO'd here by the most from Emmy is the Mew, because the Mew, like I said, becomes the Ultra Ball, becomes the Lost Vacuum, whatever. And then also, but Emmy is like tunnel visioning, or maybe not tunnel visioning, maybe realizes the value of KO and Mew, but is going for the Luxray play, so attaches to the Luxray instead. So Emmy wants to attack with Luxray here, but now you need a switch card as well as everything else. So I guess I wouldn't say tunnel visioning, but I guess I would say is very much like I want to do the Luxray play here. I think just KOing Mew plus Judge Path is the better option here, though, from Emmy. I think Emmy should just try and get Judge Path, KO Mew. I think that should be the focus here. But we'll see how much value Luxray actually gets here. So we need to see a switch card, and what do we need to see? A switch card and a path here from Emmy. With, once again, only 2 Genesects in play. So the draw power is extremely nerfed here overall from Emmy. It's 100% tunnel visioning. Yeah, I mean, that's especially yeah, it's always something you want to like rethink. Like generally in this matchup, you going with the Luxray attack is probably something you want to do, but making sure you slow down and think about everything else you can do on the turn is always really important. KMU is kind of like taking out a trainer of Juan's hand anyways. Yeah, exactly, Soda. Yeah. There's the Judge. We don't have the switch card yet. But like I said, if we didn't go for the Luxray play here as Emmy and instead attach the Double Turbo active, we could just retreat this turn and Max Miracle KO the Mew. We still want Path here as Emmy, but we have to get the Path off these 4 cards. Otherwise, we're just not seeing it because we're out of Genesect draws. Once again, the mistake on the Battle VIP pass not taking the Genesect. Coming back to potentially bite Emmy. Cramomatic. It is ahead, so that is a switch card or a path. Emmy lines up the path here. Actually, it's probably better to I actually don't know. What is better here? Is it better to... All right, so let's see if Emmy has both, first of all. Because Emmy could have the switch card and the path to the peak. Got the path. Oh, does have both. Okay. And the escape rope's interesting here as well, actually, to be honest. The escape rope is also pretty interesting here. Because you could now... The Charmander could potentially get stuck in play. So the way this played out, it seems okay, to be honest. But unfortunately for Emmy, Juan literally has Stadium Replacement plus B-Barrel. Literally. What do you even get rid of here? Gets rid of the Iono. That's probably the best thing to get rid of, right? That's the most draw power. Could have got rid of Lost City, but then you keep the Iono. No, Iono is definitely the best thing to get rid of here. Yeah. Yeah, so unfortunately for Emmy, the lock doesn't do anything. And even if Emmy had KO'd the Mew instead, it once again doesn't do anything. Because, yeah, the hand is just too good. The hand is just, like, super good here. There's a Lost City for Juan. Has 2 cards in hand. I don't think should play the boss here, but should attach the mask somewhere. I don't know where you ever put it here, to be honest. Does it ever matter where you put this? B-Barrel for 3, 4, and there's Candy Charizard. Sheesh. All right. Well, it doesn't KO the Luxray. Sheesh. So... I mean, B-Barrel existing is just such an L. The existence of B-Barrel for this matchup for Emmy is so bad. Because if it's Pidgeot, it's just like... Yeah, Pidgeot's so much easier to deal with. The fact that it's a B-Barrel, like, you can't ever path lock it out of the game. Because I was thinking Emmy here could go... Emmy could go... Well, there's a tablet prize, though. Because Emmy could go 10 more damage to the active Charizard with Luxray for the turn. Because the Luxray actually doesn't die to the Charizard here. The Luxray survives with 10 HP. Actually, the mask active from Quan was maybe bad, because I don't know if Quan plays Choice Belt at all or not. Because if Quan drew into Choice Belt would have killed the Luxray. But I'm not sure if Quan plays it. So yeah, it doesn't actually KO the Luxray, right? So you just hit... Oh, but there's the ball. Oh, we haven't played a supporter yet. Jeez. All right. I forgot about that. I thought the supporter had been played. I was like, okay. So we get to punch a Luxray. We're still in a really good... Even if Juan doesn't have boss here, Juan's in a ridiculously good spot. But then Juan just also has the boss, which I forgot about. So now this game is just over. And he can't KO the Charizard. Has a tablet prize. The one play Emmy possibly could have here... the one play that Emmy possibly could have here would be Luxray the Charizard for 10 more damage. Try and kind of handlock Juan, but the B-Barrel's in place, so it's like almost impossible. and then go quad tablet, Mew VMAX, KO Charizard, and then hope that the draw from B Barrel isn't enough to just win Juan the game after that, like reset up another Charizard. But yeah, at this point the game is over. I mean, that's why this is like what this matchup comes down to. It's like Emmy needs to hand lock or just take aggressive knockouts with Mew, you know, alongside Path Judge, and hope that that gives Emmy either just the game because like basically Juan's not playing the game, or it just gets Emmy far enough ahead that Emmy can like take the hits from the Charizards at the end of the game, and like the Charizard comes up KO the first Mew VMAX, and you Psychic Leap the second one back to the deck, deal some damage, and then one hit KO it on the next turn, or just go like, yeah, because you can't quad tablet KO. Dude, you can't even quad tablet KO a Charizard, which is insane. But you could go like get down to 2 prize cards, your first Mew VMAX hits KO, and then you can Psychic Leap back to the deck, and then Psychic Leap back to the deck, and then clean up with the last Mew VMAX or something. But yeah, not happening in this one for Emmy. Was not far enough ahead. There's the Iono. I mean, you just go into the Luxray here as Emmy for a turn because it's not getting KO'd, I guess. I guess you could... No, you could still Psychic Leap here as Emmy, actually, to be honest. Emmy can actually still go for the Psychic Leap play. You Psychic Leap into the Luxray. Yeah, okay. You just do the Psychic Leap play now, actually. You Psychic Leap this turn, go into the Luxray, push that up, and then next turn go for the KO on the next turn, yeah. Okay, so there is still like an out, technically, I guess. Knowing that they have B-Barrel and Boss, don't you have to prioritize Lost City to bump Path, especially with no energy on board? I have no idea what you're asking there. I have no clue what you're asking there, Trip. Wait, on Emmy's side? Lost City to bump Path? As Juan? Wait, did Juan not prioritize Lost City? Okay, there's a Psychic Leap. Doesn't make, doesn't mass stop Luxray if you go into Luxray? Don't you have to no, because the Iono sees more cards than possibly the Stadium Bump plus. Because then you're just it's only a draw for 4 off B-Barrel instead of a draw for 4 off B-Barrel into a draw 6 off Iono. So I think you definitely prioritize removing the actually, to be honest, that actually is an interesting point. I don't know. The Iono draw is just so powerful there. Maybe you do prioritize the Lost City bump. I'm actually not sure on that, to be honest. I could see it. Like them seeing like Juan guaranteed team plus 6 cards was like pretty bad. So I mean, it's like kind of bad both ways. I don't know which one is actually better, to be honest. I probably would have taken. I could see that, to be honest. I could see that. But also like Juan doesn't actually need to bump Path to the Peak to win. Juan can just go Candy a Charizard, attach pass, and then next turn go attach attack. Like there's nothing that's forcing Juan to actually like have to get that KO that Juan got on that previous turn. Like Juan did not need to go boss KO Mew VMAX that turn. Juan just drew well enough to do it. But if Juan had literally just like sent up I don't know, or left the whatever Pokemon, the Charmander active, attach a bench Charmander, Candy into Charizard off of an Iono, and then went pass, and then next turn goes attach switch card, and then just takes the knockout then, like that's fine, you know. So I'm not sure. I do see the value in getting rid of Lost City, though. I see what you're saying. There's definitely value in getting rid of Lost City over the Iono, but just the raw draw 6. If Juan just plays the game, I feel like, I don't know, it's so tough. Like it's kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. Because yeah, there's nothing forcing Juan to be aggressive. It's like, oh, you did 10 damage with Luxray that turn and have 6 prize cards. All right, Candy into my Zard, attach and pass. I don't even need to bump the Path to the Peak. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I just don't know if it makes a difference. Yeah. His hand was unreal. Yeah, definitely had like, yeah, the draw was just like so good. But you see, this is what I'm saying. Like this Charizard, Juan does not care if the ability gets used at all or not. It's just like, nope, that's fine. We just got another Charizard online. It only has 1 energy, but who cares? Like this is fine. You know, like, and that's what would have happened like off the other draw. So yeah, I don't know one way or the other, to be honest. I'm not sure. It was just such a good draw off the judge. It's like hard to like come up with the ideal play there for Juan. It's like, but yeah, I see the value of the other one for sure. The idea of running the Luxray. The Luxray attempts to hand lock your opponent. So you judge Pat them, and then Luxray discards a trainer out of their hand. So if you discard like their only draw supporter and they're under Judge Path, they could just be screwed and lose the game. So I don't know if Emmy's going to actually be able to get the KO here. That was the goal here for Emmy. And even if Emmy does get the KO here with a Mew VMAX, there's another Charizard on the bench that is only an energy away from winning the game. There's the B-Barrel in play. Juan has a Iono in hand as well. Like, it's just... this is probably the end of it here, to be honest. We could probably just skip ahead in this one and close this first game out here. Oh, there's a boss B-Barrel play, though. All right, hold up. Well, how does it... I don't think this ever wins the game. I'm sure Juan has switch cards left. Maybe not, though. There was the Iono discard from Emmy. All right, we'll see what happens here. 1, 2, 3 off the B barrel. Has an energy, has a boss, has a Lost City. Starbirth is available here though. So, dude, you know what? It's actually crazy. Like looking at this game, I was like, I'm about to say it's possible that Juan forgets that he's got Starbirth here. The amount of times I have forgotten this playing Arceus decks is really high. When you get to like turn 4 in the game and you weren't able to use Starbirth because you pathed yourself or your opponents have been pathing you, and then you get to like turn 4 and you're just like, all right, well I didn't draw everything I needed. And then I just like forget that I could just like, you know, use Starbirth because there's no path in play at this point is like actually very high. I don't actually know if Juan actually plays a way to move the B barrel either. I don't know if Juan plays switch cards, to be honest. Oh, I guess Juan can't win this turn anyways because Emmy doesn't have a Mew VMAX in play. But I guess, yeah, the question would just be, do you want to move how do you want to move your B barrel? Because you could just attach active pass. There is an escape rope in the deck. Yeah, but I guess Juan doesn't actually win this turn anyways. But Juan could go escape rope plus attach to B barrel, and then everything can retreat or attack on the next turn. Yeah, I've forgotten about Arceus' V-Star power so many times. The later the game goes, the more likely it is that I forget about it. And it looks like that is what Juan's going to go for here, is escape rope and just attack for... You don't actually have to attack this turn as Juan either. Juan could just go attach active pass, and that would actually have been 100% fine. And then just like retreat next turn and attack with the Charizard. But being more aggressive is like also fine. Like there's no problem with this either. There's not really a bad play here. I guess the one thing though is like when Juan plays the escape rope here, Emmy could send up a Genesect here. And actually Genesect does not get KO'd by Charizard right now. Emmy does send up the yeah, no prize cards taken. And Emmy realized it, sends up the Genesect. Now did Juan... Oh, Juan does have a choice belt on this Arceus, though. So the energy attachment for turn now goes to the Arceus. I guess this means the B-Barrel could get bossed again. But once again, Juan has plenty of energy left to, like, attach and retreat the B-Barrel, so... Oh, we're not done yet, though. There's a research coming still. And Juan might also have another switch card as well, so... Alright, there's the knockout. Shuffles the deck. Going down to one prize card here. Plenty of energy to retreat everything. Might even have another switch card. We'll go through this again. Yeah, and there's the concede, I think, from Emmy on this turn. All right. All right, that's our first round. And I do have to go help Lorelei once again with the cards. So I will be... Gotcha. I gotta help Lorelei with the cards again real fast. I'll be right back. I gotta help Lorelei with the cards again real fast because I don't want to have to do it all when it's dark out. So I'll be right back. right. Yeah, I had to go help. I had to. I had to go help Lorelai. Lorelai has her old car was one of the bugs, like with a Pika decal on it, but it's been dead for a while, and she finally got one of the like a city street notice that they're gonna come to tow it and fine her if she doesn't move it. So I had to go help push it in the driveway real fast because she just got like the notice the other day. So, but yeah, and I gotta get rid of that peak mobile. My first game was cool with the Aqua. Yeah, my dude, I drew so much better day one than I did day two. I drew so much better in day one than day two. Well, I got like the double Aqua Storm playoff. The day two stream game was a mess. First on how you feel the event was ran by the TO. I heard the last big event they ran was regionals in Salt Lake City right after COVID restrictions. Yeah, that was the last one they did. It was fine. It ran well. All the events this year have been ran really well so far. In North America, they've all been ran really well. Yeah. The only thing that like there was no lunch break in Peoria, or there was a lunch break in Peoria, but that was like fine. They everything ran super smell. Like, yeah, everything super well. Yeah, everything just ran super well overall, to be honest. Like this, all the events have been great so far. I'm trying to think if there was like no major hiccups at this one. Everything was fine. I don't think there's anything I can think of. Oh, we got the colorless lug mirror going down. Oh shoot. Sacramento had one bathroom. It was maybe two. I mean, there's like nothing you can do about that. That's like not a complaint to the like. Yeah, like I don't know what like that's not really there's no real complaint there, to be honest. Like the one bathroom thing sucks, but like I mean, what can you do, right? Like they're putting a regional in NorCal. Way cheaper to do it in Sacramento probably than San Francisco. Use the largest convention center possible in Sacramento with the Sacramento Convention Center, and then they only had one bathroom. I guess, which is kind of weird, or two bathrooms, whatever. Like I don't know, that kind of sucks, but yeah, that kind of sucks, I guess. But like, there's not like, I don't know if they knew how many bathrooms the place had before they booked it. Like, I'm not sure how that works. Yeah, I'm not sure. Look at different venues and take that information into account. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I don't know. Did he close off the bathrooms upstairs though? Yeah, that was a little weird. I heard that happened actually, Top Gear. Cause I had a friend who like went and hung out upstairs in between rounds, or was, and then they closed it off. Yeah, they could just like have not closed that off, and then there's access to more bathrooms upstairs. Yeah, you could just walk into the lobby area, and there was two more there. Yeah. So it was just like in the actual which is it's not hard. And then for like the metal detectors, it went all pretty fast through the metal detectors as well. So yeah, I don't know. I think it's like fine, to be honest. I think like there's just like it's not that big of a deal. Yeah, there was also there more bathrooms in the lobby. They could have like kept the upstairs open. There was bathrooms up there that weren't being used. So yeah, the event was ran really well. I honestly, well, I guess it's because I live here where I live, because I'm not far. But I would be down with them coming back to Sac every time, to be honest. I'm down for them to come back to Sacramento. Definitely an upgrade from Fresno. Be cool to have the Salt Lake City regional again. I heard that one had enough bathrooms. Yeah, plenty of bathrooms in Salt Lake City. Yeah, I don't know why they just went down to less regionals this year. We went down from 15 to 12. Which I don't think is like a huge deal for them to cut back on the number of major events in North America. But yeah, I don't know if they're actually gonna do like any. They're gonna bring back the Northeast event or Salt Lake City. They might. All right, we got the colorless lug mirror though here. Kerr with the curve. I don't know what the differences are in the list, to be honest. I know Alexander plays Great Ball, Optimal, and Kerr plays Nest Ball. Alexander also plays the Luxray. I'm not sure if Kerr plays the Luxray or not. Honestly, mirror matches in general in Pokemon are like pretty pretty much a crapshoot most of the time. It feels like it depends on the mirror match. It depends on the mirror match. Something like this mirror match is usually kind of a crapshoot. The weird deer being prized for Kerr is not great though, because like you don't have that as an aggressive option. Sometimes you want to use it later in the game, but usually when you want to use the weird deer, it's like to KO the first Lugia sometimes, just to get the aggressive 2 prize cards or something like that. Because like if I don't know. It's just weird. Yeah, you don't want to give them Luxray and then you just set up a bunch of Snorlaxes. 3/3 Lugia V Star is the way to go. It can if you just set up only Lugias, the problem with setting up only Lugias is it can get 1-hit KO by a weird deer at the end of the game, or one of them can get 1-hit KO by a Luxray. So Alexander playing the Luxray makes things weird for Kerr. I think Alexander plays the Luxray. I'm almost positive Alexander plays the Luxray. I played against him in top 8, and I forget. I'm pretty sure he Ultra Balled for it at some point just to thin out of the deck. But I don't think his list has been posted anywhere, so I don't have access to the list. I think I might have access to Kerr's list, though, actually. Let me just pull up Kerr's list. Give me 1 second. I think Kerr's list is out there. Let me see. Yeah, I have Kerr's list. I don't have Alexander's list. Kerr has the Weird Deer, like we saw, Radiant Charizard, Triple Snorlax, no Luxray, and yeah, it's playing the Nest Balls, like I said. And obviously, in the mirror, going first is really important. It does have the 4 boss. The 4 boss can be big in the mirror as well. Actually, to be honest, a way you could Kerr play Zard no Lux, yeah. A way you could tackle the mirror match, to be honest, could be to a way you can actually tackle the mirror, which seems interesting, is you could just boss up both Archeops and then go into Weird Deer. Now, the problem with that is your opponent can respond to the Weird Deer with Radiant Charizard. Huh, that'd be interesting, though. Because otherwise, all they have set up at that point is Snorlaxes, and once you start to trade Snorlax for Snorlax, you'll end up with more energy in play, and they won't be able to respond to your Weird Deer with their own Weird Deer, because they won't have enough energy in play to respond to your Weird Deer with their Weird Deer. And then you can... But then the Charizard would be an answer to that at that point. But they would have to find the energy for the Charizard if it's already set up. So Weird Deer start for Alexander is, oh my gosh. Not only is opening Weird Deer bad, opening any kind of 2 prizer in the mirror besides a Lugia is bad, but also only has attached to Weird Deer Pass. But we'll see what Kerr has in response. Has the Lugia, has the Jet as well. So can Jet this up to the active to get off a Read the Wind, because I don't think there's any Archeops in the hand here for Kerr. And Kerr did prize 2 Archeops, which is actually pretty bad. Prizing two Archeops is not good, because like you need to find them, get them in the discard pile, so on and so forth. Goes immediately for another Snorlax. Makes sense. Yeah, like I said, you don't want too many Lugias, especially if you know your opponent plays Luxray. The first Lugia is fine, of course, because you need to set up. And putting 2 in play if your first Lugia is being threatened of getting KO'd is also fine. But at some point, the second Lugia can just be 1-hit KO by a Luxray or the Weird Deer, which you don't want to give your opponent that. Oh, I guess you can respond to... No, how do you... Yeah, you can't respond to the Weird Deer. Yeah, never mind. And then I think Mew is basically irrelevant in the mirror match, right? Or is it? I'm actually not sure. Yeah, I like the Jet up here because you want to be able to use the Read the Wind. I would say... Oh, triple research in hand. Very good. I would say maybe you'd want to go Therapy active instead as Kerr, but what the research here is not getting rid of any Archeops. So you really need to get these Archeops in the discard pile as Kerr. So I like the Jet up for the Read the Wind. If not, leaving the Snorlax in the active probably would have been better, because a hit from a Weird Deer onto a Lugia can actually set up for like a 2-hit KO theoretically, whereas your Snorlax getting punched by a Weird Deer for not a KO doesn't set up for anything. So, was that 60, 60, 120? Yeah, for 2 double turbos, it's only even was it 120 damage? So, yeah. Yep, there goes the Read the Wind. I'm curious to see what the rest of the hand was, but obviously I can't see it. All right, over to Alexander. Eyeing up the Iono, goes for it. I think the rest of the hand was like stadiums and something else. We do have the chops in the discard pile now for Kerr. At least 1. Not 2, though. That's why I was curious if Kerr had an Ultra Ball. Because if Kerr had an Ultra Ball there, Kerr should definitely Ultra Ball away Archeops. Got Archeops. Read the Wind away the Archeops. But I just assuming there's not an Ultra Ball in there. Okay, all right, so we finally see the Lugia here for Alexander. And some Snorlax. Couple Lax. 2 Lax. Also has Illuminating for next turn, which is not great, but it's okay. And this does bench 1 Snorlax. Yeah, I like the idea of not benching the other one yet, because you don't actually exactly know what Kerr's going to do next turn. You don't really need 2 Snorlax down. So I like benching 1 if you get Iono. You'd rather have that in play. Over to Kerr. Does have an Ultra Ball, and I believe that's a Chops in hand. So yeah, so we have the play here from Kerr. So Kerr can just go Lugia 1-hit KO Weird here, which puts Kerr in a... Oh, wait. That's fine. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. The only other thing Kerr could have done there... No, it's like the same thing. No, that's fine. Oh, has the boss? Jeez. Okay, yeah, that's pretty good. I didn't even think about that play, to be honest. But yeah, this is actually just broken. As long as Kerr doesn't take a double turbo off of the... That'd be the only, like, bad thing to do here. So we just grab V-Guard plus something, probably. Yep, V-Guard Jet, and then probably grab a Therapy and a double turbo to put on a bench Snorlax. I think. I would definitely use the second Archeops here as Kerr. There's no reason not to. You might as well. You have so much energy left. You just want to thin out the deck and draw into other stuff. Yeah, so I don't like that from Kerr. It's not like a huge, like, understood the what was the best game plan here. Boss KO the Lugia. Yeah, literally just had everything. Jeez. All right, back over to Alexander once again. And, like, this is a situation where, to be honest, even if Alexander could have benched another Lugia, I don't know if I guess you probably do. I mean, this would feel so bad. I guess you probably do, though. Sheesh. All right. So this game's basically over at this point. Actually, I wouldn't blame Alexander for just conceding and going to the next game at this point, to be honest. Like, you're so far behind at this point. There is, like, potential for a comeback, but it's not good. I wouldn't hate to see Alexander concede here. Does have the Luxray still for the comeback and stuff, but you're going to be down 3 prize cards at least here as Alexander. And if Kerr sees, like, another boss, and Kerr's just going to go boss KO your Weird Ear. And then Kerr will have 2 prize cards left with 2 Snorlaxes on the bench. Sure, there's Lumineon on Kerr's bench, but still so far from there. And we see Alexander actually goes for the Iono. There's just Archeops in hand, though. I don't like the idea of a research, but goes for the Iono. Maybe just trying to increase the odds of Kerr not having that boss, which I guess is okay. It's all right. I don't know. There's the boss in the hand there for Kerr, though. Kerr draws into the boss. Love to see it. And now we still have no Archeops in the discard pile, I believe, here for Alexander. So, yeah, I don't know. I think I would just like to have seen a research there from Alexander. Just throw the research out there. Get an Archeops in the discard pile. Increase your odds of finding the Lugia. Yeah, just do that. Try and set up a little bit more. Once again, I actually don't hate the idea of Alexander just conceding here and saving time for game 2 and 3. Because what is Alexander at? You're at 33 points, right? So Alexander just needs to win in the next 2 rounds. I guess at 2 ties is also 35, though. So that would also be fine. All right. There's a pass. I believe Kerr could even go. Oh, wait, no, but there's a V-Guard on this one now. So you can't boss this Lugia. Collapse, get rid of Lumineon's insane. There's a boss in hand, right? I'm not trolling. All right, cool. Ultra Ball away the Burnett and the Lugia there to grab a Lumineon. Can't play it, but that's fine. So we should just see Kerr go boss Weird Ear here. Load up some energy on these Snorlax as well. It's actually going to start tilting me if Kerr does not put some energy in play here. You just don't want... Basically, you just don't want the energy in your deck anymore. Okay, yeah. There's the boss on the Weird Ear. The Weird Ear will go down. Can we thin out some energy, please? Like, we don't need all this energy in our deck, do we? All right. 2 prize cards left for Kerr. There's a Lumineon in play. Honestly, I think Kerr... I don't know. It's hard to call it a mistake for sure. Kerr could have just left the Collapse in play, and that guarantees this Lumineon would be in play next turn. So the one reason that Kerr might want to bunch... so the one reason to bump the Collapse as Kerr here is, okay, now you open up bench space for your own Lumineon to go boss KO Alexander's Lumineon. But now that you bump the Collapse Stadium, now Alexander can go collapse away my own Lumineon. So honestly here, as Kerr, I think you probably should just let the Collapse in play. Because if something on your board gets KO'd, you have bench space for Lumineon. If something doesn't get KO'd on your board, you just win the game anyways because none of your stuff got KO'd and you're up 4 prize cards. So... yeah, honestly, from Kerr here, I would like to have seen the Collapse stick in play. It also stops Alexander from being able to go Lumineon plus double Archeops or double Archeops plus another attack or something like that. Yeah, but then once again, also, I would like to have seen Kerr actually load up energy on the bench Snorlaxes because there's just like no reason not to, I feel like. Gift attachment there from Alexander. And then Iono for 6. I don't love the attachment here because if Alexander draws into like Research plus a bunch of energy, you want to be able to attach the energy out of that hand, not the energy... before you Iono. You could just throw the gift to the bottom of the deck. But like if Alexander draws here like Research plus 2 or 3 energy, you want to be able to move those energy out of your hand as you progress. We did get the V-Star here for Alexander. And there's the concede finally. Okay. So I'd like to see it eventually happen. That's nice to see. Didn't lose there for sure if you evolve, but you do eventually see the concede. And that's like another thing with Kerr on Kerr's side as well. Like Kerr could have thinned the energy out of the deck. Could have thinned the energy out of the deck, so when these Ionos are coming through from Alexander, there's less chance that you draw into just energy, which does nothing for you, and then increases your odds of drawing to other stuff if you were to get KO'd and the gift energy does trigger. So 2 Archeops prized here for Alexander. Not good. Like I said, it was not good for Kerr before. Both of them prized their Mew. Triple energy prize for Alexander as well. And on Kerr's side, The Research, the Ultra Ball, the Mezagoza are all good. Kerr does play triple Snorlax, so the third Snorlax being prize is kind of whatever. I think they both play triple Snorlax, so the Snorlax being prize is kind of whatever. So definitely worse prize cards, I would say, overall for Alexander. But like the Research and the Ultra Ball as well are also like not great prize cards to prize, because like that's how you like set up and get to the point where you can actually you know, get your double Archeops in the discard pile as well. But like the energy and the double Archeops are definitely more important here on Alexander's side. So slightly worse prize cards for Alexander, but is going first, but also open Luminion, which is not good as well. So we will see a turn 1 Lugia this time, at the very least, though. Appreciate the 3-month resub there, Lamer. What's the interaction between a Alolan Vulpix V-Star and Toedscruel EX? Should Toedscruel EX hit through Vulpix? I'd have to read both cards, but I'm pretty sure the answer is no. All right, we do see the attach to the Lugia Impasse. No Archeops in the discard pile, not great. Tails from Kerr, though, so no Archeops to be found. Probably going to grab a Snorlax. Yep, there it is. And does have access to Read the Wind, because it's going second. Heads this time. We'll see if it's an Archeops. Actually, to be honest, I don't know about the Snorlax grab here from Kerr, because you do need another... Well, so this is one of the situations where I'd grab another Lugia V. Another Aroma coming in. So I think could grab Lugia V-Star here and then Ultra Ball away 2 Archeops and then not play the Research in hand. Yeah, so Kerr doesn't have to play this Research. The Research seems fine, though. I'm not against it. Kerr could also try and get into a double Turbo or a Jet to move the Lugia out of the active, but is going to settle for leaving the Lugia in the active here. But yeah, this third Capture Aroma could have been a Lugia V-Star and then Ultra Ball for Lugia V, and then you just hold the Research plus Lugia V-Star in hand. I'm also just like, I think it's fine for Kerr to just go ahead and play the Research as well. Get more options for the next turn. Like, you get the option of like a Boss's Orders or something, which is probably just better. And then we'll also get to use Read the Wind. Also gets the V-Guard on the active Lugia V, which is actually a really big deal, because this stops the Lugia V-Star knockout from Alexander. So that's the V-Guard here is actually a pretty big deal. Yeah, like, Kerr's almost like drawing perfectly here, besides going second, I guess. If Kerr could just like do all this stuff going first. I mean, if Kerr, the only thing that could have been better here is that Kerr went first and basically drew the exact same thing. Thinking about reading away the Collapse. I don't like that at all here from Kerr. Because the Collapse is your way to get rid of this other Lugia V in play. You don't really want this other Lugia V to exist. So I don't love that Collapse discard there. There had to be something better to have gotten rid of there besides that than Kerr. I don't like that. Because the Collapse is how you like are able to like put Luminion in play, collapse it away, or collapse away the second Lugia V when it becomes like a big liability. So I'm not a big fan of that from Kerr there. There had to have been something better to have gotten rid of there. Mezagoza, there's a Tails. Still no Archeops in the discard pile here for Alexander. Does have the V-Star in hand. And then definitely needs to try and get another V in play here at some point as well. Has a Jet, so is maybe thinking about jetting to the active to use Read the Wind. That's so slow, though. And I think if you whiff... Yeah, I think Alexander should probably attach to the Luminion and then plan to retreat this into like a 1 prize for this turn if... I don't know. That's tough. Do you like play for the... You play for the attack here as Alexander? You don't really want to attack with Lugia V into Lugia V, though, do you? What does that trade-off look like? I guess it's, like, fine, right? That would be, like, fine. Sheesh, I'm actually not sure here as Alexander, to be honest. Like, you only hit it for 190. That's, like... Sheesh, how do you play this? Do you hit this thing with a Lugia V-Star? It's, like, not that bad, though, right? Because if Charlie goes into the Weird Ear, you're fine with Charlie using their Weird Ear immediately, right? Maybe? Maybe you do just jet up to the active, to be honest. I don't hate it. You could also just, like, evolve and Iono and see what you get. No, you probably jet it up, to be honest. Jetting up. You should probably evolve it, though. I think leaving this in the active is not good. You don't want to leave this Lugia V in the active as a Lugia V just to die to a Lugia V-Star, because you just lose the prize trade from there pretty much 100% of the time. Although maybe not because the Collapse is gone. But as long as Charlie keeps their bench full, that means if Alexander ever uses Collapse to get rid of the Luminion, then Charlie can always get rid of the Lugia V as well. So it's like, it's hard for Alexander to ever like collapse away the Luminion at that point. So I think you should just Alexander, honestly, I think should just evolve here and hope to hit the freaking Ultra Ball double Archeops, which is gonna be like impossible because Alexander prized 2 Archeops. Jeez, that just sucks. But I think this is the correct play here from Alexander. I think you have to hope to get like, I guess like a little bit lucky. The other thing that could happen here is Alexander could just retreat this Lugia to like a Snorlax or some kind of 1 prizer this turn. If he does whiff, and he did whiff, so. But there's no 1 prizer. Aroma. Heads. Okay. We get an Archeops. Does have Burnett in hand for the next turn, finally. So you should probably still just grab an Archeops just in case. No, actually, you don't want to do that. Yeah, you don't want to do that. Is looking at the Luxray, though. I don't know if I like the... No, I think I do like the Luxray grab here from Alexander, because next turn you're going to Burnett. Yeah, next turn as Alexander, you're going to Burnett. Get rid of the two Archeops in the deck. And then by that point, Charlie should have drawn the first prize card. Then you can make Luxray a reality. And this is where like benching that second Lugia could come back to, or not benching the second Lugia. Actually, I guess there's always the threat of the Weird on the active. So you always have to bench a second Lugia as Charlie. Give me the Collapse Stadium could backfire. That's what could backfire. Because now it might be really hard for Charlie to get rid of the second Lugia. And then maybe Alexander will be able to take advantage of that later. We'll see. And yeah, there's the pass. Can the Weird knock this thing out? How much energy do you need? We can get what? 4 double turbos in play plus a jet. That's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 400 minus what? 80? 320? Yeah, that would KO it. So Kerr can win this turn. Yeah, Kerr can win this turn, actually. That's actually kind of crazy. Jeez. Yep, there's the Weird Air. It like actually is possible. That's wild. But you need all 4, right? Oh, no, wait. What'd I say? 320 minus 1, 280. 280 still works. You can just do 3 double turbos, right? Yeah, that's crazy. What the heck? What is the hand here for Kerr? I think it was possible in the hand, right? But I guess if you draw into, you're just carding a double turbo. So if you draw into any other double turbos, it kind of backfires. I actually don't like this gift attach here from Kerr, though. I think you should attach the double turbo active here, because it's just like is more energy value. Oh wait, you only need 2 DTEs. Was it 60 per DTE? 40 plus 1. Yeah. So you would have been able to get there. 320 cap. Yeah. So minus 1. But I don't like the discard double turbo. Even if like Charlie at this point is not going for the 1-hit KO on the active here. But I think you should still attach the double turbo active here. I think so anyways. Makes sense to me. There's the V-Star. But yeah, no potential for the no potential for the 1-hit KO anymore. Unless I'm trolling. There's still 3... No, you can't do it, right? Wait, am I trolling? No. But yeah, I don't like this either from Charlie, I don't think. The double... I mean, saving your double turbos for your Weird Air, but you can always get your double turbos to your Weird Air whenever you want. I feel like there should be a double turbo on this Lugia. The only reason I can think of Charlie doing this is for the threat of boss KOing one of... like, if Alexander benches another Lugia V next turn. That's the only thing that this thing ever does, I feel like. The only reason to bench, to do this instead of a double turbo here is like, oh, if Alexander benches another Lugia V, but Alexander should never bench another Lugia V. So I don't like this energy attachment here from Kerr. I feel like Kerr should have, the double turbo should just be here. Also, I would like to see this second Archeops probably get used to load up at least 1 energy on something on the bench, just get an extra energy in play. I don't really love the idea of just like playing off the board every single turn. But yeah, there's the first hit from Charlie. We finally have a play here for Alexander. Has the Burnett. Get rid of double Archeops, or get double Archeops into the discard pile. Can Luxray next turn as well, and then also has an Ultra Ball to like find a Snorlax or something. So I feel like Alexander has to attack with Lugia, the active Lugia this turn. I feel like that has to be the play here from Alexander. I don't see like what else would Alexander ever even attack with here? It feels terrible to like just punch the active Lugia here as Alexander, but you could Ultra Ball for a Snorlax, I guess. Ugh. You could, and then make Charlie work for the prize cards off the Lugia. I guess that would be something. It's actually even giving up a collapse, so that Lugia, the Luminian, is much more likely to just be sitting in play for Charlie to take advantage of it. Oh wait, can we get the Weird Air 1-hit KO? Does that even make sense to go? What is like the math on like your energy at that point? I guess it doesn't take that much energy, right? Goes for the Snorlax, though. Goes for the Snorlax. We could have got the Weird Air KO, though, right? Because it would have been... Dude, why do I suck at doing the math in my head real fast? 4 DTEs. Wait, Weird Air is just for itself, right? It's not for energy on your opponent's active as well, is it? It's just for the energy on the Weird Air. So it's 60 per double turbo, so 4 double turbos plus another energy is 280. Oh, but there's the V-Guard here, so we would have needed 1 more, actually. So it would have been 1 short there. We would have needed like a jet energy. So we would have been 1 short because of the V-Guard energy. So the V-Guard's actually pretty relevant in the mirror, I guess, to stop like the early weird. But with the Weird Air, that would be like a lot of energy for Alexander to lose, right? Then what do you even attack with that at that point? Charlie responds with Weird Air, and then Alexander can't KO the Weird Air back. Or even if you do with Lugia, then the Lugia dies to a Snorlax and you're just out of energy, right? There's just no way that's correct, right? Yeah, Alexander's already also down a couple energy, but is going for this Snorlax knockout. Oh, I guess the math on the active was incorrect. It should be 220, but I guess it was 200. All right, second Archeops getting used here. I don't even know what energy this is grabbing, to be honest. Maybe you set up a pivot on like the Archeops. I don't know. Put a gift energy on the Luminion so you draw some cards. Put double turbo active so you keep the gift on the Lugia. But then the Lugia just is more expensive of energy. It goes for the gift on the Archeops. I don't know if I like the gift on the Archeops. The gift on the Luminion makes a little bit more sense because I feel like your Luminion is more likely to be boss KO'd. Unless Charlie's going to go boss KO Archeops, which to be honest, I kind of like the idea of boss KO Archeops from Charlie at this point. Because there's about to be 2 energy to retreat this thing to the Snorlax. If Charlie just has boss KO the Archeops without the energy here, that's pretty good. But if Charlie has boss KO anything here, that's not the Snorlax, that's also pretty good. Oh, wait, we're just attacking with the active here as Alexander. Okay, I like this more. I like this attack more from Alexander. Conserving the energy in play, I like a lot more. I thought Alexander was going to retreat. It looked like Alexander was going to go for it, too. When Alexander did this right here. Like, Alexander reached for the energy on the Lugia. So I thought Alexander was definitely going to retreat. I think it was, like, right... Yeah, right here. So you go 2 to the Snorlax. And then it looked like Alexander was getting ready to retreat. And it was like, nah, actually... Oh, no, maybe just checking how many energy was on it to make sure it can attack. I don't know. But for a second there, I thought Alexander was definitely going to retreat because the way he reached for the energy. But instead, go for the attack with Lugia, which I think this is better because otherwise you just like the threat of the boss count on the Archeops, I feel like is too high. You're still in a bad spot here as Alexander, though. Like, it's not a good spot. But there's a lot of 2 prizes in play for Charlie. Yeah. So, I mean, if Alexander gets this punch, and then if Kerr goes knock out your active... But Kerr should just go into pivot into Snorlaxes here, right? And make Charlie have to work as hard as possible with the bosses. So the jet energy to the Snorlax here from Kerr seems best. Just ramp the Snorlax, take the knockout on the Lugia. Because right now, Alexander theoretically could go knockout, boss knockout, right? Like, that's possible here. So I don't think you want to give that... I don't think Kerr should give that over to Alexander. So I'd like to see Kerr jet the Snorlax up and swing with the Snorlax and KO this, I feel like. But instead, attaches the gift to the bench Lugia. So I think Kerr is going to attack with this Lugia. Or attack with the active Lugia here. Could have jetted up, though. Could have jetted up and actually attacked with the bench. The Snorlax off the bench. Instead, goes for an Aroma on the... Or the Therapy Energy. So is attacking with the active here. Pretty much guaranteed, I feel like. Yeah, there it is. Attack with the active. KO the other Lugia. I don't know. I feel like you want to make Alex work a little bit harder here. I feel like you want to make Alexander work a little bit harder. Yeah, I don't know. All right, there's the gift draw for Alex. What is the play here from Alex now, though? Do you just KO the active? Could boss KO the bench Lugia with Luxray? I don't hate that. Boss KO the bench Lugia with Luxray? This is like the time to use Luxray, right? So boss KO the bench Lugia with Luxray. You could KO the active with Luxray as well, but boss KO the bench one seems better. And then look for boss. Like, you could just triple boss here as Alexander to win this game. Sends up the Snorlax immediately, though. So I feel like Snorlax KO the active is the play here. I guess Alexander could do it next turn, though. But do you even want to put Luxray in play here this turn as Alexander, or is that just going to get boss KO'd? I don't know. Then you're not playing that research. You do have the boss in hand here for Alexander as well. It's there. The boss is in the hand. Dude, I have not played enough of this mirror match. This is like hurting my head to think about. Is looking at the Weird Deer. If we take the Weird Deer, I don't think we're benching the Weird Deer as Alexander, but that means we're also not playing the research this turn as well. We're just holding the Weird Deer because we got Tails on Capture Aroma. We plan to hold the hand anyway, so you may as well stockpile it with options. Would be the thought process here then. Yeah, but maybe he wants to hold on to the Luxray for a turn. So right now, Alex can go Snorlax, KO Lugia, and then Kerr goes something KO Snorlax. Then Alex goes Luxray, Boss Lugia, KO Lugia. And then from there, I don't know. We'll see. And yeah, so once again, like, too many 2 prizes in play on Charlie's side, I feel like. Charlie should try to avoid putting the 2 prizes in play. Or like I said, hold on to that collapsed stadium so you can remove some 2 prizes from play eventually. I think just benching this Lugia in general from Charlie was... No, it was fine to bench it, but shouldn't have got rid of the collapse. That's right. We had to bench it as Charlie on that turn. We had to bench the Lugia. All right. First knockout for Alexander. Gets a jet out of the prize cards, which could be cool. Blacks send up immediately from Charlie. There's the second Lugia. But the second Lugia is a liability. But I don't know if Charlie knows about the Luxray. I don't think Alexander showed the Luxray last game. So it's possible. It's very possible that Charlie just doesn't know about the Luxray, to be honest. It's possible. And we see there's a ton of energy. This is like, I think Charlie has top decked energy the last couple turns. But this is why you want to get as many energy out of the deck as possible comfortably. You don't want to like overextend your energy. But you just want to like get them out of as many out of the deck as possible just so you're not top decking them. On top deck other things. There's a Nest Ball, so it could go for the Radiant Charizard or another Snorlax. I would assume those would be one of the 2 things to grab. Actually, the Radiant Charizard I think is prized, right? Show the Luxray with Ultra Ball. Oh, that's true. Yeah, the Luxray is literally in the hand. That is true. That's probably why. Then actually, I really don't like this second energy attachment here from Charlie. Then putting a second gift energy on this Lugia specifically doesn't make any sense. Then I feel like, I think so. He should have saw it. All right. Well, if Charlie knows about the Luxray, then attaching to this to the Lugia here makes no sense because you know this is like what Alexander's going after is this Lugia. So Alexander's price trade at this point is Boss KO Lugia, Boss KO Weird Ear. And because Charlie is down to collapse, it's possible Charlie won't be able to actually stop that from happening. Yeah, so here comes the boss KO on the Luxray, or on the Lugia. Alexander does have the boss in hand. So the extra energy on the Lugia there is definitely, like this extra Lugia energy on the Lugia here, if Charlie knew about the Luxray, is definitely a huge mistake. I also just don't like this extra gift energy on this Lugia to begin with, to be honest. It probably should be split between the Weird Ear and the Lugia or something. I don't know. Just not, it just shouldn't be where it is. It being where it is just not very good. Oh my gosh, we're attacking these two prizes from all angles. But yeah, Luxray KO, Lugia here. I think Alexander should maybe even go out of the way. Benches a Lugia V. Charlie does have 3 prize cards left. So this allows Alexander to potentially knock out the Weird Ear with Lugia V or with the Weird Ear. But I think Alexander probably doesn't... Actually, Alexander could maybe even bench... right here, Alexander could maybe even bench his own Weird Ear. Because as long as you have like the V-Star in hand... Yeah, I don't hate the idea of benching the Weird Ear here. But it looks like Alexander's going to load up the Lugia V. I don't hate the idea of a gift energy on the Luxray either, but I don't know if Alexander's going to be able to do that. Yeah, I'm not sure if there's a gift energy to put on the Luxray here. Because Charlie could go Iono plus KO Luxray, and then that is going to make it a lot harder to get the boss KO on the Weird Ear. Yeah, there's the boss. But if Alexander has the Lugia combo to kill Weird Ear next turn through Lugia, then I don't hate the idea of Alexander benching Weird Ear here. Because then I guess like the one thing would be, can Charlie... Charlie can't boss KO your Weird Ear unless it's with his Weird Ear. It could be with Radiant Charizard, though. I guess maybe Alexander might not know if Charlie plays Radiant Charizard or not. Then Radiant, you could go boss up Weird Ear, Radiant Charizard, knockout. But if Alexander, and then collapse away the Weird Ear would be the play, I guess, that Alexander could be playing around here. Because like if Charlie has Radiant Charizard, boss KO, Weird Ear, if Alexander benches Weird Ear, and then collapses away the Weird Ear, then Charlie just wins the game basically at that point. Okay. But I guess then there's no gift energy on the Charizard, which means then Alexander could go KO with Lugia V-Star plus Iono and hope that Charlie whiffs. Sheesh. All right, there's a Luxray knockout. So the price trade here for Kerr, you have to get rid of this Weird Ear, but you also want to boss Illuminion. But if you can just get collapsed, if you can just put down a... I think Kerr has the Charizard left. If Kerr has Charizard plus collapse away Weird Ear, then you just win with knockout active boss KO Luminion here. We'll see what Kerr has though. The hand has a lot of energy in it. That's what the hand has. A lot of energy. And an Iono. And a boss. But you really got to get rid of your own Weird Ear here as Kerr. That has to be your focus. And no other non-2 prize Pokemon. Only has an Iono to dig deeper. And had the Mesagoza in hand as well. But doesn't really want to put that in play, obviously. And this is what I was talking about with Alexander. If we could have got a gift on this Luxray, that would have been pretty good. I don't know if it was possible, because this play right here, Kerr going, okay, Iono knockout, is like pretty good here. So once again, though, Charlie is just like not putting energy in play. I don't know if there was any left in the deck, to be honest. There was a lot of energy in the hand there for Charlie. Charlie needs to be putting more energy in play, though. The amount of energy that Charlie's putting in play turn to turn with the Archeops is just like, there could definitely be more in play here, which increases our odds of not top decking them, not drawing into them when we play the Iono. I don't know if there was maybe a reason that Kerr was not choosing to shuffle the deck there, though, based on a previous Iono. That's possible. I don't think so, though. So I definitely want to see Kerr be more aggressive with the Archeops uses here. The way you can basically think about it is like, okay, if you have this Snorlax in the active with a double turbo and a therapy energy, if your opponent KOs that, you lose 3 energy. Now, if you put a double turbo and another energy on your bench Snorlax, oh, my opponent could boss KO this Snorlax, but this Snorlax is equal to this Snorlax, so if both Snorlaxes have the same amount of energy, you're not creating a new liability. You're just creating a duplicate of a liability. So that means it's usually almost 100% safe to create the exact same thing you have in play as a liability as another liability, because why would Alexander ever waste a boss KO your bench Snorlax for 3 energy when your active Snorlax has 3 energy? Unless there's like some different types of energy on one over the other. But if you can basically nullify that by putting the energy in play on the bench Snorlax that's basically equal to the active Snorlax, then it's kind of like the same thing. So I think Kerr definitely should have been more aggressive with the Archeops uses at the very least. There's just like so much energy in the deck now. We don't want this energy in the deck. Finally seeing Kirby a little bit more aggressive though, putting 2 on the bench Snorlax there. Also, the active Snorlax I guess can't currently KO Luminium, but you have Weird Ear in play. But if Alexander has Boss, actually that's not true. Alexander currently doesn't have a Pokemon in play that can KO the Weird Ear. So even if Alexander has Boss, the Boss KO the Weird Ear, it doesn't actually do anything. That's why, like I mentioned, I think Alexander should have put his own Weird Ear in play. Because if Kerr had Collapse Stadium on the last turn, Kerr probably would have played it to play around Iono. Well, maybe not, because you don't care if your active gets KO'd there. If Kerr had the Collapse Stadium on the last turn, I feel like Kerr would have played it. But maybe you didn't want to remove your own Iono as Kerr there, actually. And maybe would have been waiting for this turn. So maybe it was fair for Alexander to be like, you could have Collapse Stadium still in the hand there. I'm not sure. All right, 2 prize cards left for Kerr. The Luminion is still in play for Alexander. So is the Lugia. But we are starting to run out of energy here for both players. Both players have been through a decent amount of energy now. So it is possible that Kerr can't put together the Weird Ear knockout. I think there is enough double turbos left to KO the Lugia off the bench. It does have the V-Guard as well. The hand here for Alexander sucks. It's a Nest Ball and a double turbo energy. And I was thinking about setting up the... gonna go with the Lugia send up. So it does actually have the Nest Ball, which can become the Weird Ear. There's a Snorlax top deck. So you can Snorlax the Snorlax. Definitely can't leave the Lugia in the active. If it was a V-Star, maybe. I don't know how much energy Kerr has left versus how many are in play, but I think it's just going to be a Snorlax attack here from Alexander, into hoping to find a boss KO on a Archeops next turn around the Weird Ear will be the play here from Alexander. I don't even know if that's what I was going to... Oh, we can get Mew, though. Hold up. Mew's left. Think about Mew versus Weird Ear. I don't think you ever go with Weird Ear here as Alexander. It's got... The Mew sounds kind of cool, though. But do we ever draw into the play to win the game? We could. Now it's going to go back to the Snorlax. Oh, wait, what is the last card in hand, though? Well, we want an attacker this turn, so going for the Snorlax actually does make more sense. All right, the Mew was like kind of cool for a second, but actually the Mew doesn't ever make any sense. I take it back. Oh, wait, we had another Snorlax in hand. Maybe the Mew does make sense, though, actually. All right, actually, I think I do like the Mew from Alexander. Because the Mew could get us to the boss. Because right now, Alexander doesn't have a way to KO a Weird Ear, nor does Alexander have a gift energy on the Snorlax. So Alexander's only seen the top deck plus a prize card. Now, I don't remember what the prize cards are, but the prize cards could be really good. I also like this from Alexander as well. If we feel like we can take more energy out of the deck, we should 100% take more energy out of the deck. It does go for 1 more jet out of the deck. Now, I don't know if this is correct or incorrect, but I think definitely both players have been playing really conservative with putting... No, Alexander, I think, has been playing a little bit better with the Primal Turbos. I think Charlie's been playing way too conservative. So I like how Alexander's been playing the Primal Turbos definitely better than Charlie. I think Charlie's been way too conservative. Definitely could have had more energy load up in play. Double Turbo to the bench there. Yeah, I don't know. I still like the Mew take there from Alexander. Like, back-to-back Snorlaxes is cool, but we also need a boss. So I think the Mew over the Snorlax here is just better. Also, Alexander could use the... Oh, wait, it's 100% better because you can use... If you can boss up Charlie's Snorlax and use Mew to copy Charlie's Snorlax to win the game. Right? So the Mew also sees us plus more cards to work with, right? Yeah. So Alexander definitely misplayed here by not getting Mew. Unless like the last 2 prize cards are like really, really good. But I don't think they're that good. Yeah, they're not that good. So yeah, Alexander 100% should have got Mew here. Because Mew draws us cards. Mew draws us cards. And then you can boss up Charlie's Snorlax and copy the Snorlax. Which is cool. Charlie then promotes the Snorlax. Which is interesting. There's a jet. Okay, but I think we have Luminion for boss here. Okay. First I was a little bit confused, but we do just have game here on the Luminion. All right, cool. There's 3, no double turbos. Alexander wants to make sure what Luminous Energy does. It does count as a colorless. It doesn't reduce Snorlax's damage. So yeah, Snorlax will get the KO here. Okay, we go to game 3. Yeah, Kirk could have been more aggressive, I think, with energy placement. Alexander should have got Mew at the end there. Could have put the Weird Ear in play as well, like I mentioned. I think Alexander probably could have put Weird Ear in play on that turn before last, just to have another threat on board. Because once again, I don't think you care if Charlie boss KOs your... It depends on the hand. You might care if Charlie boss KOs your Weird Ear. I'm actually not 100% sure there in that situation, to be honest. Wait, are we not going to game 3? Am I trolling? How much time was left? Wait, what? Oh wait, Charlie 2-0'd him. Dude, I thought that was literally going to game 3. I don't know what I was thinking there. Dude, I thought that was 1-1. I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, never mind. 2-0. Yeah, no memes. I literally thought we should be going to game 3 there. I was confused. Not looking at scoreboard or chat. Nope. Just looking at the game, thinking of my own thoughts. Was Watcher getting 2-0'd? Why is my opponent trying to get me to sign the slip? Bro, I'm not gonna lie. You'll appreciate the 2-month resub there, EV trainer. I'm not gonna lie. I've definitely had many times where like a game will finish and I'll be like, what game was that? I've had many times where like a game will finish, my opponent is shuffling up for another game, and I'm like, is that game 1 or game 2? And I'm like, I just don't remember. I was like, what game are we going into right now? Dude, I get that too often. Yeah, it's just it's usually later in the tournament too. Like once you played like a ton of games of Pokemon, like nearing the end of the tournament, like day 1, round 8, round 9, you're like, all right, wait, what are we doing? What game is this? Did I VOD my own game? I did not know. Do I mark the middle of the slip checkboxes during the match? I do not, but it's something I'm trying to make a habit, Snoopy. Like this tournament is where I actively try to do that. Like once one of us wins a game, to mark it down. I want Azul's insights, but don't want to repeat my message. Guess I gotta pay for coaching now. Wait, what'd you say, Slap? By taking Jet out of the deck, we allow Charlie to stall a turn with lax flips, right? Yeah. So it might have been incorrect to take the Jet out of the deck, to be honest, Slap. Well, it depends, because if the Jet... That's actually not 100% true, Slap, because if the Jet just allows us to, like, we have to assume Charlie will send up Weird Ear if Charlie can't win, right? So we assume Charlie puts the biggest Pokemon in the active if we can't win. So Charlie would send up Weird Ear and pass. And at that point, even if we wake up or Jet, we punch, but we don't win. Oh, but I guess it would allow us still to get the boss play off. No, you're right. It's the thing is the Mew just needed to be taken. That's like the thing. The Mew just needed to be taken. The Mew just needed to be taken from Alexander so we could actually have options to work with. But as soon as Alexander took second Snorlax instead of Mew, we just left ourselves in a situation where it's like, I guess we have to top. At that point we have to top deck boss as Alexander, right? Because we don't have draw power to see Jet plus boss on the next turn. So we can't, because you can't see Jet plus boss. We just needed to. It was correct for Alexander to play it how he did once he took Snorlax over Mew. But as long as you take Mew over Snorlax, then you're right. You should leave the Jet in the deck, because then you draw first, you have options to work with, and now you can Jet out of being stuck asleep plus boss on the same turn. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. So because of the mistake, yeah. But you always try to play opting from the situation you're in. Don't try and correct. You're trying to play opting from the situation you're in. You're not trying to correct your mistakes. That's like, actually, like, it doesn't come up that often where like you realize you made a mistake and then you try and overcorrect for it, now putting you in a worse spot than if you had just tried to play optimally from where you were. But as soon as you make a mistake, it's not always correct to try and do what you didn't do. There's just an optimal line of play to do what you should. There's an optimal line of play to take from where you currently are in a game. Sometimes it's correct to try and correct course and go back to what was correct 2 actions ago, but sometimes you're too deep down a different line of play, and now it's correct to do something else that wasn't the mistake you made. So you have to like reevaluate where you are and what you should do from where. You should always reevaluate, where am I and what should I do? Not be like, oh, I should have done this 2 actions ago, I'm gonna go back and try and do that now. You should be like, wait, I should have done that 2 actions ago. It's good to realize the mistake, but it's like, okay, but should I still do that now that I'm 2 actions ahead of where I am now? Don't double down on the mistake. Yeah, basically, yeah. It would be like doubling down. You trying to fix the mistake you made could actually just be doubling down on the mistake, as opposed to actually going down the optimal line of play. So yeah, just reevaluate. Don't just immediately tunnel vision on, oh, I made this mistake, let me try and fix that. Reevaluate and be like, okay, I realized I made that mistake 2 actions ago, but now from where I am here, what should I try and do? And sometimes that's not the exact same thing that you should have done 2 actions ago. Always do like a reevaluation. Also, something I tell people in general is whenever a random occurrence happens in the game, and a random occurrence is just literally whenever anything random happens. Obviously, like when you go, it's a little bit different. It's not as simple as that though. If you go to use a Cramomatic, you should already know what you would get off Cramomatic if you get heads, or how you should approach your next action if you hit tails. But like when you top deck for turn, that's a random occurrence. So you should always stop and reevaluate your board. So even if you had an idea of what you want to do as you're going into your turn, you maybe top deck so good that that top deck changes what you should do. And because you're not one of the best players in the world, you didn't see every line of play and how every top deck interacts with your hand. So whenever you do top deck, just do a quick reevaluation and be like, oh well, I was gonna do A, now that I've seen my top deck for turn, should I still do A? And if the answer is yes, then do it. Because like leading into your turn, you think you see everything, or you don't want to play, you're playing with the idea that you think you see everything, but then the random occurrence happens of draw one random card at the beginning of your turn, and you maybe didn't think about all the interactions that that top deck could have with your hand, so you just want to stop for a second and be like, okay, oh, now I Ultra Ball this away instead of a different card in my hand, because it's worse than a different card in your hand, instead of just tunnel visioning on, like, as your opponent plays through their turn, you think you know exactly what you want to do out of your hand, but then you top deck that random card, and that could change things, and because you don't see every line of play, you want to do a quick reevaluation instead of just assuming you do the exact same thing, or you saw everything and you know the top deck doesn't affect your hand. That's why like order of operations and stuff is like super important, because order of operations helps you minimize mistakes from not seeing everything. And order of operations is basically the correct way to play out your cards that gives you the most information without hurting your chances of winning the game. Like you could use Mirage Gate and then attach for turn, or no, you could attach for turn and then use Mirage Gate because you think you can attack with a Pokemon, or you could play Mirage Gate first and hold your attachment for turn, and then attach for turn after you Mirage Gate, because then you gain the guaranteed information of what Mirage Gate can get you, as like an example. So you should always Mirage Gate before you attach for turn, just to make sure, because like you might think there's a Psychic and a Water in your deck, but just to make sure, maybe you mischecked your prize cards. Now you know for sure, and now maybe you're still in a bad spot because the energy weren't in there for the Mirage Gate, but now you don't misplay further by attaching for turn somewhere you shouldn't have, because now you go, because I literally played against, I've literally played against, who did I play against? I forget who did it, but they attached for turn, and then they like played an Ultra Ball or something, and then they stopped, and they were like, all right, and then they shuffled up after the Ultra Ball, didn't take anything. I was like, all right, they misplayed, and I was like, all right, cool. I forget what I was even playing against, but it happened to me at this tournament. And then I like immediately after that I was like, they wish they had attached somewhere else. But yeah, so just make sure whenever you can do something that could theoretically give you more information, even if you think you see every line of play, you don't. So just do the more information play first before something that like traps you down a line. A lot of time people end up doing another mistake instead of the optimal one, just so opponent doesn't know you misplayed. Yeah. I always do the second most optimal play just to throw my opponent off. That would be pretty wild. How important is order of operations in regards to revealing information to your opponent? Like waiting until you Starbirth after you play other cards. Well, you should always Starbirth first. If you look at your hand, you're like, okay, I'm gonna play Starbirth. You just Starbirth first, because then yeah, your opponent won't know if you kept a card or not. Because if you use Starbirth and then play 4 cards, then your opponent's like, well, 2 of these could have been off Starbirth, but maybe you did keep 1 off Starbirth. But if you do everything else and then Starbirth and play 1 card after Starbirth, it's like, well, they kept a card for Starbirth. Now I know they have a card. What is the best card they could possibly have to begin their turn? Also with optimal line of play stuff, because this has come up before, the optimal line of play will never put you in a worse spot than the suboptimal line of play, unless your opponent like misplays in terms of being like, your opponent should play around boss's orders here, but you prize for boss's orders, and now they're not playing around boss's orders. That's the only thing you can't account for. But usually that almost always gets punished because you probably didn't prize 4 boss's orders. But if you go down what you think is the optimal line of play, and then your opponent bosses up one of your bench Pokemon and passes, and you deck out because you played all your switch cards last turn, your opponent didn't make a suboptimal line of play. You just sequenced your cards suboptimally, which then created a new optimal line of play for your opponent, and you just didn't realize it until they punished you by bossing up your bench Pokemon and then passing because you played all your switch cards on your last turn, because you thought you didn't need them because you thought your opponent's optimal line of play was Iono until you played all your switch cards, and at the moment you played all your switch cards, your opponent's optimal line of play became boss. So there's always one consistent optimal line of play for you and your opponent, and it revolves around what both of you do. So you can play yourself into a situation where you give your opponent more options, and it completely changes what your opponent is going to do. Is drawing cards prioritized and searching first? Majority of the time, but not all the time. It depends what you want to do. Yeah, it depends what you're trying to do. What is a good example for that one that I've had recently? Like Guardi's a good example of that, where like at a certain point, Mew, you don't want to find any of the item cards that Mew would find for you. You don't want to draw into them off of, like, let's say like in Guardi, you want to find Iono, right? So most of the time you use Refinement first and then you use Mew, but past like turn 3, you usually Mew first once you're fully set up, because you want to get the level ball out of the deck. Then the level ball gets the Manaphy out of the deck. Then that increases Refinement's odd of drawing into like Recycle or Reversal Energy or Iono or like cards that you can't find off Mew. So there's no like correct way to always sequence out your hand, but there's like a rough framework for order of operations, which is generally more information before things that are guaranteed, as long as you can do the guaranteed things after you get the more information. And then generally you want to draw cards first. Like usually you want to use Greninja before you use Mew, because that increases your odds of seeing Battle VIP Pass. So you'd Greninja first, then use Mew. But on like turn 3 or 4 with Guardy, it's pretty common that you use Mew first to thin out the item card out of the deck, and then the card you can get off the item card, so that way you can increase your odds of drawing the other cards that Mew can't see. But sometimes you just want to draw energy, and there's a Fog Crystal left in your deck, so you would want to use Refinement first to draw into energy, and then use Mew at the end of your sequence to grab the Fog Crystal, and then Fog Crystal becomes another energy. So it depends on what you're looking for. The question you always want to ask yourself is, what am I trying to do this turn? You just want to ask yourself, what am I trying to do this turn, and then kind of make your assessment from there. Yeah. And then if you already have one half of it guaranteed, it can become a little bit more obvious as to what you want to do after that. But just ask yourself that question: what am I doing this turn? What do I need this turn? And then try and come up with what you think is the best sequence to give yourself the highest odds of seeing that stuff. Just draw better, easy, true. Appreciate the 5 months there, Specs. Appreciate the insightful words. All right, we got Kerr again with the colorless Lugia. And then is it Nicolo? How do you say that name? Nicolo? With the Arceus Path B-Barrel Gyarados of VMAX deck. Definitely a unexpected deck to show up and get into the top 8 for sure here, but Nicolo. All right, Nicolo versus Charlie. In this matchup, honestly, I don't know. I have no idea who's favored here. Lugia is a pretty good attacker because it doesn't get one-hit KO'd by anything on Nicolo's side, but Nicolo does have Path Judge, which can make it hard to even get double Archeops into play through the Summoning Star. And then also the Weirdeer is going to be a pretty powerful potential late game attacker, but once again, Path to the Peak comes up. Like the Weirdeer can come up and just like one-hit KO something, and it's possible Charlie could use Weirdeer on a turn. Actually, Weirdeer with V-Guard energy seems super sick in this matchup, because Arceus, even with a V-Guard, can't KO the Weirdeer. So an early Weirdeer could just like blow this matchup out of the water. The Gyarados can still one-hit KO it, but it depends what Nicolo is able to set up before the Weirdeer could come online. Or you could go like Weirdeer boss KO Gyarados. So V-Guard on, because like then you can't choice belt the Arceus to KO the Weirdeer. But also Nicolo does play the Slacking. So the Slacking is like also a factor, I guess, as well. Where it's like the Slacking could come up. That does 260. That still gets through the Weirdeer. But Weirdeer's like actually Weirdeer. Oh no, that's not true. Slacking can one-hit KO Lugia. And actually, Slacking can't get one-hit KO'd back by Lugia. So we got like Slacking, which seems like the best attacker for Nicolo. And then Weirdeer is probably the best attacker for Charlie in this matchup, I think. I'm just going to look at Charlie's list again real fast. Mew can copy Slacking. So Mew's a good attacker as well to copy Slacking. Later the game goes, Charizard can one-hit KO Slacking. Okay, those are good options as well. And Nicolo, the Gyarados is just huge. 330 HP, right? Put a V-Guard on there. You can hit for 240 with a choice belt. You can hit 270, so you're not one-hit KOing the Lugia. So Lugia's a really strong attacker here for Charlie, though. But if you go back and forth on the 2-hit for 2-hit, though, one of the things that's going to suck for Charlie on the 2-hit for 2-hit is Nicolo does play the Charon's Care. So the Charon's Care, reset the Arceus, and then you're kind of ahead on the 2-hit back and forth shenanigans here. And I guess also Nicolo and both players do have the potential for the turn 2-220, because Nicolo does play Melanie. So you can go like attach Melanie, attach choice belt, one-hit KO Lugia V. And also plays the V-Guard. They both play V-Guard, so the V-Guards can stop the other from getting the turn 2-220 as well, which is interesting. That's something that could come up. Only one V-Guard for Kerr, though, and there's 2 V-Guard for Nicolo. Neither player has any way to search it out after it's like relevant, though, I guess, for the most part. Well, I guess that's not true. You could find it getting the V-Guard later to protect a 220 on the bench from Nicolo is actually relevant. Oh, also that is going to be a thing here as well. Like Charlie will be able to boss 220. Actually, both players can do that. They can both boss KO 220 to the benched Vs. It's going to be an interesting one. I'm curious to see how this goes. Also, it's possible this game ends in like 2 turns because Nicolo just goes Path Judge and just like attacks through the active and wins the game. The big part about this is like there's not that much comeback potential for Charlie, I feel like. If Nicolo just gets ahead, has the Gyarados, has a big hitter, has the slacking as a big hitter, I feel like Nicolo can just like snowball the matchup really fast through Judge Path. And then it's a little like I feel like the comeback potential for Nicolo is a little bit higher than for Charlie, because yeah, maybe just a little bit better. I don't know who I'd favor in this matchup at all, to be honest. I have no clue. I'm interested to see how it goes, though. You do rip off the grab from the nest ball, and then, yeah. Lugia start for Charlie's pretty good. Get that read the wind off, get some Archeops in the discard pile. Like I said, Nicolo can set up for that turn 2, 220, though. Does play Melanie, does play Choice Belt, so it is possible. There's the Melanie in the hand, there's a B-Barrel in the hand. The rest of the hand kind of sucks, though. Has the Choice Belt, though. So it's like kind of close to the turn 2, 220. It's kind of close, but it's probably gonna have to settle for probably just a 180. A turn 2 180 is probably gonna have to be the settle here from Nicolo. Also, only does play 3 double turbo. I think someone pointed that out in chat earlier. I'm not sure how I feel about that, to be honest. Does play 2 Melanie, so the Melanies can kind of make up for that, I guess, a little bit. Turn 1 Burnett here from Charlie into the capture room. Also, like a big part about this matchup as well is Charlie does not play the Pumpkaboo, I believe, which I think is was a correct call going into this tournament overall, because Lost Tina was on the downswing heavy, and it's such a good matchup. Like there's like the main path deck. I guess the main path deck is now Miraidon. But I know a lot of people already kind of sell off that matchup for Lugia, where it's like it's just a bad matchup for Lugia, so like teching for that matchup specifically doesn't seem worth it. There's Read the Wind. Kept the Stadium in hand, which you love to see. The Gift Energy active, you would like to see the V-Guard probably from Charlie, but is the... Oh, wait a second. We're actually getting close to it. Nicolo could go attach Choice Belt active, and then B-Barrel for 1, and if Nicolo gets Ultra Ball, that becomes a knockout on the Lugia. I wonder if Nicolo's going to go for it, though. Could also just play the Iono, which I think is also just like a reasonable play. I don't know if going for this turn 1 KO is like worth using your Choice Belt, because conserving the Choice Belt to use on slacking later... I don't think it really matters too much on the... Oh, no, wait. Weirdeer has 220 HP. Oh, so saving it for the Gyarados even to KO Weirdeer later with a V-Guard could be good as well. Saving it for the Slacking to want to KO Lugia. I guess Slacking doesn't want to KO Lugia if it has the V-Guard. But once again, Charlie only has 1 Lugia. Or saving it for your other Arceus that has 3 basic water energy on it eventually. Oh, that's a bad draw. If Nicolo also just saves it for the second Arceus so that Arceus can boss KO Lugia Vs, like have the potential for that, it's also worth it as well. So... I think it's fine for Nicolo to like just play the Iono, don't go for like the all in. But yeah, this hand sucks for Nicolo, not good. Does go ahead and just immediately Palpad back the Iono. Does have the double turbo, I believe, in a path to the peak, so could still draw with B-Barrel actually. So we can still draw into the attack here. Now you could draw for 1. Now there's 2 things you can do here as Nicolo. You could draw for 1 and play the path, but then you can't use Starbirth. But you're really just focused on getting the Arceus to begin with. So I think I would like to see Nicolo play path and draw 2, to be honest. And yeah, Nicolo agrees. The B-Barrel for 2. Can we get an Arceus? Nest Ball's still solid, but I think you definitely want to punch here as Nicolo. And you do have the Melanie, so you can afford to punch this turn. To be honest, if Charlie gets the Stadium bump, you probably just lose this one anyways, just based on tempo. So if I'm Nicolo here, I think I would definitely go for the damage, because you're going to get rewarded for that value if Charlie whiffs. But if you don't go for the punch here and you go for the Trinity charges, Nicolo, I think you're just selling yourself down a path where it's like, it protects you against Charlie getting the knockout next turn. But if Charlie gets the knockout next turn, I think you're packing it up and going to the next game most of the time anyways. So I think I think Nicolo should definitely go for... the Nest Ball is fine, but I think Nicolo should definitely go for the punch here. And just get a hit off. We'll see them. And then Charlie at the very least, I guess we'll have Read the Wind to work with. And did fully shuffle up, so I assume the punch is coming here from Nicolo. Yeah, goes for the punch. I like it. I like the punch. Oh, that hand suck. That hand sucks. It's a bunch of energy. Jeez, man. Energy galore. So I think from Kerr here, we're going to see a Read the Wind. You don't have to Ultra Ball right now from Kerr, though. You could just Read the Wind, but then you risk like getting judged. Oh, wait, he's going for the Lugia V-Star. Whoa. Is there 2 Archeops in the discard pile, or am I trolling? I thought there was only 1 Archeops in the discard pile from Kerr here. There might be 2. I could be trolling. I don't think I'm trolling. Have I ever trolled? V-Guard to the bench. I don't hate it. Read the Wind away on the energy. There's 3? Okay, that's even better. I don't know if I love this V-Guard here, because like I said, I was hyping up the V-Guard Burnett at turn 1. Oh, that's true. Charlie did Burnett turn 1. Wait, then I really don't like this Ultra Ball, I don't think. That's a lot of resources down. I don't think I like this Ultra Ball. I guess so playing the Ultra Ball now does... Yeah, I forgot about the Burnett. Playing this Ultra Ball right now does protect against Getting Lugia V-Star in play does protect against Judge, but it's at such a big expense. 2 energy and the Mew. The Mew's not a bad attacker to potentially respond to a slacking. So I don't know if I like this from Kerr. I almost would like to have just seen attached to... I don't even like the V-Guard on the bench, to be honest, either. Also, another play Kerr could have made would be jet up the bench Lugia V. Could have gone jet up the bench Lugia V and let that Lugia take a hit. The one thing that could play out here that would be against Kerr would be Nicolo could go this Arceus, KO this Lugia V, set up the slacking. Now, I don't know how much Charlie knows about Nicolo's deck, so I don't know if Charlie knows about the slacking. But, but I guess the V-Guard does protect the Lugia V-Star from the slacking, right? I guess it does protect it, but then you don't have the V-Guard for later. I don't know. I'm kind of torn on losing this much energy, to be honest. I'm kind of torn on this much energy going down. I wouldn't hate to have seen Charlie just chill and just use Read the Wind. And then, yeah, like I said, I'm not a huge fan of the V-Guard on the bench. It's okay, but like saving it for the Weird Ear, like I think I would have rather preferred to have seen draw 2 more from gift off 2 more energy. Oh, that's true. If we do play an Ultra Ball here, Charlie will draw more off gift. I didn't really factor in the gift, to be honest. I didn't think about the gift energy. But I guess you're probably right then, James. It probably is correct to thin out the hand a little bit. But you're still drawing 3 off the... You're still drawing 3 off the... Whatever it's called. Honestly, his odds are pretty low of getting Stadium. Yeah, but getting a draw supporter isn't like ridiculously unlikely. I feel like getting a draw supporter or a Stadium isn't ridiculously unlikely. If the draw supporter hopefully becomes a Stadium. It's just a lot of energy to bite the dust. I also just don't like the V-Guard attached there. I would like to see a gift get put down there, I guess, instead. Did I know Nicolo's list approaching top 8? No, I had no clue. No. Oh, no, I knew there was Gyarados. Oh, no, I knew there was Gyarados and Slacking because I sat next to Nicolo run round. So I knew there was Gyarados, Slacking, Greninja. So I suspected Poppy, but there was no Poppy in the list in the end. Choice Belt, Path. Yeah, like I knew most of it. I didn't know about the Gyarados. I only knew about the Slacking, but then someone told me about the Gyarados. Also, he had a shuffle deck because he had collapse on the bottom. Oh, that's true. There was a collapse on the bottom. Okay, so it probably makes sense to play the Ultra Ball, to be honest, overall. I just don't love the idea of losing the energy, but you thin out the hand a little bit more so you draw more off gift. You do shuffle the deck because there is a collapse on the bottom. It's probably correct, to be honest. I still don't like the V-Guard attachment, though. It is good on Lugia in this matchup, but it's like situational. So I would like to see Kirk keep around the V-Guard, I think, and then kind of have the option of it. But maybe it was only Jet energy in hand, so you would have had to have Jet. It's either Jet or V-Guard to attach return. You definitely want to attach return as Kirk. So maybe the V-Guard had to be the attachment, to be honest. But I think you want to try and keep the flexibility around it of it being on the Lugia or a Weird Ear as long as you possibly can. That's an interesting choice from Nicolo. I guess the Radiant Greninja is kind of cool here because it can set up the 2 KOs on the Lugias. Is Nicolo going to attach to it, though? The thing is, Nicolo doesn't play a way to accelerate energy to the Greninja. Was the Slacking prized? It's definitely a curious choice to put the Greninja on the bench there. Because I feel like loading up Slacking here is like really good. I'm like a big load up Slacking this turn here fan for sure. I honestly think you could probably give up the path to the peak here as Nicolo. Like Nicolo agrees. Because like, yeah, once the first path gets bumped, like a Lakein path still to shut down Luminion is nice, but there's 1 more path left for Nicolo, or 2 more path left. So yeah, I definitely like getting rid of the path here. And then also can Melanie this turn to the bench Arceus. Is there a reason not to grab Slacking here? I guess there's the V-Guard already on the bench Lugia. Or what about the Gyarados? Wait, was one of these things prized? I didn't really check we looked at the prize cards, but maybe the Gyarados isn't that good in this matchup. What are we at? 451, 58? The Gyarados VMAX is prized, okay. So I guess with Gyarados VMAX prized, you probably don't want to bench the Gyarados there for it to die. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. But Slacking's cool. I still kind of like Slacking. I guess Slacking doesn't line up too well into a Lugia with a V-Guard, though, so. Yeah. All right. We do get the Stadium here for Charlie, but we are behind. But there's no big threat here for Nicolo. But so we can still, I guess we can still get the V-Guard to the Weird Ear. Can Charlie just like Choice Belt? Can the Weird Ear just nuke here? Is there a Jet in hand? Yeah, can we just go Weird Ear 1-hit KO? That would just like win the game here, I feel like. There's no Jet in hand, though, right now. If we had conserved if it would have been possible to have conserved the Jet. I don't think the Weird Ear is prized here. There's no V-Guard on the active. Wait. Yeah, we could do it, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, Jet up. Yeah. And we get the V-Guard on the Weird Ear. And then the Weird Ear can't die to Choice Belt. Hey, let me look at Nicolo's list here to make sure I'm not trolling, though. Just a lost vacuum for some kind of removal? Okay, cool. He got rid of 2 Jets already, so it would be tough to find. Yeah, but I think Charlie could have conserved a Jet, though, right? Charlie could have conserved a Jet. for sure. I think so. Could have had like a jet in hand here. So I think that's probably just a mistake from Charlie to not like identify that as a play and then kind of tunnel vision on it. To be honest, because like yeah, because like the weird ear, it's possible to make the weird ear unKOable, which is yeah, could have discarded ultra. Yeah, so that's definitely a mistake here from Charlie to not tunnel vision on the weird ear, not tunnel vision on the weird ear play, but recognize the power of it because it's definitely ridiculously strong in this matchup. I don't hate another Lugia grab here from Charlie. I don't know. This Lugia can get punished, though, by Choice Belt Boss now from Nicolo if Nicolo wants to. Can go for just like Choice Belt Boss KO on this Lugia. Go down to 2 prize cards left. And then is Boss away from winning or 2 KO on the next Lugia from away from winning? Collapse could get involved at that point, but yeah. Have I come around to Weird Ear now? I don't know. I'm not really trying to tech for the Arceus matchup. I don't know if I've really come around on Weird Ear, to be honest. I still have yet to have used it. Like where I think it's good in the Miraidon matchup, actually. I think Weird Ear is good in the Miraidon matchup because it gives you an aggressive attacker that doesn't have to have you leave a Lugia V in play in the early game. And then you can like clean up with Charizard at the end. So I think it's good in the Miraidon matchup, but yeah, not a huge fan still. Yeah, I think, I don't know, on Nicolo's side, I kind of like the idea of setting up the slacking, but I guess the slacking is not that good because of the V-Guard on the Lugia, like I was saying. But now that Nicolo draws into the Gyarados, Nicolo all of a sudden benches it. But I guess there's a little bit more value to benching the Gyarados now because the active, if you're not going to Charon's Care, or if you are going to Charon's Care, you'll have 2 liabilities on the bench. So I guess it's like the same thing, to be honest. I guess it's fine. Doesn't have a boss. Does have a Serena, though, but I don't think has the... Oh, no, but still has Starburst. So literally, Nicolo can do literally anything. I think it looks like Nicolo is lining up for that Choice Belt play. The Choice Belt Serena KO on the benched Lugia. That's what I assume is going on here. Now, where does the energy go for turn, though? Gonna put a water on the benched Arceus? I mean, could still just punch the active here, though. I wouldn't be the end of the world, either. Goes for the B-Barrel for 1. That makes me think that Nicolo isn't going to go for the Choice Belt play. Because Nicolo could have just, like, played the Serena first. No, but is going for the Choice Belt play. So Nicolo should have played the Serena before using Starbirth here. Because you're always going to use the Serena. So you may as well have just played the Serena, then draw on the extra card up B-Barrel. You increase your odds of getting the Choice Belt without using Starbirth, which would have been crazy if Nicolo could have conserved Starbirth for another turn. That would have been, like, too good. It goes for the Nest Ball as well, so I assume second Doofer is making its way to the field. And Nicolo's just super far ahead here. See, so I didn't like this. I don't think I like this second Lugia bench here from Charlie, because now you're giving up 2 prize cards for 1 attack. I think you have to, like, not bench this here as Charlie. And Charlie definitely should have focused on the Weird Ear play on that if Charlie had Weird Ear this turn, I think Charlie maybe just wins, to be honest. But didn't have the Weird Ear play, but could have had the Weird Ear play. He may not have prize checked the belt. I mean, once again, that's still a mistake. I'm talking as if they should have checked important prize cards. And if they choose not to check them, then that's on them. So I'm not going to talk as if no one's ever trying to do... I'm not talking as if everyone's always scared of misplaying everything. I'm never going to make that my point of analysis. I'm just going to assume that Nicolo knew where the Choice Belt was. Attach return happened. Here comes the knockout. I don't know how many energy are left in the deck for the Gyarados. It's actually interesting that... How good is the double turbo on the Gyarados? Because Nicolo, instead of attaching to this Arceus, could have attached this energy to the Gyarados. Because is another basic water energy on this Arceus ever do anything? Because this energy could have been here, or we could just attach a double turbo here, which I think was probably the better play, I think. I'm not sure. It's funny that I mentioned the DT here in Gyarados. So there's the boss on the Gyarados from Charlie. But Charlie, I think, is just desperate here. So Charlie's just swinging just to trap this for a turn. But it doesn't KO it. But Charlie knows that. It looks like Nicolo did not know that in the beginning, though. So the dose is loaded up. Did get the VMAX off the prize cards. So Charlie's just hoping that there's no VMAX this turn. Because, yeah, what does the first attack do? It does just KO, right? Doesn't the first attack just KO the Lugia here? I forget what it does. Dude, I gotta read this freaking... Oh, wait, no. Oh, wait, no. That's not... The V has the Get Angry attack. The V has the Get Angry attack. 20 times the amount of damage counters on this Pokemon. So Charlie literally... Oh, no. So it would have hit for what? 400 damage? With an energy? And Charlie was just hoping that no other energy existed. So it would have been 380, which still KOs. Okay, cool. Yeah, so Nicolo had game there just by going attached, Get Angry. I'm sure that like never comes up though, so I don't like. I don't fault. Like it's definitely a mistake on Nicolo's side, but Had game there. That's actually kind of funny. 350 gets a V-Guard, but yeah. V-Guard still doesn't save it. There's just the hard retreat. We're still getting a punch with Arceus here, as Nicolo has plenty of switch cards left, so nothing's going to get trapped in the active. There we go. Punch. Search the deck for some energy. There's no energy left, actually, I don't think. Plays one Jet as well. Interesting. Okay. Yep, so just punch and pass. Going to look for the boss KO on the next turn, probably, from Nicolo. And 2-card hand still here for Kerr. Research. That's like another thing about that. Wait, did Kerr have... No, Kerr bossed last turn. Boss over research there. Was that fine? I guess that was fine. The second he evolved, he realized he had game. Yeah. Nicolo did say he did do 360 damage with Get Angry early. Oh, so literally used Get Angry early in the tournament and then forgot about it? That's funny. There is the Weird Ear. Okay, so the Weird Ear is coming into play here. But is there a collapsed? Actually, I think there is a collapsed. Oh, wait a second. Wait, this is actually possible for Charlie to win then, right? Because there's no way for the Arceus, the active Arceus, to get the KO. Or no, the active Arceus is going to go down. And there's no way for the other Arceus. There's the retreat. The load up. Is that enough energy? I don't even know. And we have the collapse as well, right? There's a collapsed. Get rid of the Lugia V. Star. Nicolo can get rid of the Greninja or the Gyarados. I don't know. You're going to be able to get value out of the Gyarados anymore? Goes with the Gyarados this card. Seems fine. I assume this is the knockout. If this isn't the knockout, I'm losing my mind. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. 9. Minus 20. No, minus 40. This isn't the knockout, right? Wait. Oh, wait, and there's a V-Guard. This is not the KO. Wait, am I trolling? Hold up. 1, 2, dude, I'm probably trolling. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, it is the KO. No, wait. 9. Dude, I'm fucking trolling. It is the KO. It is the KO. Then V-Guard minus 20. Yeah, it is the KO. Minus 40, yeah. Minus 40, minus 30, 290. All right. Dude, yeah, that's why I don't... See, this is actually why I don't play Weird Ear and Colorless Lugia. Because the math hurts my head. So now Nicolo is still in an okay spot. But it's possible that Charlie just wins. So all Nicolo has to do is attach twice to the bench Arceus. Has plenty of energy left as well. There's a couple V-Guards left. Should probably play the Ultra Ball here and go ahead and grab the second B-Barrel just to maximize draw outs. Minus 60? No, we're minus 40, right? There's only 3 double turbos there. Well, there's 2 double turbos. It's minus 70, right? Kofi's gonna get punched for attaching an extra jet. Oh. But there's no... Wait, am I trolling? To have a 4 times 40 chart for rapid melee. Equals 290. Yeah, we're doing 290, right? We had just enough for the 1-hit KO, right? All right, B-Barrel draw number 1, and then we'll probably see... we could see the Iono, actually, and then draw again. Oh, has the freaking... Oh, wait, does that even matter? Minus 30, 170 to 1... Oh, yeah, it doesn't matter. 220. Dude, I keep thinking that Weird Ear has 210 HP. I don't know why. I just keep thinking that the Weird Ear has 210 HP. I don't know why. I guess you could, like, hit with... No, it's like no small Pokemon that does 10 damage in this deck, right? Is there the energy? We also have another B-Barrel to work with. No energy hit here for Nicolo. Can go Path and then draw with the next B-Barrel, though. Does have a double turbo and like a jet left, though, I think. Like, can get there. What's the reason to not put the Path in play here, I guess is the question. I don't know why you wouldn't ever put Path in play. I don't know why Nicolo's so against putting the Path in play. Oh, there's a Melanie in hand as well. We have the Melanie. So just goes for the B-Barrel for 1. Draws into a jet, though. You can't play the jet. Whoa. Jet up. Oh, and then escape rope. Okay. Wait, what? Jet up, escape rope. So you get a prize card, and then how do you get your last prize card? Oh, double turbo Arceus V-Star boss, I guess. Sure. Okay, that's fine, I guess. Okay, that works. But why not play the Path before using the B-Barrel? What was the reason of holding onto this path so badly? Because now Nicolo's thinking about putting the path. So that's just a mistake. Why would he ever? Does that actually make a difference? Am I trolling? No, right? No, I'm not. Yeah, you should always just play the path first there. Does have double turbo boss in the deck though, so can go V-Star boss KO next turn. Melanie makes a Misty attach. Melanie makes a Misty attach. Charizard push from Charlie. Whoa, what? Oh, we do have a Stadium in hand, so we can attack with Radiant Charizard here. But Nicolo's going down to 1 prize card. What? Wait, why are we not attacking with Weird Ear again? Charlie could collapse away the Weird Ear now? Yeah, but Nicolo's on 1 prize card. You have to attack with Weird Ear. I forgot about path. The path doesn't matter. Putting a 1 prize card in your putting a 1 prize Pokemon in your active is what matters here. The path doesn't mean anything. Yeah, Charlie just trolled by not setting up the Weird Ear. Charlie like did not realize that Nicolo was going down to. So here's what happened. He shouldn't have to remember path. Here's what happened. Charlie was like, okay, Nicolo's plan is to 2-K on my Weird Ear, and then Nicolo attacks, and then Charlie's like, okay, Nicolo's plan is to 2-K on my Weird Ear, so I can't put Weird Ear in my active. Okay, I can get the knockout with Charizard now though. Sends up Charizard, but like didn't calculate. Oh wait, Nicolo didn't punch my Weird Ear last turn, even though that was like the initial thought that Charlie had as to what Nicolo was gonna do. As soon as, and now Charlie realizes, oh wait, what the heck am I doing? That was maybe the reason he hesitated putting the path into play. Oh, the initial hesitation. Yeah, but I'm saying, but if you're, I'm just saying it's a misplay. I'm just saying no matter what, it's a misplay because you ended up putting it in play anyways. So even from Nicolo's side, even if that's what Nicolo was thinking about, no, but it's not a. That doesn't matter at this point because you did the escape rope play. As soon as Nicolo locked in on doing the escape rope play, it's always correct to just play the path immediately. I don't know if Nicolo was locked in on that before using the B-Barrel. I forget actually, to be honest. But yeah, now Charlie has completely thrown this match, so Nicolo should be winning anyways. Here comes the draw for 1 off the Iono, but has double B-Barrel to work with. I can't tell what it is. But now it's getting closer to the double turbo plus boss. Does Charlie just lose here? Jesus, that's so bad. Second Archeops. Can we retreat the active? Oh, wait, we have double turbo to retreat. Okay. We can retreat the Charizard and attack with the Weird Ear. So Charlie might be saved here, actually. There's the retreat. And then we get the Weird Ear KO. But actually, I don't know if Charlie can move or attack with the Radiant Charizard if Nicolo whiffs. If Nicolo whiffs here, I don't know if Charlie can move or attack with the Radiant Charizard. But did draw pretty well. It has the Ultra Ball, so that's like a pretty good start. Drew to the switch, which isn't great. But you can vacuum the switch and Ultra Ball away the other 2 cards. So you can burn the whole hand, get Arceus V-Star. I don't think there's no reason in going for the Iono here, yeah. Oh, but do you want to bump the path, I guess would be a question, because then that gives Charlie more. Bumping the path gives Charlie more to work with, though. He has 1 jet left in deck. There is a jet left in deck. Oh, he has jet energy left, so Charlie has jet energy left. Okay. And Charlie's down to 2 prize cards, though, so Charlie does need to KO 2 prize Pokemon here. There's a boss. 2 boss. Okay. Well, it now has to be the stall route here from Nicolo. So boss Radiant Charizard, hope he gets stuck in the active. Hopefully Charlie can't find the jet energy. That's what we're hoping for here from Nicolo. You guys give you fewer outs to retreating Zard later. Well, yeah, of course. Retreating the Zard there was not a good thing. Charlie didn't want to retreat the Zard there, but Charlie forgot what the heck was happening and then had to retreat the Zard. You definitely had to retreat the Zard there as Charlie. Charlie realized a little bit too late that the Zard shouldn't be in the active. Even though, like, initially that seemed like a fine line because you thought the Weird Ear was going to be the prize cards for Nicolo. But as soon as Nicolo draws a prize card, that is not hitting the Weird Ear. As soon as Nicolo doesn't hit the Weird Ear and draws a prize card, all of a sudden the Zard is no good. Yep, boss Zard pass. So now for Charlie, Charlie needs to find. You guys said there's a jet energy left, so Charlie needs to find a jet energy. Has the research in hand. There's the jet in the deck. Is there 3 other energy total? Has a lot of ways to thin out the deck too. A lot of Pokemon are going to be thinned out here. You can keep going further too. Has a research. And can even Ultra Ball for Luminian and Luminian for a supporter. So we can see Ultra Ball for Luminion, Luminion for a supporter. Thin out the deck further. As long as there's a supporter left in the deck, which I'm not sure there is. S-Ball as well to grab Snorlax. Did not Ultra Ball for Luminion. There might not have been a supporter left, though, to be honest. You are right, though. There could have been another Jet energy in the deck. I think that's what Soda mentioned. There could have been one more Jet in the deck here. There's the research. Do we see the Jet draw? We're not drawing the whole deck here, I assume. But we're getting pretty close to it. And no Jet drawn. So I think, yeah. So now Nicolo is going to for sure win on the next turn. Oh, there was an Iono left. So we could have thinned out the deck a little bit further. So Charlie could have gotten Luminion and then played Luminion. Luminion for the Iono. Or even, I don't know, if you drew into another support or whatever. Misses because he saved the fish. Well, I mean, it was the last card. So theoretically, it doesn't actually matter. But you don't know how you're going to draw if you just play the fish. So, because once you take the Iono out of the deck, I don't know, however your deck shows, it's a misplay. No matter what, even though it whiffed anyways. And like theoretically, if the cards have been drawn exactly the same. But they're not going to be drawn exactly the same if you had just played the Luminion. Double turbo top deck, and Nicolo wins. So honestly, yeah, Charlie just could have played better. Honestly, if Charlie recognized the value of the potential of the weirder, as soon as there's a board state, there's just like a possibility that a board state gets set up. It's just a possibility that a board state gets set up on Nicolo's side where the weirder can't be answered. And as soon as that happens, you need to take advantage of it as Charlie. But Charlie didn't play with that in mind. But yeah, Charlie could have definitely won this. Charlie definitely could have won this match for sure. Charlie played pretty bad in that game. Pretty tall from Nicolo, though. The only thing was like there was like 2 hesitations before B barrels where Nicolo like didn't play a card, then used B barrel, then played the card afterwards. So probably just should have played the card to begin with. But definitely poorly played from Charlie. Could have been played better from Nicolo, and I think Nicolo also like left himself vulnerable to the Weird Ear play when he could have set up the Slacking. Like, Nicolo needs to not let the Weird Ear win the game. So Nicolo needs to have Gyarados or Slacking set up as soon as possible. Slacking's not even that bad to put in play. I guess the problem with Slacking is it can get Radiant Zard at the end of the game. So you don't really want Slacking to play. So you do prefer the Gyarados. Of the two, if you're going to set up one or the other, you want to set up the Gyarados. Did I see Charlie's matchups in Swiss rounds? No. Well, I saw, yeah, Charlie against Alexander, yeah. So that was definitely so we want to see Nicolo like play more heavily to be able to answer. Slacking also requires Path to attack. That doesn't really, yeah, you want Gyarados, but if you have to settle for Slacking, it's fine. You play 4 Path, you'll get there. You just definitely need to have an answer to the Weird Ear, because if the V-Guard gets on the Weird Ear and it 1-hit KO something, it's not getting KO'd back. So Nicolo needs to respect the Weird Ear better. Charlie needs to abuse the Weird Ear better. And then Charlie also needs to... Yeah, Charlie honestly just had game. Charlie honestly just had game. Multiple times in that set, I think Charlie had game. Hopefully we see Charlie play a little bit better here. Yeah, because the first one was like... Could have gone with a more aggressive Weird Ear. What are my thoughts overall on the Gyarados? I mean, it's like fine. It's like nothing super special. I mean, it's just like an Arceus Path deck. This is literally just an Arceus Path deck. That's like it. You would imagine Charlie would know what the Gyarados V did, considering they played against each other around 15. I mean, I don't actually hate Charlie's boss Gyarados punch play, to be honest, and just hope that there's no energy. I don't think it's like actually terrible. I mean, Nico did too if he attacked with Gyarados V instead of evolving it. That is true. Yeah, that was actually a big blunder from Nico, actually. That was game... We're still in game 1, aren't we? That actually made this game way clear. I forgot about that, to be honest. I forgot about Nico messing that up. Yeah. That came after Charlie didn't play for the Weird Ear play, though. So, like, yeah. But yeah, I forgot about that. That was a pretty big blunder from Nico. Besides that, it was, like, pretty clean. But that was I forgot about that. I thought that was, like, a different game, to be honest. Immediate V... I don't like the immediate V-Guard energy. He said knockout when he bossed it. Oh, wait, Charlie did? Charlie thought he was KOing? Charlie bossed it and attacked into it? I think attacking into the Gyarados isn't the end of the world, though. Because, like, you could just be hoping that Nico can't retreat it and be like, well, I need to answer this Gyarados before it evolves and there's a full HP Gyarados VMAX staring me in the face, so I'm going to go ahead and just boss it and punch it, hope it can't move this turn, and then KO it next turn. I don't actually think that's actually a bad play, to be honest. But apparently, I guess Charlie thought that he had the knockout on it. So that's not good. Also, like I said, I don't like his aggressive V-Guard attachment. It's possible to just get stuck on the Lugia before you would want it on the Weird Ear. So I would like to see Charlie not attach to the V-Guard. I don't know what the rest of the hand looks like, though. If it's just like a research in the hand for Charlie, then I guess, yeah, getting it into play is better than it not being in play. But you could also, if Charlie played Fish and Thinda support, he would have drawn his whole deck. No, Charlie would have still not drawn his whole deck, though. I still wouldn't have drawn his whole deck. So he still thinned out a Pokemon still. No matter what, Pokemon got thinned out, but the Luminian also thins out a supporter, so would have been like one less card, not 2 less cards. You appreciate the 26 months there, Pilot Ghost. All right, so yeah, Charlie's going first. Has a pretty big hand. The other thing Charlie could have done would be to like put the V-Guard on a bench Pokemon to like get with Weird Ear later. That would have been something for sure. Yeah. There's the Greninja used from Nicolo. And has the double turbo. Does not have a path to the peak, though, which I'm sure is the card that Nicolo was looking for. So he's going to have to settle for turn 2 Arceus here, it looks like. And has turn 2 B-Barrel, so it's like a pretty good turn 2. But if, I mean, Charlie could even have, well, unlikely, but Charlie could have Boss KO, I guess. All right, here come the Aromas Tails. That could become a Luminian for the Burnett, possibly. I didn't really check the prize cards on the initial search, I'm not going to lie. There we go. Even getting a 1 prize knockout here is also, like, fine for Charlie. There's a Heads, so that can become a Lugia V-Star. So as long as the Burnett and 2 Arcaps are in the deck, this is a turn 2 attack here from Charlie. And I believe... Actually, I have no clue. There might be a boss in the hand. I'm not sure. If there is a boss in the hand, I want to see Charlie load up 3 non-double turbo energy on the active to take his KO to have the potential to go boss KO and Arceus on the next turn. Another one. Another Heads. Another Archeops. So we could see the research here instead. There's 2 Archeops in the hand now. You don't get to keep the boss, though. I don't hate the Burnett choice here instead, to be honest. Because then you get to keep the boss in the hand for next turn. And next turn you could go boss, KO, and Arceus V off the bench instead. If you load up 3 non-double turbos on the active here. But you want that threat. You want the threat of that. For sure. So I'm not a huge fan of that, I don't think. I kind of like the idea of just having the boss in the hand. I mean, you could draw into a boss off the research as well, but... Those are the gift active... Is that getting rid of 2 boss, though? I don't like it if we're getting rid of 2 boss. 1 boss, I'm like, okay. I can't tell. Is that 2 boss? That looks like 2 boss. I don't like getting rid of 2 boss here. Boss seems really important in this matchup. That is 2? I like the Burnett play more. I like keeping the boss there. This is like too aggressive from Charlie. You don't need to be the boss plays are so good from here on out. As long as you have some attackers. I guess the one problem with Charlie's hand is there was no attackers. But Charlie could have just like chilled on the capturing aromas as well and just save those for a future turn. All Charlie had to do was get the first Heads, first Tails, and then just chill. And you also get to keep the Mezagoza as well. You also didn't have to play the Mezagoza and just could have held the Mezagoza. I don't know. The bosses seem pretty good for that. I would like to have seen Charlie play a little bit slower and just go for the Burnett. Hold the boss plays for future turns. Hold back on one of the capture aromas plus the Mezagoza. Those could become other attackers out of the hand, so your hand's like not dead in the water. It's a good chance you get Ionoed or Judge sometime soon anyways. I do like the triple or the quad double turbo load up, though, because you want to have the option of boss KO Arceus next turn. And it's going to be tough for Nicolo to play around it. Would have to Melanie active and then put a V-Guard on the bench Arceus. So I'm curious to see if, like, Nicolo goes for that. It would be a possibility, depending on how the draw goes. There's an Ultra Ball. There's a water in the discard pile here, so could draw into the V-Guard to the bench Arceus V to protect it from the Lugia. Is possible. Especially when you're taking... The other thing with this play, too, as well from Charlie, when you're taking a 1 prize knockout, having the flexibility to boss KO a 1 prizer at some point is, like, really valuable. But going down 2 boss against a deck that plays Path to the Peak... it might make it hard to ever do that anymore because like being able to go Luminium for boss is just not a reality. Yeah, not a consistent reality. So another thing that I don't like about I just don't like that from I think it's just too aggressive from Charlie. Could have chilled and been fine. I like to see a little bit more chill. So Nicolo being aggressive for the Gyarados this time around. Grabs the Gyarados immediately. Probably wants to find a V-Guard here. So Melanie active plus V-Guard to Gyarados seems good. Also, like, Judge Path is also probably, like, fine. The draw there is Melanie V-Guardable. Like, we could see Nicolo go for Melanie plus V-Guard here to protect the Gyarados, which I don't hate. But also just going for Judge Path is fine as well. Seems to be eyeing up an Ultra Ball, though. Maybe to thin out the hand to more draw power for B-Barrel next turn. We'll see. Nope, there's the V-Guard grab. So there's going to be the V-Guard Melanie here, I think. Would you ever V-Guard your active, I guess? Probably not, right? You probably want to protect the Gyarados from getting bossed. So I assume it has to be V-Guard Melanie here. But it's going V-Guard Ultra Ball. So why are we stressing the V-Guard on the active here, I guess would be my question. Why is Nicolo obsessed with getting a V-Guard on the active here? No, wait, we're changing. Is it going to be the Melanie? I couldn't tell. It wasn't the Ultra Ball. It wasn't that Melanie either, though. Yeah, what does V-Guard on the active do here? It does make Weirdeer need more energy to KO the active, but I feel like I'm scared of getting something boss KO'd. It's not super likely. Oh, wait, we're going the boss KO on the Luminion, actually. Oh, okay, so Nicolo... So I guess it does make sense to get the V-Guard. Well, you could have just put... No, I guess it has to be another energy here. But should it be a V-Guard? I feel like we should save the V-Guards in our deck, though, still. I still don't like the V-Guard grab, I think. It just depends on how many energy you want to keep in your deck. So just going for the aggressive 2-prize knockout. I don't hate it. I don't know if I love it, though. You're not really threatening this Lugia still anytime soon. The Lugia from Charlie is just not being threatened anytime soon either, though. Triple water grab. I don't know. We still got to get through this Lugia. And if Charlie does have boss KO Gyarados here, I mean, you're just kind of chilling for a turn as Nicolo. I think we do have the boss KO on it here for, I think that, I can't tell if that's a boss or not, to be honest, but I think it is. And if I was Charlie, I would boss that Gyarados. That thing's scary. Yep, there we go. See, I don't know. Like, what did that really do for Nicolo? I guess Charlie was down 2 boss, and you could put Path into play as Nicolo. So what is the chances that Charlie has the boss on the following turn? Probably not super high. All right, I don't hate it. I still don't know if I love the V-Guard grab here, though, to be honest. Because I kind of like the idea of saving the V-Guard to put on our V-Pokemon later on in the game to protect them from getting boss KO'd by Lugias. I'm not sold on the V-Guard. Because if you're hoping that Charlie doesn't have boss here... You think you grab Gyarados here over Slacking? The Slacking V would be interesting as well, though, because if you grab Slacking V, it has the 230, so it can't be boss KO by Lugia, which would be nice. And you're putting the Path in play to hopefully stop the Weirdeer play. So honestly, Nicolo could have gone, grab Slacking, just load up Slacking, and punch the active. That would have been interesting. Then the Choice Belted Slacking or Defiance Band and Slacking would be able to KO the Lugia V on the next turn, I guess. Playing around 2 collapsed. No, but then you're just like, but you're still just punching this Lugia next turn as Nicolo, which means this Lugia could get collapsed, and it's like the same thing. You know, 2 prizers just leaving play. And you're pressuring Charlie's energy on a later turn, so then Charlie's probably okay to lose these energy to a collapsed stadium as well. So it's like the same thing. If Nicolo has to just punch a Lugia V-Star next turn because of bossing on the previous turn of the Luminion, then you're putting yourself in a situation where this Lugia could just be collapsed away, and it's the same thing as the Luminion being collapsed away. Because I don't think Nicolo thinks... With the current setup, I don't think Nicolo thinks that he's going to boss around this Lugia for the rest of the game, or it won't have an opportunity for it to get punched and then collapse away later, so I don't know. Also, once again, like I said, I kind of like the idea of saving the V-Guards to protect your bench Vs later, unless Nicolo only plans to like set up these 2 Arceus for the rest of the game, but I don't think it's going to be enough to win the game, so you're going to have to bench another V at some point, but Charlie does only have 1 boss left, so I don't know how much Charlie wants to boss anything, to be honest. Because at this point, Charlie can go like Weirdeer 1-hit KO into Boss B Barrel for the dub, which I'm sure is what Charlie's focus is probably going to be here. Actually, to be honest, the Vengeful Punch is kind of annoying though, because it makes the Weirdeer less good here. The Vengeful Punch is actually super annoying. Because if you KO with the Weirdeer, you take 40, so you have 180 HP left. Even with a V-Guard, you don't... Well, V-Guard gets you to what? 52. I guess you do survive a non-choice belted or Defiance banded Arceus. But there's a decent chance that Nicolo finds one of those after the Vengeful Punch. That is kind of annoying. But if Charlie does go 1-hit KO the active, Charlie can go 1-hit KO active with Weirdeer and then go boss KO the B-Barrel to win the game. So, and there is the Luminion, not the Melanie. There's a Sharon in hand here for Nicolo. I was like, it's a card. I know there's a card. Is thinking about playing the Ultra Ball here as well. So is going to put another liability in play. But this is also Charlie's last boss, which is once again why I go back to the beginning of the game where Charlie researched away 2 boss. I didn't like that at all. I think boss are so powerful in this matchup, especially after you take that first 1-prize knockout. Because after you take that first 1-prize knockout, and there's another 1-prizer in play, especially because there was the B-Barrel in play when the Greninja got KO'd. You're like, okay, KO this 1-prizer. Now I have with these bosses orders, I can threaten the V Pokemon before they become V-Stars and V-Maxes. Also, I have bosses to be able to boss up the other 1-prizer. Anyways, so yeah, I don't know. Not a huge fan of that. Am I back in the chat? I got disconnected from the chat for a second. I think I'm back. Wait. Are you still there, chat? Someone say something in chat so I know I'm not... Okay, there we go. Yeah, what's up, newbie? Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I got disconnected for... I don't know. How long have I been disconnected from chat? A couple minutes. That's weird. All right. Thinning out the deck of the Drapion. So this is what I was talking about on Charlie's side. Is like... also, I was talking about on Nicolo's side. No, it was, my chat thing was spinning. Like the thing was said I was disconnected. Disconnected from reality? Yeah, probably. No, it wasn't because no one was saying anything. It was because the little thing was spinning in the bottom corner saying I was disconnected. See, like Nicolo had to punch the Lugia anyways. So that's why I was like, I don't know how much I actually even liked that boss KO on Luminion from Nicolo. Like punching the Lugia might have just been better on that previous turn, to be honest. All right, there goes the punch, and we discard the path. So Charlie is... To be honest, Charlie just loses the prize trade from here. Like, Nicolo can just go... And Nicolo can, like, run away for a little while. Like, Nicolo can retreat this Arceus to this Arceus. This Arceus KOs Lugia, goes down to 2. And then at that point, I honestly, Charlie maybe should have retreated this Lugia this turn into the other Lugia. And I think Charlie could have. I think Charlie should have retreated to the other Lugia this turn and then hoped that Nicolo doesn't get the Choice Band or the Defiance Band or the Choice Belt. Because the more time you give Nicolo, the higher chance that Nicolo will have it. Or even attack with the Snorlax to put Nicolo on odd prize cards. Yeah, I think Charlie should have just attacked with anything that's not the active Lugia here. I think attacking with the active Lugia here is probably the worst thing that Charlie could have attacked with. I think almost everything is better. Second B-Barrel? We're cooking? Oh, shoot. The draw power's coming up. Has an Ultra Ball as well to continue to thin out the deck. Could bench another V here. It wouldn't be terrible because you could evolve it because your active is already getting KO'd anyways. If it gets boss. But I'm assuming Nicolo is going to retreat here to the other Arceus to make it harder for Charlie to do anything on the turn. Especially while you have like this last path to potentially slow down the Weird Ear one-hit KO. You appreciate the 5 months there, Justin. Which Kyogre version is better? Zam or Dragonite? It depends what else is popular in the format. Yeah, it depends. Yeah, there's the hard retreat. Run to the other Arceus. Punch with that Arceus. Make Charlie work harder. See, that's the thing. I like this from Nicolo. This is like literally, they're not playing the same deck. They're not in the exact same situation. But like Nicolo's like, you know what? You're going to have to... Well, Charlie does only have one boss left. But still... But if Charlie has boss KO this Arceus and then can just load a bunch of energy and go replace Stadium plus one hit KO, like if Charlie just retreats here and attacks with this Lugia, and then Nicolo still has to do this exact same play but doesn't get the one hit KO, because now Nicolo can go knock out for 2 into slacking boss, or if you attack with Lugia, just knock out the active with the Choice Belt for 2. But now Charlie can just go, but now Nicolo can always win. First. But if Charlie just has the boss KO on this Arceus, can go boss KO this Arceus with this Lugia, again, if these both had damage then, and then next turn just go all in for the Weird Ear, and Weird Ear 1 KO whatever the active is. But see, Nicolo's doing the right play, where like Nicolo's making Charlie work as hard as possible for the knockouts, and both players have the flexibility to do that. Charlie definitely could have retreated this Lugia to the other Lugia, attacked with the other Lugia, to make Nicolo work harder for this KO, and Nicolo is doing that. Nicolo's like, I'm going to retreat this Arceus to this Arceus, and now you might have to attack an extra turn this game. But Charlie's just like not making Nicolo work at all in this game and just giving up the knockouts and letting Nicolo set up a board state where the prize trade is favorable. And then, this might be correct from Charlie. Yeah, you probably have to, well, I don't know. Slacking's not even knocking this out. You need boss here as Charlie. Charlie either needs to boss KO, Charlie needs to go boss KO or Weird Ear KO, I think. I think Charlie should go boss KO or Weird Ear. Oh, no, wait, you can't Weird Ear KO. Wait, no, Nicolo has 2 prizes left. You can't Weird Ear KO. Oh, no, you can Weird Ear KO the slacking. Could you do that? You don't have the V-Guard anymore. I guess you can't even do that. No, so you have to go... Charlie actually has to go slacking boss KO the Arceus. But last turn definitely should have retreated to the other Lugia. Because then if Nicolo doesn't have boss, Nicolo's just punching into another full HP Lugia. So there is the Luminian grab from Charlie, but now Charlie just loses the boss if the Luminian goes into play. I don't think there's anything Charlie can really do about it, to be honest. Like, you kind of just have to do it. Because punching the active is just not good enough here for Charlie. Charlie has to go for the boss KO on the bench Arceus with the Snorlax. The other play Charlie honestly could do, which would be interesting, Charlie could go boss KO the B-Barrel with the Snorlax. You go down to 2 prize cards, which means Nicolo could send up Bidoof for a turn to stall, and even make it a B-Barrel and stall for a turn. But it would take away the draw power from Nicolo. It's probably not worth it. We're gonna forget about that line of play, to be honest. Yeah, so Charlie has to go boss KO Arceus here, and then I think next turn go for the Weird Ear 1 hit KO. That's the play here from but goes with the Iono. See, this is just not good enough. Punching the active here from Charlie is just not good enough. This is just not good enough. There's so much time here from Nicolo now. This is exactly what Charlie could have done by retreating to the other Lugia on the last turn. But now Nicolo's created another turn to play the game. Now definitely gets to play the game for another turn. Did just top deck the Serena. Doesn't have to play it yet, though. Could just KO the active and look for a boss KO on an Archeops. I was talking about, like, I think Nicolo should have benched the Arceus V out of the deck. When Nicolo played the Ultra Ball in the last turn, could have got Arceus V and benched it, but chose not to. I think Nicolo should have done that. I think Nicolo should have benched the other Arceus V next turn. Because that way, if you draw into the Arceus V star, you can play that as well. And also, the Arceus V becomes one less Pokemon for you to draw into. And the reason it was fine to do it on the last turn as Nicolo is because you already have this damaged Arceus V star on your bench. Same thing with the damaged Arceus V. They both, or full HP Arceus V, they both could get boss KO'd. So it's not a new liability, basically. It's just like a copy of the same liability in play. So I think Nicolo should have benched the Arceus V that is now in the hand. It's kind of funny because Nicolo has the Arceus V in the V star. If this V was in play, Nicolo would see +1 card and then could also evolve this V to the V star and then draw more cards off the B barrel. So definitely a mistake there from Nicolo. Gutch goes with the Serena to draw, though. That seems fine. For the situation, that seems fine. Maybe should have used the B barrel first? Draw 2, thin out more. No, it always makes sense to play it this way. I don't know what I'm thinking. So this is fine. And then has another Ultra Ball for another B barrel. Is thinking about what to keep, I guess. You maybe keep the Charon's Carrier. You definitely keep the Defiance Band, I think, right? Yeah, you definitely keep the Defiance Band just in case. Well, no, you're going down to 1 prize card as Nicolo here, so you could have discarded that, to be honest. But you're just looking for boss here as Nicolo to win the game on the next turn on Archeops. Now this game is basically just like all but over, I feel like. I feel like Nicolo's just going to win. Defiance Band, I don't know, throw it somewhere. I don't think it matters because you're going down to 1 prize as Nicolo, so it's never going to trigger anymore. So it literally just doesn't matter. Second B barrel for 4. I think kept the Charon's Care is what Nicolo kept, right? I guess that makes the most sense. It seems like it might have the most value, most potential value. Is it? Does it? I don't know. Double turbo to Arceus, and then already played a supporter, so just pass, I guess. Or not pass, knockout. We definitely want the knockout, I think, here to look for the boss on the next turn. Yeah, nothing else to do. Has the jet for next turn for the slacking. And if you find the choice belt here as well from Nicolo, then you do win the game with the slacking on the Lugia, which is what Charlie has to attack with. Charlie has to attack with. There's also escape rope in hand as well. Escape rope also works here. Slacking plus escape rope. I don't even know if there's anything to bench here from Charlie that actually works. Nothing survives, right? No. So you have to get the KO with Lugia here as Charlie and hope that the choice belt or a boss is just not found. But the chance of that happening with 2 B barrel in play is basically 0. I wonder if Charlie's best win condition is maybe just boss up a B barrel and pass. There's no good win condition. I actually don't even know if I like the Iono from here. From Charlie. I don't know what else would Charlie do. I don't know what the rest of the hand was. The reason I don't like the Iono is when you play Iono here as Charlie, you guarantee the first B barrel to see 3 cards. Actually, how does that math work? Because Nicolo could just have the game in hand. But Nicolo's hand could just be a bunch of dead cards. But if you Iono Nicolo to 2, it's impossible for that hand of cards to be a bunch of dead cards and not be able to draw off B-Barrel. So because that's a factor that can no longer be applied to the hand, because B-Barrel at the very least will always be able to draw 3 cards, does that make sense to just leave Nicolo with the 6-card hand and be like, well, if they are all dead cards that you can't play, then you possibly get stuck with that hand. But that's not a variable once you play Iono. But I guess the 2 cards you could draw off the Iono plus the top deck could be dead, and the first B-Barrel could draw you 3 dead cards, and then you could be stuck anyway. So maybe it's the same thing. I actually don't know. I think it's probably correct to Iono, because theoretically, the more time you have to work with a hand, the better the hand gets sculpted to be able to utilize for the win condition as well, I guess. Yeah. Also, how does slacking work? If you have exactly 2, 4, 6 prize cards remaining, this Pokemon can't attack. Oh, so now it just can attack because we're at 1 prize card. There's the knockout. Bumps the path. Does it make sense to bump the path or not bump the path? And there's the boss on the Archeops. So yeah, I think it's pretty well played there from Nicolo. The only real thing I questioned there from Nicolo was that boss on the Luminian versus trying to protect your V Pokemon on the bench. I kind of like the idea of Nicolo protecting the V Pokemon on the bench that turn, going for Melanie plus V-Guard plus Punch Active. I kind of like that a little bit more. I thought I could attack under path. Yeah, but the path was getting bumped from Charlie that turn. Yeah, I think Charlie just on the second turn of the game, the research getting rid of 2 bosses, I think was a really bad play from Charlie. I think if Charlie had the boss's orders to work with throughout the rest of the game there, I think Charlie would have been in a way better spot. And then we saw in game 1, Charlie did not abuse did not think about trying to abuse Weirdo as much as he possibly could throughout the game. And we saw in that game, I guess Nicolo respected the Weird Ear a little bit more, which is good to see as well. Always putting the paths in play, having the backup attacker of the Gyarados potentially or the Snorlax to answer the Weird Ear. And also the V-Guard energy got dealt with like pretty early as well, so that wasn't like a threat later on as the game went. But you still have the slacking there as well. So yeah, pretty well played from Nicolo, but definitely not great from Charlie. Arceus Gyarados, honestly, making top 8 or finals, honestly, just really funny. It's just really funny. Because was it Drew made top 8 with that deck? I forget what that build even looked. Was it just like, but that one had Jolteon in it though, I think, right? Back last season. What a deck, man. What an insane deck. All right, chat, I need to go some water. Why does bumping the path matter for slacking if he's on one price? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That's what I was saying in chat. Well, people in chat were saying also path, but I was saying the path was getting bumped. But it doesn't matter because you're on one prize card. So the path, yeah, you're on one prize card, so the slacking can just attack whether or not there's a path, whether there is or is not a path in play. But I was just trying to think if there was any reason that the path wouldn't want to be bumped. But I think it's the only ability. I guess Greninja actually would have been something. But I guess path not being in play does give Luminian access to. Or you also need the Weird Ear access. That's what you would need for Charlie on the following turn would be access to Weird Ear. So you definitely bump path it there as. Actually, maybe you don't, because then you give the Greninja. The Greninja might have been in the discard pile at that point, though, as well, to be honest. I actually don't remember. But if Greninja wasn't in the discard pile, I guess concealed cards could have been an out for Nicolo. I'm not sure. All right, well, we got another colorless slug mirror, but I need to go some water. I'm about to lose my voice. I'll be right back. We're in top 4 right now. Is Dorian's list? No, Dorian's list is not a. Dude, this is crazy. The Canadians almost won again, bro. There was a Canadian top 8 in top 8 once again, bro. They almost got away with it. They almost got away with it. Listen, I'm all down for. Dude, what the heck? Why did I disconnect from chat again? All right, I'm back. Dude, why does it keep disconnecting me from chat? Damn Canadians ruining Pokemon? That's what I'm saying. My OBS is being weird. Do I want the list? If you have it, yeah. Just so I can, like, see if there's anything else to talk about in the matchup. You've been disconnecting too? It must be a Twitch thing. Yeah. Canadians are coming. Limitless has all the lists. I'm pretty sure they don't. Well, they didn't this morning at the very least. Oh, now they do. It just got updated. Okay, cool. Alright. Is there anything cool? Has the Luxray, has the Charizard, or has all the... No weird... Let's go, bro. No weird ear? Wait, is this just... Is this just the list from my YouTube channel? Yo, it is. It's just a list that I posted on YouTube last week. Oh, not quite. There's only 3 research in here. I don't know what the difference is then, to be honest. It's close. Yeah, wait, there's one difference. There's one difference because I had 4 research. So this is your top 4 then? Yep, lock it up. Easy top. Oh, I was only playing 3 Snorlax. That's what it is. Research for Snorlax. Oh no, this isn't my list because I didn't have Luxray in my list. But I had the 4 Great Ball. I had 4 Great Ball, but I have Luxray. I don't think. Did I? I don't remember what my list looked like, to be honest. I just saw the 4 Great Ball and was like, yo. But there's definitely some differences. Why'd they play Luminous Energy? You needed to be able to attack with Radiant Charizard. You can attack with Radiant Charizard with just the 1 Luminous at the end of the game. What was my list again? Bro, I mean, I just saw the 4 Great Ball and I was like, hey, the 4 Great Ball, let's go. You base it off my YouTube list? Oh, okay. Oh, wait, are you Dorian? Dominic? Are Great Balls good in this? I mean, hold up. The 2 highest placing Lugia lists had Great Ball. Oh, no, wait. Dude, I swear Alexander played Great Ball against me, bro. I swear when I played against Alexander played a Great Ball against me. All right, so never mind. I was gonna say the 2 highest placing Lugia lists had Great Balls in them, but Alexander actually played Nest Ball. I take it back. Never mind. Never mind. I guess like Nest Ball did reign supreme in the end. I don't know. I still like Great Ball. And Dorian did get top 4 with Great Ball, so Great Ball can't be awful. I just always second guess myself with that stuff because like when you do something that no one else does. When you do something that no one else does, it definitely makes you like second guess it a little bit. Well, at least me, because I like to take other people's thoughts and ideas and like apply them to like you may as well abuse other people's testing. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like if like everyone else is using Nest Ball and I'm the only one using Great Ball, then it's like, okay, what's going on here? Like, am I doing something wrong? But every time I play with Great Ball, every time I play with Great Ball, it feels better than Nest Ball. So I don't know. And Dorian did take him to top 4, so. Dorian seems to also agree that Great Balls are pretty cool. And they work enough to get to top 4. So, there's something there. There is something there. Great Balls having less than 50% chance to get any mon you want. Coin flip. Candle gives you 50% of getting the mon you want. Well, except Luminion, right? You can't... Also, depending on the current composition of your deck, Great Balls do just become better outs than Capture Aroma. Like at some point in the game, Great Balls become better outs. Also, Great Ball for Great Balls become better. Can theoretically become better odds than anything. Also, they can also get also you can get Luminion and use Luminion. So I think it's as straightforward as the 50-50 thing because of that. I don't know. I haven't actually done the math. There's so many scenarios. I think it would be impossible to do the math on all the scenarios, to be honest. It'd be impossible to do the math on all the scenarios as to which one is actually better. Appreciate it, Kate. My performance with the deck, good enough to get me a top 8. It was fine. The deck was solid. How do I feel about 4 Great Ball and 3 Capture Aroma? Tell me where you're finding the space for that, and then we'll talk. Use it a lot to just put bad Pokemon in the hand when you have to boss. Sure, more Iona proof. Yeah, but Capture Aroma, in that situation, Capture Aroma does do pretty much the exact same thing. Actually, just as like a tip there, chat, for when you play Lugia, when you're using Capture Aromas to simply thin out the deck, or you're thinning out the deck with Ultra Ball to put cards in your hand, so that way if you Iona or if you get Iono'd, you want to actually make sure you leave some evolution Pokemon in your deck. Or if you're Ultra Balling away Pokemon, you want to leave some evolution Pokemon in your deck. So if you hit heads on Capturing Aroma, you can go get something with Capturing Aroma. You don't only want to just leave basic Pokemon in your deck. You want to make sure there's an even amount, not an even amount. You want to make sure there's some of each. So when you use Capture Aroma to thin out your deck, that you can actually go get an evolution if you get heads, or go get a basic if you get tails. The chance that it actually matters in a tournament is pretty low, but just like a little bit of thinny advice if you play Capture Aromas. Or not Capture Aroma. Yeah, if you play when you play Capture Aromas. All of them play Capture Aromas. So I was talking about Capture Aroma versus Great Ball. Capture Aroma in general. Never mind. Nest Ball is different. Dude, Nest Ball is what's being cut for Great Ball, not Capture Aromas. For some reason, my thought process went to those two. Not playing Ultra Ball? Well, no, you're playing Ultra Ball. Dude, see, I don't even know what I said now. Basically, you always play Capture Aroma, but thinning with Capture Aroma, you want to make sure you leave an evolution in your deck. You want to have evolutions and basics in your deck, so when you draw into Capture Aromas, they can always thin something out of your deck. Everyone plays Capture Aroma. Everyone plays Ultra Ball. The only difference is Nest Ball versus Great Ball. Okay, boom, we got it. Wait a second. Why was that? Yeah, why are we talking about Dude, it's because someone in chat... Dude, I got fucking... Wait, am I the one who initially brought up Great Ball versus... What's it called? Or was it Reggie? Reggie said Great Balls have less than 50% chance to get any mon you want. Coin Flip Candle gives you 50% chance of getting the mon you want. Is that what made me think about it? Or was I the first person to say it? Did I get bamboozled, or did I bamboozle myself there? Getting CC'd by chat? Bro, what the heck, bro? Everyone blame Reggie? Bro, I swear, it's was that my initial thought process, or did I read Reggie's message and then took that as the... Is that where my thought process came from? Because the correct answer to Reggie's statement there is, you're not replacing Capturing Aromas with Great Balls. But if I'm the first person who said Capturing Aromas versus Great Balls, then it's my fault. Azul being gaslit. Dude, literally, though. Now I don't even know what is what. I thought it was you that... yeah, it was me that thought that Alex played Great Balls over Nest Balls. You were? I maybe was. No, but you never play... It's Great Balls over Nest Balls. It's never Great Balls over Capturing Aromas. Jesus. Yeah, you would never play Great Ball over Capturing Aroma. Dude, all right, I'm just going to stop talking. I don't know where we are in this thought process of which balls over what's search cards over search cards, but always play 4 Ultra Ball and 4 Capturing Aroma. And then also 4 Great Ball. Don't play Nest Ball. All right. What if it is great over Aroma, but it's never great over Aroma? Once there's a deck that comes up where there's a reasonable discussion about great versus Aroma, we'll have that discussion. But until that happens, we're playing Great Ball over Nest Ball, and that's it. All right, another colorless Lugia mirror. Is our second one? I think it's our second one of the day. They both have Luxray, though. To be honest, I've never really, like, my extent of the colorless Lugia mirror has always been with one person having Luxray, and I've never gone really too in-depth on both people having Luxray. So I'm very curious to see how this plays out, to be honest. The only other real differences, I'm pretty sure, yeah, Alexander does not play the Charizard, and Dorian does not have the Weird Ears, but does have the Charizard. So no Weird Ear for Dorian. And I actually maybe think that does give an advantage to Alexander, because now Alexander can get a 1-hit KO on a Lugia V-Star without having to use Luxray, and can't be 1-hit KO'd back. Unless Dorian wanted to use a Mew, but could always 2-hit KO. But depending on what point it goes for a 1-hit KO, the Charizard could get the return KO. Because I don't really think you want to. Well, maybe think of. Dude, I'm sure I have to get into this one. This one I don't want to think too much ahead, to be honest. I had zero clue how to play this as well. Yeah, once both people have Luxray, things get really weird. I feel like, for sure. I feel like you're never not drawing prize cards. I think maybe with the Weird Ear in the mirror. Double Luminion start is also not great. Maybe with the Weird Ear in the mirror, I think it does open up more lines for Alexander, where Alexander can now go like chase KO the Archeops and then go set up the Weird Ear afterwards. Like, that's like a line Alexander could look for. Might be tough to do, but that is like a possibility. And obviously double Fish Start is bad for both players, but it's definitely worse for Dorian because Dorian's going second. We already got the Jet into the active. I don't see any Archeops in the hand there for Alexander, but does have the Research. Then over to Dorian. The Great Balls are online. Dude, I swear Alexander played a Great Ball against me, but I played against another Colossus Lugia who probably played a Great Ball against me, to be honest. It wasn't Alexander, because Alexander doesn't play Great Ball, but for some reason I thought Alexander was playing Great Ball. Got the Lugia V here for Dorian, which is the start. You gotta get the Lugia Vs first. And then I can't tell if there's a draw supporter in that hand. There's some bosses. Thinking about the double turbo. I don't love the double turbo to the Lugia this early, though. Yeah, just boss on the Luminion pass. So really bad start for Dorian. But like I said, I don't think Alexander had any Archeops. That might be an Archeops behind the collapse there, to be honest. Attach active. Maybe there isn't a Research. Dude, is it just going to be a Read the Wind? Is it Read the Wind off? I swear there's a Research in that hand, though. Oh, there is a Research in that hand. What does Alexander think about it? Slay that Research. He's thinking about not playing the Research? Just read the... Wait. Dude, that's a Research, right? Well, now I'm second... That's a Research, right? That is a Research. Why are we not... What are we holding here as Alexander? So, Dorian had a slow turn. But it doesn't mean Dorian isn't just going to top deck Research, discard 2 Archeops, and then 1-hit KO your Lugia, though, right? I want to believe that's not a Research, but I don't believe it. The reversal? I don't think the reversal is worth holding, though, to just lose the game next turn, though. Like, I think going for the knockout this turn as Alexander is always the better play here. Just go for the knockout, get the 2 prize cards. Even if Luxray swings back and gets 2 prize cards back, you can go into Snorlaxes from there or something. Yeah, I don't like this. I don't like this play from Alexander at all. I think we should just Research and just swing. Look for the swing. Yeah, it could theoretically just be a top deck away from Dorian from just like literally, there's 2 Archeops in Dorian's hand. If Dorian top decks Luminion, Research, Ultra Ball, Dorian just wins the game, like on the spot. Literally just wins on the spot. I don't like that. Yeah, I think it's like way super unnecessary for Alexander, because basically Alexander is playing this turn. So the problem with this play is Alexander is playing this turn like Dorian is going to dead draw next turn. But if Alexander gets Lugia V-Star this turn and gets 1 Archeops, even just 1 Archeops and playing KOs the active, and Dorian dead draws next turn, you just win as Alexander. But if Dorian doesn't dead draw, then you just lose as Alexander if Dorian top decks here. So this play never makes any sense from Alexander. It never makes any sense at all to make this play from Alexander. You should always just go the aggressive route, because when you go this route, you're playing like Dorian's going to dead draw. But if you set up and Dorian dead draws, you're still winning the game. So you may as well also just be set up in case Dorian sets up, and then just be able to do something. So now we see the boss again from Dorian. All right, 6 strats. And then we see a Read the Wind finally for 3. Does have some stuff to cook with right now, but it can get really bad here really quickly. Actually, it's an interesting choice. Actually, that might be an Ultra Ball in hand from Alexander, which makes this not an interesting choice, because Alexander just KOs the active Lugia here. And then, honestly, as Dorian, I would pick it up and go next. Yeah. Yeah, I think Alexander literally was just overvaluing the reversal energy there. But if you get the first 2 prize cards as well as Alexander, you can't use your thing anyways. If Dorian KO, can't Alexander do the Luxray shenanigans? Well, you can, but then it's just a 2 for 2. The reason that the Luxray is good is because if you get like a 1 prize knockout, if it's just a 2 for 2, it doesn't matter. If you just go 2 for 2 and then Dorian goes into Snorlaxes for the rest of the game, you still win the prize trade as Dorian. So the Luxray only matters when it gets you back ahead in the prize exchange. It doesn't just matter. It doesn't just attacking with Luxray doesn't just win you the game. But yeah, here's a Lugia from Alexander. So I think Dorian should probably just concede. I wouldn't even wait for a top deck here. Well, you could wait to see if Alexander messes up. Like if Alexander backs and puts a double turbo on the Lugia, I'd wait for that. Yeah, I would wait to see if Alexander backs and puts a just like muscle memory throws a double turbo on the Lugia, which does happen a lot. You do put it on there a lot. So as soon as this comes down, though, I would just concede. And the Jet, okay. And then right here is Dorian. I think I would just concede. I don't know. You have a lot of time. What is the chance of a comeback here, though? It's like not happening. It's not happening tier. Yeah, waiting to see if he does the double turbo, just like forgets about it. Boxing takes the wrong energy, muscle memory, whatever's fine. Yeah, there's a concede. Love to see it. I mean, you do have a lot of time, so you don't like concede. I guess you don't have to concede here, but I would also just like move on. I guess like you could also think about it as just like as Dorian, you're going to be the one who's under more. I mean, this is like going a little bit far to the point where this probably doesn't even matter, but like you're under more mental stress, mental pressure as Dorian to like come up with the best play in the situation. Whereas like Alexander can literally just like misplay 10 times from this point on and still win, right? So may as well conserve your mental energy. I guess you could think about it like to just like conserve your mental energy and just concede the game. I don't hate the idea of that. Like that's like you can apply that as like a reason, I think, reasonably. So the prize cards, Dorian did prize double collapse, which is not good. But one of them is in the first 2 prize cards, so could possibly get that before it matters, but it's possible your Luminating gets boss KO'd before you find your first collapse now as Dorian, which would not be good. And start is fine. Ideally, you want to Ultra Ball some Archeops into the discard pile as Dorian here, just in case you get Iono'd, but attach pass is all it is. Alexander does have double Ultra Ball in hand, so I think double Archeops are in the discard pile here for Alexander. But there is a, whatever that thing is called, Drapion in the active, which is not good for Alexander. That's pretty much as bad as it gets. Oh, there's a Burnett in the hand here as well for Alexander. So Alexander could just Burnett. There's a Burnett. And I honestly don't know if Alexander needs to do anything else. I'd probably just hold the hand. Do some prize checking. The Luxray's in there, the Reversal's in there. Because you can save these Ultra Balls to actually go get the Luxray next turn. And then, like, this would be where you'd want to respond with a Luxray. Even though it still doesn't put you ahead in the prize exchange, it, like, does. You get to use it. But then if Dorian just, like, goes, like, Snorlax, like, knock this out, and then Snorlax to a KO this, and then boss Snorlax, you do win. The one problem with the situation, though, is, like, this is when Dorian would want to have the possibility of Weirdier, because then if Lugia punches and you punch it with a Snorlax and it retreats and gets collapsed, then that's not good. But if Lumini never hits the bench, then there's still like going to be A2 pressure on the bench here. Yeah, I guess I can also see that there is maybe value in setting up 2 Lugias in this matchup. But I think off this Ultra Ball here from Alexander, you're always going for the V-Star. Which then there's just no point in playing the Ultra Balls Alexander. Because then you could top deck... It just makes no sense from Alexander. Because you could top deck Luxray, or you could top deck... Alexander could top deck the Lugia or top deck Luxray and then Ultra Ball for the other one next turn. So I don't think it ever makes any sense for Alexander to do that. And there's the attach for the Lugia and then the pass. All right. See if Dorian actually has a... There is Archeops in hand. I think there is an Ultra Ball as well. Nope. But there's a Research. That works as well. Does not put Mezagoza in play. I'm pretty sure it's just a mistake from Dorian. Because you could put the Mezagoza in play, use it, and then bump it. So I'm pretty sure it's just a mistake from Dorian. Unless Dorian wants to attack with the Snorlax here. But I'm pretty sure you just want the 2 prize cards here as Dorian. And then you just want to set up Snorlaxes behind this Lugia. You just want a bunch of Snorlaxes. So should have put the Mezagoza in play to try and find Snorlaxes. And then here you can get... I mean, you probably should... I don't know, does saving the V-Guard matter? I don't even know if saving the V-Guard matters here. I don't think so. The only other thing I was thinking about there for Dorian would be like if you wanted to use Collapse this turn. It did prize double Collapse, which is definitely something you should take note of when you check prize cards. And then also... Yeah, so it goes with the V-Guard immediately. I feel like there's probably value in saving the V-Guard, though. Potentially. Here comes an Ultra Ball. I'm not sure I like this Ultra Ball, though. Gets rid of the Great Ball. I think I would like to have seen the Great Ball first to try and get a Snorlax and then Ultra Ball for another Snorlax. So I don't love this, but I don't know what the rest of the hand was, to be honest. I do like this load up, though, on the Snorlax. Yeah, thin out the deck of the energy. Just get it set up as possible. Once again, increasing your odds of good top decks. You also have the gift energy here as Dorian. So, like, if your Lugia's not going down, then that's chill. And if it does go down, then you have the gift to draw a card. So, from Dorian, I definitely would like to have seen the Great Ball get played here. I'm curious as to what the other cards in the hand are, though, to be honest. We'll see. There's a Research and 3 energy. Could have Ultra Ball away the Research and played the Great Ball, to be honest. Or could have got rid of one of the energies. No way to boss KO? No, Research got played. Yo, what's up, Jesse? Appreciate it. All right, there's a Lugia from Alexander. And here comes the Chops. We can load up some energy on this active Lugia before the Research. So this is like the turn where, as Alexander, you want the Luxray play here. The top 8 looks so rough for Ogre. Yeah, it's definitely... The colorless Lugs are tough, for sure. And honestly, the Gyarados deck probably would have also been pretty tough. I don't... Colorless Lugia is probably a little bit tougher. Still winnable, though. I mean, I guess they have Judge, too, though. The Judges are going to be annoying, too. You just can't KO anything, man. Everything's got so much HP. From Alexander here, I would like to have seen a couple energy get loaded up on the active here, because I think you want to increase your odds of seeing the Luxray here. This is you don't want to punch this Lugia, because then you're not going to be able to get value to the full value of your Luxray. So, from Alexander here, I'd like to see one Archeops get used, and then if you hit the Luxray, you either bench it and attach the reversal from hand, or you use the second Archeops to get the reversal and put the energy on it. Yeah, you do bench Manaphy against Colorless Lugia. Otherwise, they're just gonna... and they can, like, accelerate the game too much by using Mew. Even if they put Mew in play and you return KO the Mew, they usually can accelerate the game too much. There is the Ultra Ball there for Alexander as well. So we're going to see a Snorlax off of this Nest Ball. And then we should see the Ultra Ball for the Lugia, or the Luxray. And then reversal to the Luxray. Energy maybe to the active to retreat. Get rid of the Lugia. And keeping the Research over the Iono. It doesn't really matter too much. But there's just 2 Jet in hand. I almost want to see the Iono get kept to shuffle the energy back in the deck. There's the Luxray. Luxray comes down. Could detach Jet active to retreat. I want to see Alexander accelerate a decent amount of energy into play here. Reversal to Luxray. I guess you could Jet up the Luxray. I guess jetting up the Luxray does conserve your energy, right? But Jets up to Archeops. It's kind of the same thing. Not really, though. You may as well just Jet the Luxray, right? There's no reason not to Jet the Luxray here, right? You're just losing the energy no matter what, so it may as well just be on the Luxray. Yeah, you should always just Jet to the Luxray here. I'm like trying to think if there's any reason, but no, there's no reason. There's no reason. It should always be there. Single Strike Lug was fine for Ogre, I felt, but not Colossus. Nah, Lugias in general are always just favored again. Lugia is just tough for... Listen, Lugia is just really hard to beat. If the Lugia player plays well, it's really hard for Lost Box. And like my tournament record against Lugia as like 2 prize Lost Box is like... Honestly, I don't know if I ever lost to a Lugia as... No, I did. I think I might be like 7-1 against Lugia as like pre-colorless Lugia. Against Single Strike Lugia, I think I might be 7-1. But I also think it's like a 60-40 matchup in their favor, maybe more. Like it's pretty bad when it's played well. Like every time we test it, Lugia always like dominates. Like whenever me and my team test Lugia against Lost Box, it's like 5-2 or something like that. But my tournament record's pretty good. But my tournament record with any deck is going to be better than what the actual matchup is, so it's pretty bad. Pretty sure this next turn from you played pretty poorly. All right, we'll focus up. Because you suck at the Lost Box? Wait, no, that makes no sense. I said my tournament record against Lugia is like 7-1 as Lost Box. Like I'm like 7-1 against Lugia as Lost Box. It might not be... I played against a lot of Lugia as Lost Box, and I've beaten the majority of them. Like it's at least like a 3-to-1 ratio of wins to losses. But I think it's still an unfavorable matchup. I think, yeah, the only Lugia I remember is I lost like round 1 of Milwaukee to a Lugia. But then I think I've beaten every other... I think I've literally beaten every other... That's the only Lugia I remember losing to. Yeah. But I still think it's a bad matchup. All right, Lugia goes down. Dorian is ahead in the prize exchange. I actually don't know what you do here. Single Strike Lugia can't beat Escape Rope. True. Well, I think Lost Box against the... That's not Single Strike Lugia. That's Broken Lugia. I think Broken Lugia and Lost Box was a pretty close matchup. But that's different. Single Strike Lugia, I think, has always been like vastly favored. Or Lugia in general. Post Broken Lugia. So what do we do from here? So our Lugia goes down to Luxray. So theoretically for Dorian, you could just go Snorlax knockout, which is fine. You could go Boss KO and Archeops with Snorlax, which is also fine. Boss Punch Lugia seems bad here from Dorian. If you go KO and Archeops, then the Luxray... See, there's also this like inefficient energy in play here from Alexander, I feel like. It's not that bad. If you boss around it, the Luxray gets to attack again. You don't really want Luxray to be able to attack again. So I think Dorian should probably just KO the Luxray here. That'd be my guess is probably the best player from Dorian. It's just like KO Luxray, set up more Snorlaxes. The one thing that can get weird is because Dorian doesn't play Weird Ear, and I don't know if Alexander knows that. Alexander next turn can attack with Lugia. You know, set up the triple Snorlax on the bench. Whatever, get some Snorlaxes in play. You don't need 3 of them, whatever. Get some Snorlaxes. Attack with Lugia. Dorian punches Lugia. Then Alexander retreats the Lugia or gets it to the bench and then collapses it away. And then at that point, if we're just going Snorlax for Snorlax at that point between Dorian and Alexander, Alexander just wins. So, like, that's where it'll get weird from here, to be honest. Is that the Lugia can be collapsed away. But if Dorian did play Weird Ear, I think Dorian just wins the trade at this point. Because Dorian just goes, set up a bunch of Snorlax. If you ever attack with your Lugia, I respond with Weird Ear. And then I boss KO 1 prizers to win the game from there or something. But it's also possible that it might not be possible for Alexander. After Dorian takes enough prize cards, it might not be possible for Alexander to keep his bench full to collapse away the Lugia without putting a Luminion or another Lugia V in. Well, putting another Lugia V in play actually wouldn't be a big deal because it can't get 1 KO'd. But no, the Radiant Charizard could KO'd at the end of the game. So we'll see. We'll see how this goes. We need some more Snorlaxes here, though, for Dorian. No Snorlaxes. There is the Mew. There's triple Boss there as well. It's a lot of Boss. We need more Snorlax, though. We need Lax. There's an Ultra Ball, though. That can get 1. Giving up 2 energy, though? There's 2 stadiums in hand, isn't there? Also, like, this is what I was talking about with, like, I really feel like Dorian should have prioritized keeping, in the last hand, Dorian really should have prioritized keeping the Great Ball to use that to try and find more Snorlaxes before Ultra Balling for a Snorlax, and giving up the research, because we were theoretically going to draw prize cards, or draw cards off the gift search. So if we had double Snorlax here, Dorian would be in a way better spot. But now we're Ultra Balling away 2 energy? This is so much energy to go. This is an insane amount of energy to go now, though. I don't know if I like this. We do still have... why not grab Muted Discard? That's a good point. We should have grabbed Muted Discard there for sure. Not the Luminion. Oh, no. This is not... I do not like this at all from... And is going for the Chops boss. I was just talking about this play. I just don't know how... I don't know if this is a good or a bad play. It's a bad play, though, if Alexander has boss. Because then Alexander just boss KOs your Luminion. And then Alexander, like, always wins the prize trade, I feel like. Yeah, I think you definitely should have... You should have gone... off the Great Ball, take the Mew, Ultra Ball for another Snorlax. Although, to be honest, you do want to try and keep the Mew. I guess you don't really need the Mew as an answer to Weird Ear. You have the Radiant Zard to answer Weird Ear. Yeah, and then you put another energy on this Snorlax, and then one on the bench. The one on the bench Archeops isn't terrible. I don't hate that. But the one on the active is not good here. That's like another energy to lose. There's like going down too many energy too fast now. There's a knockout. But now the Luxray is just reactivated for Alexander here, and can just go boss KO Luminion. I think you should definitely attack with Luxray here as Alexander. Well, you can. Like, if you can do it, you should attack with it, I feel like. I don't hate the idea of attacking with Lugia. But, see, once again, I don't know if Alexander knows... I don't know if Alexander knows that Dorian does not have Weird Ear. So you really don't want to attack with Lugia V-Star here if there is a Weird Ear, I don't think. Well, unless you're actually KOing the Luminion. If you KO the Luminion here and the response is Weird Ear, then you just win the game by KOing the Weird Ear with your own Weird Ear as Alexander. Looks like Alexander is going to go for a Snorlax load up here. And I imagine we want to go boss KO Luminion here as Alexander. Yep. He's going to go for the prize race. This does allow Dorian to respond, though, with boss KO Lugia with Luxray. And there's the reversal, but I don't see an out to the Luxray. If there is a top deck. Oh, you'd also need boss here as well. You need a little bit more, actually. That's never happened. It's another energy, though, which is great. Actually, I don't even know how many energy Dorian has left. There's none in the deck. No, there's one. One double turbo? It might just be one double turbo left. That's not looking good. Not looking good for Dorian. So what do you do here? You KO Snorlax. Okay, hold up. So we can play for that still, though, right? But we have the reversal in hand, which sucks for Dorian. So Dorian needs to play Collapse this turn, attach a gift energy to this Archeops, I guess. And then play for the reversal KO to close out the game, actually. Ooh, okay, that's actually a cool play that can come up here. Okay, that's kind of cool. So actually, if we could have gone gift on all 3 Pokemon in play as Dorian, Dorian should do that. Put a gift on every Pokemon. If there was a gift in the deck there, yeah, we should have played an energy out of hand here for sure. So Dorian would draw 1 more card off the active gifts if the active gets KO'd. But if Dorian could have put a gift on both Archeops there, which I don't know if it was possible or not. I don't know where no, 1 gift was already used, so we couldn't do that. We should have at least played an energy out of hand, so you would draw more cards off of. Also, if you get Iono'd here as Dorian, you would draw more cards as well. Yeah, because when Alexander draws a prize card here, Alexander still has the Lugia V-Star in play that could get killed by a Luxray. But Dorian does need Boss. What does Dorian need here? Boss, Luxray, Reversal. Has the Reversal in hand. Doesn't have either of the other pieces. And now it's not drawing that many energy off gift. Alexander actually goes for the load up on the bench. Oh, it's a Snorlax. I thought it was an Archeops. I was so confused for a second. What is Alexander attacking with here, though? The Lugia? Alexander shouldn't attack with Lugia here, right? So you see, like, another reason that Alexander should have attacked with the Luxray 2 turns ago, right? This is another reason that Alexander should have attacked with the Luxray 2 turns ago. Because if Alexander attacked with the Luxray 2 turns ago, you just maybe have 2 more Snorlaxes to work with. The energy of the Archeops seems fine. Oh my gosh. No, there's just all right. So yeah, Alexander already announced it. Oh, Alexander should just not be attacking with Lugia here at all. So this attack choice in general is not good, but does do it. Maybe assumes Dorian doesn't have the Luxray. But yeah, not a great attack choice there from Alexander. Alexander definitely should have retreated, attacked with Snorlax, and then used Lugia to get the last one. But yeah, because you initiated the attack though, you're in it. You're locked in. There's the Luxray top deck from Dorian. So for Dorian to win here, Dorian just needs to 2-hit KO this Lugia. The Collapse Stadium is still in play, so the Lugia can't be collapsed away. So all Dorian needs to do is attack this thing twice with the Snorlax, or Snorlax into Archeops, and the game is over. Yeah, load up the gift on the Archeops, and you have 2 attacking options here, and then just punch, but does need a boss. Dorian does need a boss next turn. But because of all the energy being in the hand here for Dorian, Dorian can't do anything else besides just punch. Now for Alexander, it's retreat, punch, and hope Dorian doesn't have boss. And then punch again next turn. Has jet in hand, so it can jet something up. I'd probably just jet up the Snorlax and attack with Snorlax, right? Yeah, I don't see there's anything else to do here as Alexander. Iono doesn't make any sense here either, I don't think. It's just going with the hard retreat now? I guess you could keep the jet to make sure your Snorlax doesn't get stuck asleep. That would actually be a play to keep your jet, actually. Okay, keeping your jet actually makes sense. I always forget about Snorlax, like, falling asleep, because usually Snorlax just, like, dies, or you have a therapy energy on it. But this makes more sense. All right, make sure you... There's some other cards here that Alexander could have played as well to burn cards. You shouldn't have put the Mezagoza in play, but could have used Archeops, maybe used the Capturing Aroma. Yeah, there's a gift draw from Dorian, but it's not boss. Top deck is Mezagoza. Mezagoza for Luminium for boss. That's what it comes down to, I guess. Tails. The Luxray's there. The Reversal's there. Dorian has 2 prize cards left, though. Oh, gotta go with the Snorlax to wake up. I guess Dorian... The Snorlax is asleep, so Dorian could just Iono here. I don't know if Dorian has an Iono. Dorian could Iono, bench Luxray, attach Reversal, Iono, hopefully get the boss for next turn, and then, yeah, hope that Alexander's Snorlax does not wake up. There could be a therapeutic energy left, of course, and there's nothing you can really do about that. I also don't even know if there's an Iono in hand here for Dorian. It doesn't look like it, to be honest. There's a Research, some energy, a Collapse Stadium. Yep. And yeah, there's the jet in hand, so there's nothing really here for Dorian to do, I don't think. I think, yeah, this game is just over, because Alexander did conserve the jet energy there. There's an energy left in the deck for Dorian, so definitely will be able to retreat the bench Archeops if that got bossed. So I'm sure that's what Dorian was just making sure. I think it's just going to be a Research and then hope for the boss next turn. But we all know Alexander's got the jet in hand, so I think it's a formality at this point. We're just going to go ahead and skip ahead. There's the jet up. Iono. All right. Oh, okay. Alexander's doing this the hard way, and then Archeops to get the double turbo off the bottom of the deck. Isn't even thinking about just retreating. All right, sure. And And Alexander gets the last KO finally. I was like, all right, we can go to the wall. I saw what Alexander was thinking there. Alexander forgot that you know could just retreat and attack with Snorlax again, right? Like that would work. That would work, yeah. Did it the long way, but gets the dub in the end. What matters at the end of the day for sure is if you get the dub or not. Misplay is a misplay, but still, the dub's important. All right, where are the prize cards in this one? If you win, you played correctly. True. That is actually true, Soda. Not enough people actually talk about that. People are talking about playing optimally and then stuff like that. But not enough people actually just talk about if you just won, then you definitely played perfectly. Is there a rule when you announce the attack and are short on energy, you still attack that turn? Yeah. So there is like technically there's not phases. There's not like main phases and stuff in Pokemon like there is in other game, but there is like technically an attack phase. So as long as you basically imply that you're attempting to attack with an attack, as long as you imply you're attempting to attack, then you have entered attack phase. If you cannot use the attack you want to use, you can use any other attack on the Pokemon, and if you can't use any attacks, then you're in attack phase, you can't attack, your turn ends. Yeah, as long as you like imply that you're trying to attack, it doesn't matter if you can use the attack or not. You're in attack phase, which I think is 100% correct. I've heard some people argue in the past that they think that's a stupid rule, but if you have the mind state that you want to do something, then I think you executing towards that, like, I don't know, if like you play research, you can't take back research if all of a sudden you want to play boss, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, it definitely makes sense. There's checkup, main, and attack phase, I guess. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess there is. Main, checkup, and attack phase. But it definitely is, I think it's just a good thing, because it just makes players play better. Like, it forces you to play better to achieve success in the game by having the attack phase. Well, it is just an attack phase. This is what it's called. I was going to do, like, the quotation things, but you can't attack and then take actions. Yeah, exactly. Once you, like, mentally, like, I'm going to attack now, even if you can't attack now, you're in attack phase. There'd be way more incentive to not stop your opponent when they do the wrong thing on attack. Think of it this way. If it didn't work this way, there would be way more incentive to not stop your opponent when they do the wrong thing on attack. If it didn't work this way, there'd be way more. I guess, yeah. I mean, just because there's a way to cheat around the idea of it, I don't think it's always a great answer to why something should or shouldn't be a certain way, but yeah. Yeah, but you can currently do that, Snoopy. What do you mean? That's the exact. You could currently do that. Your opponent could have 9 in the lost zone. You could sit there and let them use Lost Mine, draw your card for turn, do 2 actions, and be like, oh wait, you only have 9 in your lost zone, right? Isn't it the exact same thing? Like, whether it is the way it is now or if it was a different way, both ways you can do that, right? Like, there's nothing stopping you from just like sitting there chilling and then be like, oh, you can't do that. You only have 9 in your lost zone. Yeah, exactly. You can do that currently, Stupid, but you could also wait. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's nothing is stopping someone from taking further advantage of the situation. If they could go back and lost vacuum an extra card, you would wait longer if you were unethical. I don't know if that really makes a difference, to be honest. Let me think for a second. But if they could go back, if you go, all right, I'm gonna use Lost Mine, and you're like, you can't, you don't have 9 in your lost zone. No, it's the same. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. I think it's like exactly the same thing. So what you're saying is because you theoretically already gain an advantage by your opponent not being able to use the attack they want to do, that's why people don't cheat. It's because you already gain an advantage because them just not being able to use the attack they want to use. But if they could go back, then everyone would push it, or more people would push it further. But if you're gonna cheat, you're gonna cheat. Like, I don't think that really changes anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think it's like cheaters are gonna cheat whether this is around or not. They're still gonna try and do something. I guess maybe it gives them I don't even think it gives them another avenue to cheat through. Stabilize even because there's another illegal attack. I mean, technically, if there is an attack phase, it's different, I guess. No, it's never your fault. I think it's fine. I don't think it's unethical to let your opponent make mistake personally. No, of course not. You should be fine with letting your opponent make a... Dude, I like the amount of opponents who have tried to Sableye without 10 in their loss zone against me like last season was like 4 or 5. And then I said you can scratch if you want. But I don't think... And I think it should be that way. Like if you like your opponent should have to play better than just being like attempt to attack. And it's like, well, you can't attack. It's like, all right, then I'm going to continue playing with my turn. Like that's just kind of silly. That's what just seems silly in my head. Like if there wasn't an attack phase, it's unethical to let them do something that's against the rule. Yeah, I don't think that's what Hale's saying though. I don't think Hale's saying something against the rules. I think Hale's just saying letting them misplay. Like when your opponent goes to boss your Groudon. Like if your opponent goes to use Luminion to go get boss, and you have your Groudon, Primal Groudon on your bench, you're not gonna be like, you can't boss that. You're just gonna sit there and let them boss it, and you'd be like, all right, that's cool. I'm saying I don't think it matters, Snoopy. Like I think people who are gonna cheat are still gonna cheat. Like it doesn't like. Although I do like the idea of the attack phase in current Pokemon TCG, I think is the healthier thing for the game. But yeah, because otherwise you could just sit there and be like, I'm attempting to attack, and then it's like, well, you can't attack. It's like, all right, well, I'm gonna continue playing my turn then. Like that just seems silly. Like at any point in the middle of your turn, you're just like, I think I can attack. I'm gonna go try and attack, and your opponent's like, all right, you can't attack. And you're like, all right, I'm gonna continue playing my turn. That's just like the silly part. That's why I think where it could go is just at any point in your turn, you're gonna attempt to attack, and your opponent realizes you can't attack. They say you can't attack, and you're like, all right, I'll keep playing my turn. Like that's the point that just seems silly. If there was no like theoretical, or if there was no, not theoretical, if there was no attack phase, the attack phase is real. All right. Let's get into our last match. I remember when someone targeted my Bidoof with Radiant Greninja and tried to take it back. Yeah, exactly. You're not taking that back. That's fizzling. When should you catch your opponent from for sportsmanship? Gabe Smart had a tweet on this. It's not sportsmanship. It's just against the. It is. What if they force seal some for VIP pass without getting the VIP pass? Well, you could force them to take the first Pokemon they got if you really wanted to. Actually, the judge might rule that it was very obvious what they were trying to do, so they maybe rule in the favor of the judge. To be honest, letting your opponent, yeah, it is illegal in the Pokemon TCG to let a board state knowingly get broken. So if you see your opponent go to attach a second energy and you let them do it, you're cheating. If your opponent attaches the energy to the wrong Pokemon and you know it's the wrong Pokemon and your opponent asks to take it back, you don't have to let them take it back. And I wouldn't let them take it back. But yeah, it's like your opponent making a mistake and knowingly letting a board state get broken aren't the same thing, basically. Yeah, but the line of thinking is so asinine, people aren't going to just try and keep attacking over and over without the correct energy. Why not? You can. What do you do when someone asks about damage done by their Pokemon on an attack? Do you consider resistance and modifiers, or just don't say anything? I just don't say anything. I'm letting my opponent figure out their stuff on their own. I'm not doing the math for them. I actually, what do I usually say? I forget what I usually say. I usually say something when someone asks me, like, does this knock it out? What do I usually say? Sometimes I'll say that out loud too to myself. I'll be like, all right, does this KO this? And my opponent will sometimes respond, but I'm not like saying it to ask my opponent. I'm just like thinking out loud. Attacking, you'll find out. But if you say something like that, then that makes your opponent think about it more. I usually just don't say anything. My response is attack and find out. It would probably be fine if you could continue playing your turn if you announce a legal attack, but the way it is right now is also fine. Yeah, the way it is right now is also fine for sure. Stop them or remind them unfazed fat stops in effect when I see them setting up a play I know won't work. Yeah, exactly, Dre, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, letting your opponent misplay is not the same as letting a board state become broken. Like if something literally is against the rules to do, then you should not allow that to happen. Like if your opponent goes to attach a second energy for turn, or use like Primal Turbo a third time when they've already used it twice, then you should say, no, you can't do that. You've already attached for turn. You've already used both your Primal Turbos. If your opponent wants to boss your Primal Groudon or Sableye your Snorlax, you can just let it cook, like let them cook. If your opponent says, I'll use Sableye to put 5 on your Snorlax after it got punched by a Krem, you're like, all right, and where do you want the rest of your damage? Here. And you're like, okay, well, you don't do anything to the active. This is the finals match? This is the finals match, yeah. Okay, here's one. At Salt Lake City, I was against Kiram with Gudra. They said 120 plus 200 is 320, right? I said yes. They attacked, discarding 4 energy, but they forgot the damage reduction for Gudra. Is that unethical? No. They asked you the question of what is 120 plus 200. So I wouldn't say that's unethical at all. I wouldn't have responded personally. But I don't think it's unethical. I mean, if they're gonna ask you a question and then you respond truthfully, like you can't do any more than that. And then if they get cooked by the Gudra, bro, are you telling me if they just discarded one more energy hail, you wouldn't have been in top 4 to beat me, bro? Come on, bro. These Kiram players, man. Playing Gudra is unethical. Yeah, I mean, like there's nothing. I don't think there's anything unethical about that. That's fine. They asked you a question, and then you answered the question. Like, truthfully. It's not like you tried to lead them on or something and be like, 120 plus 200? I don't know. I think that might be 300, actually. Like, oh my gosh, actually, you're hitting for 120 plus 200? You're hitting for 400 damage? What the heck? Like, you just answered their question. I mean, you obviously know what's happening, but, like, it's not unethical. Like, I watch my opponents misplay all the time, but I'm not gonna like, whoa, hold up. If you do that, you lose the game. What about this other play? You know, like, wait, hold on, you're about to lose. Carmex. Carmex? How do you say it? Carmex? I thought the rules, you can't lie to your opponent. Yeah, but in that situation, Hale isn't lying. Hale's opponent literally asked, is 200 plus 120 320? And Hale responded, yes. There was no lying. There was no line at all. Oh, wait, unless you're talking about what I just said. You can beat me if you do this. Wait, hold on. You're about to lose the game. If you just use this attack, you beat me. No, don't bench that Mareep. Wait, hold on. Don't bench the Mareep. What's unethical is your opponent thinking you should help them. I don't know. I talk out loud all the time about math. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Right, so if opponent says, I discard 4 energy, that does 320. You can't say yes. Oh, I guess that's true. Yeah, because you'd be like, you know that it's not doing that much damage. But you also just shouldn't respond in that situation. But if your opponent literally just asks you what is 200 plus 120, then yeah, answering that is fine, I guess, yeah. All right, Sacramento, when you played against a Miraidon player benching 2 Mareep, I was so confused. Yeah, the double sheep. Literally after the match, he was like, yeah, I shouldn't have done the double sheep thing. Literally the next game, he didn't bench double sheep, I don't think. Okay, but I've more than once told my opponent not to scoop and lost because of it. That's unethical. No, that sounds like justice. Soda taking L's is a sick. Wait, hold on, no attack. Here's my Metafy link. I can show you the correct line. Yo, that's good. That's actually a good idea. All right, let's get through this last finals match. I think it's gonna be it for me. I was gonna maybe do a little streaming afterwards, but I gotta do the podcast with Chip in like 2 hours. At top 4, at a cup in top 4, wondering what your opinion is. And if I had the right thing, my opponent wins the coin flip and chooses second, and then sets up before I could start my turn. He draws for turn, but he's going second. I felt the board state wasn't broken at all because I have no way to influence his hand on turn 1 going first. So I thought it petty to call a judge because he would have drawn that exact card for turn. I mean, I wouldn't call a judge there. I'd be like, you just chose to go second, just put it back on top, and I'll start my turn. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't call a judge there. I think it's like, there's no reason to call it. I don't think there's any reason to call a judge there. I would just say, like, you chose to go second. Just put it back on top and I'll start my turn. Now, if they all of a sudden are like, yeah, I don't even know where they would go. I would have to hear their response, to be honest. But my reaction to, if my opponent said, I'll go second, and then we start, and then they draw as if they're going first, my reaction would be like, wait, hold up. You said you were going second. And then if they're like, okay, yeah, you're right, I did. Oh, if they were like, oh, shoot, you're right. I'd be like, just put it back on top. And then let me start. Now, if all of a sudden they were like, no, I didn't, then I would have a problem. Because, like, well, now you saw your hand, and all of a sudden now you wanted to go first. Like, all right, that's kind of sus. But if they were just fine with just going second at that point, I would just let them go second. I would only call a judge if all of a sudden they want to go first after choosing to go second before the match started. Then I'd be like, well, you wanted to go second until you saw your hand, and now all of a sudden you're starting. All right, now I have a problem. But yeah, I don't think there's any reason to call a judge. I don't really care about calling a judge there. Why to call a judge? So we can write it down. So later, if they keep making messy misplays, we can accelerate appropriately. That is a reasonable argument to call over a judge every single time. However, I think penalties are too harsh in Pokemon for a lot of things, so that's why I don't call over judges in those situations, because I think a lot of the penalties that players would start to receive if I called over a judge every single time something happened, then like the amount of double prize penalties I could have received last season is like a lot. The amount of people who drew an extra card against me off of Marnie or a research or this or that is like, I'm probably averaging at least 1.5 a tournament. I didn't have any actually happen at Sacramento, I don't think. I don't think I had any happen at Sacramento. But if I called over a judge every time my opponent drew an 8th card off a research, like, I mean, my win rate would go up, that's for sure. Like, but I don't agree with the penalty of if you see an extra card, you should get a double prize penalty. So I don't call over judges in those situations. I just tell my opponent to put it back on top of the deck, but... So you can call anyone in chat who's listening to me say this, you can call over a judge whenever you want. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just telling you what I do. And if a board state is truly broken, I will call over a judge. You can do whatever you want. That's just what I do. If a board state is truly broken, then I do call over a judge. But how do you know which card they should put on top, though? Well, it's if I can identify it, but almost 100% of the time I can identify it. So, yeah, almost 100% of the time I can identify which extra card they drew. So. Your opponent got a prize penalty for something minor, didn't he? Yeah. It's because his... Well, I don't think he needed to get a prize penalty for it. But it's one of those things where I can't refuse the prize penalty. They don't let you refuse prize penalties. If I could refuse it, I would have. But I'm tired of trying to refuse prize penalties and just being told I can't. So I just didn't even say anything the whole time. I was like, whatever. Because, like, the amount of, like... I've argued to not get prize penalties multiple times. But I always end up getting the... Like, they just don't let you not take the prize penalty. You just, like, have to take it. Which I think is also silly. I think you should be able to, like, refuse a prize penalty, but you're just not allowed to do it anymore. You used to be able to. You used to be able to refuse prize penalties, but you can't do it anymore. Oh, wait, you're talking about with Cameron, not the one this weekend. Yeah, for Cameron, I argued to try and have Cameron not get prize penalties, but... Yeah, for Cameron at OCIC, I argued to not have Cameron get the prize penalty, but, like, they just don't let you not take a prize penalty. You can always appeal the call, but then again, the head judge... Well, every single time the head judge is involved, though. Like, when the thing happened on stream this weekend, I assume when the judge left the table, they went to go talk to the head judge. So I just assumed... I assumed that they... went to go talk to the head judge, so I didn't even, like, say anything. I was just like, well, they're going to enforce it no matter what. They already went and talked to the head judge, so. Am I the asshole for not refusing a double prize penalty? No. That's what I was saying. Like, that's what I do. You can do whatever you want, and it's, like, fine. Yeah, you can do, you can literally do whatever you want. If you want to take a double prize penalty, then you should feel definitely, like, if your opponent draws an extra card and you call a judge and you get a double prize penalty, that's fine. You shouldn't feel bad because of that. Like I said, you don't have to do what I do, but you also shouldn't feel bad if you don't do what I do either. You should literally do whatever you want, as long as it's within the rules. Well, you know what I mean. Yeah, appreciate the 12 months there, Gengar guy. All right, let's get into it. We got our finals here. We got Alexander with the colorless log. We did just see this matchup from We did just see this matchup from Charlie versus Nicolo, and there was definitely some throws. Charlie did not play great, that's for sure. Charlie did not play great. The only real difference here is that there is the Luxray here for Alexander, and I believe the Gyarados is weak to lightning, right? So the Gyarados, but it can't even get... Dude, the Luxray doesn't even one-hit KO the Gyarados, so it's still a 2-hit KO on the Gyarados. I guess you could one-hit KO the Gyarados V, but that's about it, though. All right. Go ahead and... We'll see. Gyarados is prized. A Stadium is prized for Alexander, which isn't great. You got to deal with the paths, but there's a path prized. Snorlax prized. So the prize cards on both sides... I guess the Gyarados might be the biggest thing that's prized here, to be honest, because that is like one of the answers to Weirdeer. Slacking is less of a good answer to Weirdeer, or you can even try to set up Slacking and Giratina, because once again, the Weirdeer is going to be the focus here. Should be the focus here from Alexander. Get the Weirdeer set up. One-hit KO. Wait, 180. Oh wait, it's 180. I thought it was 160. Luxray hits for 180. Okay, never mind. It does one-hit KO the Gyarados. Take it back. I thought it was 160. Never mind. All right, we do have Alexander going first here. And the chops are already hitting the discard pile, but only going to be one chop hitting the discard pile. The other card is a Jet. And in this situation, for Alexander, you do want to look for that 4 non-double turbo energy to the Lugia. And it looks like Alexander's hand is not great because he's already thinking about going for a Luminion here. That's what was initially put to the front of the deck, but maybe not. We'll see. We'll see what the Ultra Ball grabs. But you do potentially want to go ahead and grab and use Luminion immediately because you are playing around Nicolo's Path to the Peak. Which is what I assume is why Alexander is going for the Luminion. We see another Nest Ball here. Second Lugia. 2 Lugias did pretty good in this matchup, I think, overall. You're going like kind of back and forth with hits. Then also has a Gift Energy in hand is something else. I don't know what the other card in hand is. Oh, but doesn't play the Luminion. Okay, now I'm curious as to what the rest of the hand is. This is also like an interesting situation. Alexander in the hand might have a Stadium. So maybe the Luminion will be live even if Path happens. Heavy Ball coming in from Nicolo. Another Arceus off the prize cards. And gets to fully check the prize cards there. Knows the Gyarados is prized now. Won't be like an immediate card to take advantage of. Yeah, I lost to Alexander in top 8. As an escape rope. Is that triple Arceus in hand? Oh, it's Slacking. Do we bench the Slacking here for Nicolo? He's attaching to the... I think you got to draw some cards here, right? And then is it just Serena Way 3, draw 5? I think it is, right? Honestly, the escape rope is pretty good here, though, from Nicolo. I think I would have liked to have seen Nicolo play the escape rope. Why wouldn't you play the escape rope here? You would have forced up the Lugia that doesn't have an energy on it into the active, which I think, like, if you get Path here and Alexander, so this, yeah, I think it's a mistake. If Nicolo just ends up discarding but is going to keep it, just going to draw 3? Bro, that feels like so few cards to draw here. And now the hand is dead for Nicolo. To be honest, I feel like you just ditched the whole hand, bro. I feel like you get rid of you got to draw more cards than that. You definitely need to draw 4 cards. 3 cards is too few. We definitely want to see 4 cards here. I think we want to see the full 5 cards here. And if we're going to see the full 5 cards here, we may as well play the escape rope. So Nicolo probably should have started the turn by playing the escape rope, send up the other Arceus, and then, because it is a possibility that if you get Path here, you know Alexander does have a Luminion in hand, but if Alexander's hand is dead besides the Luminion, if you get Path here as Nicolo, then you can go Path, and then now that there's not a Lugia in the active with an energy, maybe Alexander can't even use Read the Wind next turn to get out of the dead draw, and then just loses because of that. Yeah, I think Nicolo should have just like ditched the whole hand, just been like, we need cards here. We need to see some cards here. Now we have no cards here. We could still push up the... Oh, wait, the Slacking push-up is kind of clean, though, right? Because the Slacking doesn't get KO'd. Wait, the Slacking... Well, now the Slacking push-up is way better because there's a switch in hand. Yeah, there's no Pumpkaboo. Because now Slacking actually doesn't die to Lugia, which is kind of sick. But this does put Slacking in the crossfire of a potential Weirdeer. Weirdeer is, like, ridiculously good here, right here. KOs the Slacking, 2 prize cards, can't be KO'd back if it got the V-Guard energy. If it has the V-Guard, because there is Choice Belt in Nicolo's deck. Oh, and Defiance Band. But we'll see how good the hand here is for Alexander. Alexander definitely was trolling. I think this is going to go get a research. If Alexander did not have a way to use this Luminion, then Alexander was definitely throwing. Oh, actually, I think it's a Burnett grab here. So we're probably not going to see the Weirdeer play. You can KO Slacking as well. Yeah, but you don't want to use Mew because Mew just dies back to Arceus. You want to use the Weirdeer because Weirdeer does not die. It's all about the deer. There's a Burnett for double Archeops. Yeah, I'm actually curious as to what Alexander does. It was Boss, Energy. I can't tell what the other card is, man. Boss, Energy. I think Alexander did troll by not putting using Luminion last turn to grab a supporter ahead of time. I'm pretty sure the rest of the hand here is dead for Alexander if there was a path played. Would have had Read the Wind, but wouldn't have had to Read the Wind if Nicolo played the escape rope, which Nicolo did. Goes for the V-Guard here. So I don't like the V-Guard grab here because you want to save this for the Weird Air. Now it is possible that you can still get this V-Guard energy onto the Weird Air later, but it's also possible that like Nicolo puts a path to the peak and play next turn and then 2-hit KOs the Lugia. So and then the V-Guard never makes its way to the Weird Air. So I would like to see the V-Guard get saved here actually. The V-Guard on the Lugia here does absolutely nothing. Like 280 HP or an effective 310 is literally the exact same thing. And you could always just put the V-Guard on the Lugia next turn if you really wanted to stop it from the slacking KO. So yeah, the V-Guard here is definitely a bad play. I think that the rest of the hand is a boss and a therapy energy here, or therapeutic energy. Energy instead of the V-Guard. You can just attach the therapeutic from hand or just get another jet. Probably therapeutic from hand would have been better. Just anything, to be honest. Mew EX with V-Guard survives Arceus. It would get KO'd by the Defiance Band, though. Attach, Charon's Care, and then we're going to go into a Trinity Charge here. So terrible start here from Nicolo. But can put the... No, that wouldn't be enough. Could have put the... It's not... Wait, but hold on. Nicolo could have gone Vengeful Punch active, Trinity Charge to slacking, active gets knocked out, 4 damage counters to the Lugia, top deck, I don't know, Iono, play Iono, get Choice Belt, knock out the Lugia with the slacking, but then doesn't have enough cards in hand to use Ultra Ball. No, you would have actually still had enough cards in the hand to use Ultra Ball. There's Nicolo. I think Nicolo should have put the Vengeful Punch on the active here. Oh no, you have a V-Guard on the active. Never mind, don't mind me. I literally forgot about the V-Guard on the active. So the Arceus is living a turn. So at least we have that going for Nicolo here. And gonna go for the Arceus setup, it looks like. Yeah, the slacking's not attacking next turn. Well, it could with a Melanie and a double turbo, I guess, but that's not good enough. Yeah, super far behind here for Nicolo. We do have the boss here for Alexander, though, so we should just see boss KO the Arceus off the bench here from Alexander. There's definitely a card that active has V-Guard, though. Yeah, I forgot about the V-Guard. Don't listen to me. Alexander might just not know about the Defiance. It's very possible Alexander does not know about the Defiance Band. That'd be like pretty reasonable for Alexander to not know about, to be honest. I don't even know what we're gonna grab here for Alexander to load up. You should probably put some energy in play. I just don't know what ones they should be and where they should go, to be honest. Thinking about therapeutic jet. It's the last therapeutic and the third jet. Gift to an Archeops to make it a pivot. Yeah, I think you can slow down the energy acceleration here as Alexander, to be honest. You could have thrown one more on the bench, Lugia, to be honest. I don't know. That's fine. Yep, there's the boss. Yeah, so I think Alexander definitely misplayed by not... If Nicolo had done the escape rope play and then also had a path to the peak there, I think Alexander's hand was just literally dead. Because he wouldn't have been able to use the Luminion. So Alexander definitely should have played the Luminion ahead of time and got a research, probably. Would have been the play. I think the rest of the hand was dead. Now that we're seeing how the rest of the hand played out, I don't think there was anything else left there. Nicolo's hand still sucks. I think it's just going to be a punch for 110. Wait, actually, yeah, 110. Or 100, actually, because of the V-Guard. Not 110, only 100. There's no double turbo. Yeah, pretty bad. For Alexander here, just Weird Ear. Weird Ear and win. This is literally a Weird Ear and win angle. There's a research in hand, I believe. Alexander's doing a whole lot of shuffling. It's a double turbo. Could put the Mezagoza in play. You might as well put the Mezagoza in play at this point, because if you attack with Weird Ear, the game just literally ends. So I would have put the Mezagoza in play here as Alexander. You should put the Mezagoza in play, used it, get Weird Ear if you get heads. And also, because we're going all in on the Weird Ear play, or not all in, we don't have to go all in, but you could load up some more energy and play with the Archeops, because the Weird Ear would pull it all together, so theoretically, if we get the Weird Ear. I think putting the Mezagoza in play here as Alexander is fine, because either you get heads on Mezagoza, so you get the Weird Ear, so you win, or you get tails on Mezagoza, and then you attack with Lugia, and you bump the Mezagoza. So you always put Mezagoza in play here to increase your odds of the Weird Ear. And now we whiff the Weird Ear from Alexander. We're still really far ahead here, in a really good spot, but definitely another mistake there from Alexander, for sure. Should play a little bit more heavily for the Weird Ear. Because, yeah, see, now we're just attacking with Lugia. Now we're just attacking with Lugia, and it seems like Alexander didn't even realize that the V-Guard was stopping the KO there. But it should be more than, what is this? 190? No, that's correct, actually. Yeah, because now we're attacking with Lugia anyways, and we could have bumped the stadium. The Mezagoza there. I think, and it seemed like Alexander realized that, because Alexander hesitated. After playing the research, Alexander hesitated for a second. Was like, and I was like, well, it's too late now. So we got the Vengeful Punch. Is there a possibility? It seems like there is a possibility here for Nicolo to make a comeback. I actually wonder if Alexander maybe should retreat to the... No, retreat to the bench Lugia doesn't make any sense ever, right? Nah, it's not that good, actually. I take it back. But like right now, you go Arceus, you get the V-Star, knock out the active. Gift Energy does trigger. Second Lugia comes up, knocks out this. Slacking gets a, I don't know, Choice Belt, knocks out the Lugia. If the Weirder doesn't happen to KO the Slacking, then Niccolo can just go boss KO Luminion to win the game. It's possible. It could happen. Oh, does the V-Guard save it? Am I trolling? He doesn't know. V-Guard minus 31. Oh my gosh. I didn't do the math. I just thought I KO'd through the V-Guard. So this is a mistake for the Vengeful Punch on Niccolo's side then. Niccolo trolled by putting the Vengeful Punch in play. Yeah, that was a mistake there from Niccolo's side then. He's thinking about not benching the Arceus V to not have another liability left. The Vengeful Punch, and yeah, the Vengeful Punch wouldn't even matter to get the return KO because Alexander will always retreat. I don't hate the idea of Niccolo not benching that. I think Niccolo sees the line of play that I'm seeing here, but does Niccolo realize that it's not getting the KO on the active? I would assume not because of how Niccolo's playing this. We have a path there. The path doesn't need to be played this turn though as Niccolo. We might just go attack, not for the knockout, but could have Starbirth for the Choice Belt here and the Defiance Band to have that as a follow-up for the Slacking to be able to KO the next Lugia. We see the Starbirth now. Could Starbirth for Vacuum plus Choice Belt though and actually still make it work? Because Niccolo does play a Vacuum. But just shouldn't have put the Vengeful Punch in play to begin with, to be honest. That was kind of a throw. And if you don't get this KO as Niccolo, I think you do just lose the game. But if you did get the KO this turn, I think there was actually a possibility for a comeback. There was a possibility for a comeback. Not really anymore, though. I think without getting the KO here, there's no real possibility for the comeback. Because Alexander should be retreating this 270 HP lug. It's not... You're never attacking with this Lugia into something with Vengeful Punch. I would hope. I'm praying that Alexander does not do that. I don't think Alexander will. Also, I just don't want to see it happen, though. I guess you could attack with the Bidoof next turn as Niccolo. Right, what does it do? Hyper Fang or something? How much are we swinging for? Do be swinging for 10 damage if we get heads. With a double turbo on it. Okay, I'm down. There's the path. There's the Choice Belt to the Slacking. And there's the not KO. And I think Niccolo is just realizing it's a not KO. Yep. And gonna concede? And gonna concede. Okay, yeah. That's fair. That's a fair concede there for sure. Yeah, definitely just need to do the math. I mean, I missed the math myself. I don't even know if I like the path there from Niccolo. Well, actually, I do like the path there from Niccolo because Niccolo thought they were getting the KO. So I do like the path there from Niccolo because Niccolo was like, oh, I'm getting the KO plus path. Okay, pretty cool. But then was like, oh, wait, I'm not getting the KO. All right, I'll concede and go next, which I think is a fair time to concede. But this game was actually winnable. This game was actually winnable if Niccolo had just not misplayed and actually got the Choice Belt on the active Arceus. Or actually, instead of Choice Belt, you probably want the Defiance Band there and Choice Belt on the Slacking. This game was actually winnable in 2 turns for Niccolo. So unfortunate to see it end that way. But yeah, a little bit of a miscount on the math there from Niccolo. Going to end in a loss in game 1. So could have played better. Let's check these prize cards real fast. Defiance Band is prized. Still have the Choice Belt, so it should be fine. 2 Judge prize and a Serena. That's a lot of draw supporters. Bidoof is only 1 Bidoof is prize. That's fine. Double Ultra Ball prize for Alexander might make it a little bit tough to get for the Lugia deck to get going. Ultra Balls are pretty important to get Arceus on the discard pile, but I don't know, Burnout or something like that could happen as well. It could be fine. All right, so Niccolo going first. Hand's good. Has Ultra Ball for the V-Star next turn. Has an Iono. Has the attach pass. Classic Arceus attach pass line. Alexander's hand looks pretty bad. And he's definitely going to immediately get responded to with a Arceus knockout. What do you even do here? It's just all energy. Double turbo active and pass. Well, this Snorlax is going down for sure here. Definitely want to save the Choice Belt here as Niccolo. Yeah, the Vacuum probably has to go. You want to save everything. Thinking about getting rid of the Gyarados. Isn't the Gyarados good? I feel like the Gyarados are pretty good. Gives up the Gyarados though. Thought we see the Vacuum bite the dust there, but gives up the Gyarados. Gonna go ahead and grab the Arceus V-Star. And then honestly, you don't even have to play the Iono here as Niccolo, and actually probably shouldn't. Does this list play a research or something? We did discard a water energy, so you could go for Melanie V-Guard, I guess. Yeah, Starburst for Melanie V-Guard. Yeah, I like that. Seems fine. Well, do you want to load something up instead? You could get like, I don't know, you could go Slacking. Honestly, you could go double turbo Slacking and load up Slacking. Well, that's not that good either. What do you do here? I don't know. But you have the boss choice belt, so if you did go for Melanie V-Guard, you could go choice belt boss KO the Lugia V when it gets benched next turn if it doesn't get a V-Guard, which it probably won't. But I think this is fine as well. Choice belt I would attach the choice belt to the bench here as well, probably. But I would not play the Iono here. Yeah, cool. Just knock out the active. You could have bossed the Mew, but they didn't use the Mew to draw any cards last turn, so it's probably fine. It's probably fine. Just load up the bench. We're chilling. Gift top deck from Alexander. I think we're going game 3. Yep. All right. That was quick. We will have Alexander going first in this one. Check the... Ooh, the Weird Ears prize. That's a big one. 2-path prize, though, for Nicolo and the Gyarados. So the Gyarados not going to be an option this game. Well, that's not true. Nicolo does play Heavy Ball. I was going to say not going to be an option at all, but that's not true. Does have the Heavy Ball, so it could be an option. And then 2-path to the Peak for Nicolo is prize, which is not great. But I guess the biggest thing here is the Weird Ear, to be honest. And I can't do an early Deer from Alexander. Might not matter, though. Just getting like a early Lugia KO on like an Arceus is going to be good enough. Tails on the Aroma. I don't know. Another Lugia, I guess. We'll see what else there's in the hand, though. Another one would be fine. Can't hate on a second lug in this matchup. Arceus deck would play Heavy Ball. I was actually before NAIC last year. Not last year, the year before last. The one that I won. I was testing an Arceus deck with only Arceus. Just 4/4 Arceus. And it had a Heavy Ball in there. Because you didn't want to prize an Arceus. Because it's literally your only Pokemon. The Heavy Ball is pretty good. When you have very few attackers, and Arceus is pretty much your only attacker, the Heavy Ball goes hard. There's the early V-Guard again. I feel like really Alexander needs to chill with his V-Guard energy. I don't know if there's a better option, to be honest. Well, he could have jetted up to the active, I guess. That would have been fine. The V-Guard, I mean, for this situation, if the research does happen next turn, it is fine, but I like to see it stick around a little bit longer. So we could see a Vengeful Punch of the active here from Nicolo. Should Nicolo play for the V-Guard energy as well is a question. Is not going to. He's just going to give up on the active Arceus here, or potentially give up on the active Arceus here. And then goes with the Vengeful Punch into the Iono. And then we'll see what the pull is here. No Archeops in the discard pile for Alexander yet. Fresh 6. I don't see... Ooh, that didn't look good, but I can't see everything. I see a Snorlax, a Boss. There's an Archeops in there. And of course, we're only like Luminium plus... Like, we're Luminium plus V-Star away from, like, cooking, so... I don't think the Vengeful Punch math is going to matter, right? I'm trying to think. I don't think the Vengeful Punch damage, or you get to 240? No, it shouldn't matter. I guess it would allow Gyarados or Slacking to get the KO, but that Lugia should be hit by then. Should probably be getting hit by then, so it shouldn't matter. So Greninja Grab from Nicolo is going to try and draw some cards with it, it looks like. Yeah, it does have the B-Barrel in hand, but wants more than that. Might even have 2 B-Barrel in hand? It's at least 1. There's Melanie in there as well. We'll see what Alexander has here. Am I excited for Braddock Shift? Of course. All right, Ultra Ball, 1 Chops, some Boss, Snorlax. Snorlax getting discarded. Well, you don't use... I guess you need only like 1, maybe 2 Snorlax in this matchup, to be honest. You don't need like the full... The full squad seems like it's not necessary. Gonna have to go with Luminion, though. You don't love putting that 2-prizer in play, but gotta play the game. And the question will be, is it going to be a... Oh, there is the V-Star. So was it a Burnett? Sorry, I zoned out for a second there. It was the Burnett. Okay, I didn't think the V-Star was in hand. And we are going to get that first KO on the active here. 4 colorless energy on the way. I do like that the V-Guard is on the bench here, to be honest. The V-Guard being on the bench, I think, is definitely better. There's no way, even with his Vengeful Punch damage, there's still not a way for Nicolo to actually get the knockout on the active here. Even with the Choice Belt, Melanie, it's only going to be hitting for 230, which would be some damage short. This is an aggressive first 2 prize cards here from Alexander, and will lead to that Weird Ear off the prize card. So this game could be over really quick. Alexander could just go like knockout, set up the Weird Ear. The Weird Ear can't be responded to. Dub. You really need that early like path from Nicolo to like slow Alexander down. I think Alexander did have a Collapse Stadium in hand though as well, so I think there was an out to the path had it shown up. And the hand here from Nicolo is not great. We do see the Melanie, though. Yeah, even with a triple non-double turbo energy attack, it's not going to be enough to get the KO. There's the Ultra Ball, and there's a Nest Ball. Is that the Gyarados in hand? I can't tell what that is. I thought it was an Arceus, but it might not be. We will be able to get the V-Star. I think it is the Gyarados. We will see the V-Star here from Nicolo, plus a new benched Pokemon. It's got to be Slacking, though, right? Because if it's... You got to get Slacking here as Nicolo. Because if you get Arceus, it's just going to get bossed. Is Slacking prized? It's not, right? Just the Gyarados V was prized. Yeah, I don't like that Arceus grab here from Nicolo. It's just going to get bossed. Alexander always has the boss here, every time. There's a Greninja for 2. So not attaching the active yet. Has a Path. Path would stop Luminium for a boss, which I think Nicolo should definitely play around here at this point. He's thinking about keeping the Gyarados as well, which is interesting. I think Nicolo always just loses to Luminium boss here, though. So not playing the Path here, I don't like that. We're not keeping the Path to potentially play it. Wait, what? Wasn't there a second B-Barrel in the deck? I'm so confused. Are we not taking the B-Barrel here? This Bidoof was on play last turn, right? Or did it come down this turn? Maybe it did come down this turn. Someone in chat tell me, when did this Bidoof hit the field? If it came down last turn, I guess it's okay to do it like this. Or it came down this turn, I guess it's okay to do it. I thought it came down last turn, though. Alright, B-Barrel for 3. Nah, both same turn, same time. That's what I thought. So Nicolo just trolled there by not taking the other Bidoof, right? Unless we're trying to keep around that Bidoof to be able to attack with it next turn. I guess that's a possibility. We still have not got the energy for turn here from Nicolo. Once again, I do not like that Arceus. Also, no Slacking on this Nest Ball. So Nicolo literally just loses a boss here from Alexander. A boss KO on the bench Arceus, because then you just lose to Weird Ear on the following turn. Actually, no. Nicolo just loses to Weird Ear this turn. Yeah, Nicolo literally just loses to Weird Ear this turn. Because the Weird Ear would just knock out the active, and if it has a V-Guard energy, it can't be KO'd back in response. Oh, but Nicolo is going to go for the Gyarados here. Okay. But it's the same thing, though. The Gyarados is just going to get boss KO. The Gyarados is still under the threat of the boss KO. Yeah, I do not like how Nicolo is playing this out at all. Yeah. Goes for V-Guard Heavy Ball. So we are going to get the Gyarados. So Nicolo is prioritizing the Gyarados, but still, that just loses the boss. Yeah, Nicolo's Gyarados is getting boss. Yeah, Nicolo just loses the boss here. There's no way you can overcome the prize trade if the Gyarados goes down to a Lugia attack here. With no heavy hitter set up. Has Nicolo played a supporter yet? Is Nicolo going to boss KO the Luminion? Nicolo does not. No path, so the possibility of Luminion is here. So it's very likely that Alexander has an access to a boss here. It's like very, very likely. Actually, no, wait. The V-Guard on the Weird Ear still just wins the game here, right? No, because you can put a choice belt on the Gyarados. But only load up 2 water. Or you could Melanie attach, I guess. So Alexander can either boss KO or risk Weird Ear V-Guard and hoping that Nicolo doesn't have Tool Card plus Melanie attach VMAX, which that's a lot to have, and I would doubt Nicolo would be able to draw into that next turn. But there's the boss in hand, so I think we're just going in with this boss here as Alexander. Oh, making sure we got the 4 energy. Don't want to not have that again for Alexander. And even has the collapse, so could bench the Weird Ear. You don't really want to you want to save the collapse and make sure you can activate your Weird Ear, though. That wouldn't make any sense. So we just load up a bunch of energy and play. Actually, no. Alexander could go Weird Ear, boss KO the Gyarados, and then that's just game, right? Yeah, Alexander can literally just go boss KO Gyarados with Weird Ear, with the V-Guard, and that literally ends the game. Now, I don't know if Alexander knows that ends the game, because Alexander doesn't know Nicolo's exact 60. Alexander doesn't know Nicolo's exact 60, so I don't know if Alexander knows that KOing the Gyarados here would literally win the game. So I wouldn't hold it. I don't think it's that big of it wouldn't be that big of a mistake for Alexander to not go for the win this turn. So if Alexander just goes boss KO Gyarados, that's good enough. And I believe there is a boss in the hand. Yeah, so like this is fine. If you do this with the Lugia, I think this is more than fine, to be honest, from Alexander. Because like if you went all in on the Weird Ear play thinking you had the win and then Nicolo has something to beat you, like that wouldn't feel very good. So like you're still super far ahead here as Alexander. Once again, I don't like the play from Nicolo though, because you just lose to boss, and now the boss has happened, so I think Nicolo's just gonna lose. Well, I mean, but like, even if I didn't know, you know what I'm saying? You appreciate the prime sub there. I have no idea how to pronounce your name, but I appreciate it. Welcome to the Rat Pack. We're all out of cups, but we've got plenty of cheese. So yeah, you always lose the boss here anyway. So if you do the slacking play, I feel like it just makes more sense. Slacking is also like slacking only gets just like Gyarados. Slacking also only gets KO'd by Weird Ear. So I think setting up slacking here would have been more than sufficient. Because if the Weird Ear play happens, it's not like you're pressuring Alexander's energy to the point where Alexander won't ever have enough energy to 1 KO no matter what the active is, probably, with the Weird Ear. So, yeah. True gamer. Yeah. So this is, yeah, there's no cards really here in the hand for Nicolo. No great options. We can start to see some drawing some cards. Also, probably should have sent up something that's not, well, once in a while, it should have second B barrel in play. Could have sent something that's not the Arceus and then switch into the Arceus to draw more cards. I assume the play here from Nicolo, actually, there's just not a good play here from Nicolo. Path, and then we see B barrel for 3. Yeah, I was trying to come up with a good play. There's no good play here. It does have an Ultra Ball, so we can see another B barrel, or we could see the second Arceus come out, I guess. That's a double turbo on this Arceus. Where did that double turbo come from? Has that always been there? Appreciate the Prime sub there. Menaces TV. Welcome to the Rat Pack. We're all out of milk. We got plenty of cookies. This final was weird. I mean, they are misplaying, for sure. They are just misplaying. Okay. There's the knockouts. We see a draw here off the gift from Alexander, and has the Weird Ear in hand, so that should just be game on this turn. Yeah, so Alexander, like, I don't, yeah, the play where Alexander could have boss KO'd the Gyarados with Weird Ear, just load up Weird Ear with a ton of energy and got the KO. I think it's fun, like, it's, I don't, yeah, like I said, for Alex there, like, making that mistake is like, it's like kind of like whatever, because it's like, you don't really know for sure that Nicolo won't have a response to you, because you probably don't know for sure everything that Nicolo has in his deck. So, but here comes the load up. There should be more than enough energy to get the knockout here on this Arceus, I think. That's a lot. That's 6. And then there's what? 4 there. 5. Here's the retreat. Load them up. Yeah, that's, I mean, I think that's enough. I'm not going to do the math. That looks like a lot. And then attack. There we go. All right. The dub for Alexander. Yeah, definitely a pretty sloppy on... This game was super sloppy from Nicolo, to be honest. I mean, Alexander played pretty much fine, like I said. Even like the play where Alexander could have boss KO'd Gyarados with Weird Ear to just basically lock up the game. Not doing that isn't like that bad, like I said, because it's like, does Alexander truly know that there's not a way for Nicolo to get the return knockout? I don't know. If I was in Alexander's situation, I don't even know if I would have made that play confident, because I've been like, I don't know, could they have like, it's an Arceus Gyarados deck, bro. What the fuck is in here? Appreciate those 23 months there, Yoshi. So I think this, like, that was reasonable. But yeah, Nicolo played pretty poorly in this last game here. The first 2 games were pretty good, but yeah, it kind of fell apart here in the last one for sure a little bit. What is a cookie with no milk? Why must we suffer? It's a jail out here. Do you yourself think you and Alex share a similar resemblance? I guess a little bit, yeah. I didn't think about it, but maybe a little bit. I don't know. It's really hard for me to say that I like look similar to someone, but I could. Wait, what were you guys saying about? I gotta see this now. You said Alex went to pile shuffle and AJ shut it down. Well, he's pile shuffling right now. Wait, is that actually what happened? Dude, that's, to be honest, like, I don't think pile, like, all right, so dude, that's actually kind of sick. Can we get that like fully enforced for no, is that going to become like a rule then? That's actually weird that that's actually weird. Is that an official rule now that you can't pile shuffle in between games? I mean, I'm down for it, to be honest. I'm all down for it. I'm 100% fine with no pile shuffling in between games, because it is a waste of time. But is that an official rule? Because it seems weird. It seems weird that AJ would shut this down if it wasn't an official rule. They let him do it once. I think they said you can only do it once or something. Did he power shuffle him? He did, going from game 2 to game 3. There's nothing wrong with it. I mean, it's just a waste of time. There's nothing wrong with it if you don't mind wasting time. But if you're trying to minimize time wasting, then there's no reason to allow it. Yeah, against me, Alexander pile shuffled between game 2 and 3, I think. I think it should be allowed. You just dead draw way more if you don't pile shuffle. That's just not true. I literally pile shuffled 0 times at... I've actually pile shuffled. I haven't pile shuffled since pre-COVID. And post-COVID, I have won 2 ICs, top cut 3 regionals, got top 8 at Worlds for the first time. Pile shuffling does not make you... And I got to read this again. What did you say? I think it should be allowed. You dead draw way more if you don't pile shuffle. Pile shuffling does not decrease the amount of times you dead draw. Yo, I want to pin that message. It just... Pile shuffling does not decrease... It does not affect your draws. It does not affect your draws at all. So I'm down for pile shuffling not to be allowed between games, to be honest, because literally it is just kind of a waste of time. Even if it did, then it's cheating. Yeah, if it did, then it's cheating. Yeah. Alexander dead drew right after pile shuffling in game 2. Yo, that's actually legendary. The last time, if I did, I don't remember when I stopped pile shuffling, but it was at least pre-COVID. The last time I pile shuffled was before COVID. I don't know when. So it's been a while since I pile shuffled. It does say shuffling should be sufficient and should be brief. Yeah, the handbook doesn't say anything of it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That was weird. So I'm not against the idea of pile shuffling not being allowed in between games. I actually think it shouldn't be allowed in between games, to be honest. If I had to pick, I would say it shouldn't be allowed in between games. But if it's not an official rule, I don't know if I like the idea of AJ stopping Alexander from pile shuffling. Yeah, I don't know if I like the idea of AJ stopping Alexander from pile shuffling between games if it isn't an official rule. Because then I'm like, okay, what is this being left up to? Is this the discretion of the head judge, or like what is going on here then, right? Like, so like if I had to choose, I wouldn't allow it. I would say you can't pile shuffle in between games. But if it's not in the official rule book, like why is AJ all of a sudden stopping Alexander from pile shuffling? Like, what is the reasoning here? You know what I'm saying? Dumb question, but what is pile shuffling? What Alexander is doing right now is pile shuffling. Not power shuffling, pile shuffling. Now, if it was called power shuffling, it probably would theoretically randomize your deck better. If it's not official, shouldn't stop it. Yeah, that's how I feel. I feel that way as well, Fizzle Wizzle. If it's not official, is it just up to the discretion of the head judge? Was AJ the head? I assume AJ they're doing the final, so AJ was the head judge. But if Alexander challenged it, how do the judges defend stopping it? Well, it's not a sufficient form of randomization. And even Pokemon in one of their how to like play videos has put out there. It doesn't help, Blaze. It literally does nothing. Have basically officially stated that the pile shuffling is not a form of randomization. It's just not in the official rule book, but they made a video like talking about how to play the game where they reference shuffling and they say pile counting is not a form of randomization. So TBCI has all but said that pile counting is not a form of randomization. I mean, I guess they have said it through that video though, so I don't even know. Yeah, I'm not sure. This would like fall down to like in this situation, because it's not in the official rule book. This would like fall down to like discretion of the judge, to be honest. I guess head judges, like based on what the head judge wants to allow in the tournament. Which I guess I'm not fully against that as being an idea. Like if there's a head judge out there that doesn't want to allow pile shuffling between games, then I think it would be fine. But it isn't, I guess, in the official rule books. It is a sufficient form of randomization if it's done enough times, but it would take forever to do. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the amount of pile counting you'd have to do to make it an official a sufficient form of randomization would be you'd be shuffling the whole tournament. Like the whole tournament you'd be pile shuffling. Not quite, but a while. But that doesn't do what you think it does, Hiker. We're having this discussion again. We're having this discussion again. It doesn't do what you think it does, Hiker. It doesn't declump your card. If you think it declumps your cards more than just riffling or mash shuffling your deck 14 times, then you're cheating. At that point, you're just cheating. Yo, appreciate the 3-month resub there, Coconut. Was Nicolo just talking to him about pile shuffling there? He looked annoyed. I have no clue. He didn't look annoyed. Yeah, I don't think he looked annoyed. It did kind of look like maybe they were talking about pile shuffling, though. To be honest, that's what I thought as well. Nobody is cheating through pile shuffling. No, nobody's trying. No one's actually trying to pile. But that's the thing, though. It's just a waste of time. So should like people who complain about like should time be allowed to be eaten up through pile shuffling if it doesn't do anything? I don't know. Magic bans pile shuffling altogether. It's not banned in Magic. I think you can do it. I think in Magic you can do it once a set, right? Or once a game. Well, no, I think it's once a set. You can like pile shuffle once a set or something. It's not banned in Magic though. Yeah, no one's cheating through pile shuffling, but if it truly is just eating up the clock to pile shuffle, should pile shuffling be allowed? I would say probably not then, right? If the only actual use case for it is to eat up the clock. Should be banned. I don't have to ban it, but just maybe not in between games. Saying not in between games, I think would be reasonable. But yeah, I think it is weird that AJ stopped him when it's like Alexander did it between game 1 and game 2. Between game 2 and game 3, didn't allow Alexander to do it. But it's like not in the official rules. I don't know. It's a little weird. I'm not sure how I feel about that, to be honest. But I guess you could like have that come up to, like I said, that could fall under up to the discretion of the head judge. AJ's the head judge. AJ's like, nah, I don't want someone pile shuffling this much. Like, let's move on. Let's get to the next game. You know what I'm saying? You can do it in Yu-Gi-Oh. A lot of people do a lot of things in Yu-Gi-Oh. I think the right move here is just ban Azul and pile shuffle on his grave. I'm tired of playing Charizard EX. I want a consistent deck to change. Wait, I want a consistent deck to change. I was thinking about Lost Box, but it is too complicated. What deck do you advise? Colorless Lugia. I've been saying this for a long time. Colorless Lugia is broken. Top deck. Like it's not a Guardian. It's not a Lost Box. It's reasonable for most people to pick up and learn. Yeah, Colorless Lugia. If it doesn't randomize the deck, there's no point to doing it. Yeah, that's the thought. Anyways. You've been saying this for 3 weeks, not a long time. That's a long time in Pokemon meta time. What do you think about the Lost Box, Roaring Mooney? I have no idea. I have not looked at any new decks. I've not played with any new decks. Jesse, when I roll up with a Colorless Lugia that auto wins Miraidon, you're going to be sad. Let's just get away from the accusing people of cheating. Yeah, I agree, Blader. I mean, I never say anyone's cheating by pile shuffling. I would just say it's a waste of time. Yeah, no one's ever actually cheating when they pile shuffle. Just so everyone in chat understands that. No one's actually cheating by pile shuffling. And no one's intending to cheat by pile shuffling. But there's also no reason to do it. So, I mean, theoretically, you just shouldn't do it, I guess. I heard that, Gengar guy. I mean, it didn't get leaked, right? The pre-releases are just happening, right? Or did it get leaked? Yeah, but I did hear that. I did see the No Moonlight Hill. Can Colorless Lugia be any good without coin flips cards? Because I hate them. I mean, its most powerful version. It's Colorless Lugia in its best form at its highest win rate plays coin flips cards. So if you want to have a worse win rate with the deck, then yeah, go for it. Yeah, if you want to have a worse Colorless Lugia deck, then you can cut the coin flip cards. Unless you consider time stalling as cheating. Well, time stalling is cheating, but not everyone that pile shuffles is doing it with the purpose of time stalling, so. Yeah, not everyone who's pile shuffling is doing it with the purpose of time stalling, but time stalling is cheating. And pile shuffling does take up more time than it would if you didn't pile shuffle. Trust me, if they're trying to cheat, pile shuffling isn't how they're going to do it. That's just not true, though, Blader. If someone is literally just trying to eat up the clock as much as possible after winning game 1, then pile shuffling is definitely a way someone could take advantage of. Could cheat. If that's like literally their goal is to just eat up the clock as much as possible and just like take as long as they can pile shuffling. Like, I'm not saying you should jump out everyone for pile shuffling, but I'm saying that it is reasonable that it is like a form of clock manipulation. 100%. Brian going to sweep Lugia next tourney because of this. Bro, that just means that Lost Box is still the play. That's it. Lock it in. Can you stop calling it a shuffle when the that's true. Counting, pile counting. Yeah, we got to make that the norm. You're right. Pile counting. So what is considered a malicious intent then? Doing it with the malicious intent means doing it with the idea of breaking the rules or trying to circumvent the rules, something like that. They could just match for longer. They don't have to pile to make it take longer. Yeah, but if you match for too long, it's the same thing though, Blader. But pile counting makes it look like you're doing more than you actually are for the time you're doing it. And it's become kind of like a standard, such a norm in the game. So when people pile count in between games and then mash 7 times, or mash, let's say mash like 14 times. If you pile count and then mash 14 times, that's different than sitting there and mashing for 30 times, right? One of them looks worse than the other. And doing the pile counting thing, because of how it's kind of become a norm in trading card games to do in between games, looks way worse than sitting there for like a minute mashing your deck, right? One looks worse than the other, so the way you're going to perceive it when your opponent's doing it is different than if they just sat there for a minute mashing. How did Raymond's victory influence your decision for sack? I don't know, a decent amount, I guess. It made it easier to pick a deck. How do you shuffle? If not pile count, I just mash and riffle. That's it. Yeah, I just mash and riffle. Riffle shuffle? I riffle shuffle, but I also don't care about, like, I play minimum rarity cards. A lot of people play like higher rarity cards and stuff and don't want to riffle because of that, which is fine. But just mashing is fine. It's just mash it up. I would do more than 7 though. Like on it between games. Like 14 is what I usually do. How was the tournament itself? Did you prefer Sacramento or Peoria? They were both ran well. Sacramento was ran well. Peoria was ran well. I prefer the location Sacramento because I could drive to it, whereas Peoria I had to fly, and their airport sucks. So, well, not sucks, but it's so small. So like getting like a Sunday flight was impossible. So I had to leave Monday out of Peoria. So definitely preferred Sac because I got to drive there. But at least 7 for a 60 card deck. Yeah, you should do more than 7, but you should do at least 7 because it's likely better than Team Northwest. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, like I don't like to just like I say this about TPCI all the time because I feel like people just hate on TPCI when something isn't perfect. People like to immediately hate on TPCI when it's like not warranted. I only like to hate on or call out or criticize stuff when it's worth criticizing. But like Team Northwest, Fresno was ran actually really well. The last like Team Northwest's last event of the year last year or season, Fresno was like that was ran well. It was a well ran event. So they finally got it together, but it looks like they maybe didn't get it together in time enough to actually get more events this year. So but this first one from Gallery Games is the one who did this one. It was good. It was ran well. Honestly, they've all felt like they've been ran. I think day 2 is still doing the best. They even had a lunch break, and they were still like, we were still out of there at like a really reasonable hour. So I think day 2 is still but like I kind of expect that from them to be the best, you know, and then the other people trying to keep up. But it's close. They all did like the first 3 events were ran really well. Peoria, Pittsburgh, and now Sacramento, or Pittsburgh, Peoria, Sacramento. The 3 different organizers, they were all ran really well. So no major complaints. I'm worried about riffle shuffling because cards like Hollows or Stabilized Force Seasons can get so warped normally. I don't want to. Yeah, that is reasonable. You can like check your cards in between rounds though. It was a 1.5 hour lunch. Was it really an hour and a half? I don't remember that, but yeah. But mashing is faster than riffle shuffling, but mashing is less thorough than a riffle shuffle. So you do have to do more mashes than riffles to equal sufficiently random. You do have to do more mashes than riffles because a mash is trying to mimic a riffle. Sufficiently random is based off riffle shuffles, but a mash shuffle isn't as thorough of a riffle shuffle as a riffle shuffle. So you have to do more mashes than riffles to become sufficiently random. But mashes are way faster than riffles, so and I think it is worth it for anyone in chat because I know a lot of people in chat, and I've heard this way too many times. But just so everyone knows in chat, you can't replace mashing or riffle shuffling with pile counting. Because I had people tell me before, oh, I pile count because, you know, I have small hands or I'm just not good at shuffling. it's not replaceable. You can't just pile count instead of mashing or riffling. And the amount of time it takes you to mash or riffle a couple extra times, or the many times you can mash or riffle instead of pile count, like 2 more matches is like equal to a whole pile count or something. It's like not even worth pile counting because of that. So it can't be replaced. Like you can't replace mashing and riffling with pile counting. Just take the time to get better at shuffling. Just practice shuffling. It's really easy too. All you need is the deck of cards and just like mash, and you'll get better at it. I used to not be. I was like out of my siblings, I was besides my sister, I was the one who learned how to riffle the last. My brothers could riffle before me, but I just like practiced and I eventually was able to riffle shuffle. Now you don't have to be able to riffle shuffle. And also when I first started playing, my mash shuffling was really bad too. But just practice it, you'll get better at it. Just like anything else, just practice it. It definitely is. And as far as like saving time goes, dude, especially like post-COVID, bro, dude, some of you are bad at shuffling, bro. It's like fine. But the thing is, it's definitely something you should practice and get better at. But it's kind of funny too. Like the first event at Salt Lake City post-COVID, bro, it was just like funny that like some of the players who was at their first big event, they're showing up. They've only ever played online before, bro. You guys can't shuffle, bro. It was so funny, but it's like fine. Just like it's something you should work at though. You should work on being a better shuffler. Also, it conserves time. If you're faster and more efficient at shuffling, you'll spend less time shuffling, which means you'll spend more time playing Pokemon, which I think we all want to try and spend more time playing Pokemon, and like getting through, a full best of 3. So yeah, take some time to practice shuffling. I used to do it because, like I said, my brothers learned how to riffle shuffle before me, so I was like, I want to do that too. So I spent time literally with a deck of cards practicing riffle shuffling. And if you don't want to riffle, that's fine because you have like the more expensive cards, or you don't want to bend your cards over. But then just like practice mashing. Even practicing mashing is like worth it. So yeah, you should definitely take some time. If you feel like you suck at shuffling, then practice shuffling. Like it's something you can practice. It's not impossible to get, even if you have smaller hands, which is like a thing that it's obviously if you have smaller hands, it's harder to shuffle. Still, you can practice and get better at it even if you have smaller hands. So definitely put some time into it so you're more efficient at it. Because it saves time to be better at it. You can only riffle shuffle? I mean, that sounds, well, that's not, you can definitely learn how to mash shuffle. Practice with sleeved cards? Yeah, practice with sleeved cards as well. Like, just literally take the deck with, like, sleeves that you're not going to use anymore. Double sleeved cards make mashing super easy. I don't know about that. It just makes it harder. It's just unnecessarily thick. Yeah, just take some like older sleeves that you're not going to use anymore in like a tournament, and just like sleeve up 60 cards with it, and just like practice mashing. Just get better at it. Actually, the ETB sleeves, I don't know about that. Those things suck so much. I might even be, I might even have to learn how to mash shuffle with them. I'm sure when I go to shuffle, dude, me too. I'm not gonna lie. I hate it when my opponent's deck is double sleeve. I'm like, bro, I can't cut this thing, bro. It's so thick. It's so awkward. Hey, yo. Make a big pile and switch it around. I thought that was pile shuffling. No, that's not pile shuffling. That's wash, like I think it's called like wash shuffle or something. Bat chat, man. That's like called like wash shuffling, where you like wash it. Washing is just called washing. Yeah, whatever. It's like called washing or something, where you like just mix them all up. That pile counting is where you like make like, you count out like 7 piles and you repeat the count. Yeah, just practice mash shuffling. You bring an automatic deck shuffler? No. But I remember like one of my first tournaments way back in the day, a kid brought an automatic deck shuffler because he like planned to use it to play. But they quickly told him, no, you can't use that. Yeah, don't wash shuffle. Yo, appreciate the 75 months there also. Bro, that stash on the winner this weekend. Pure art. Also, congrats on top 8. Appreciate it. But yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, double sleeving your deck is kind of like, appreciate it, dang. Double sleeving your deck is like whatever. If you want to do it, go for it. But I'm not gonna lie, it is annoying when I'm playing against someone who has a double sleeve deck, because like freaking shuffling that thing is like annoying, or even going to cut it is annoying. It just like throws off of your flow, right? It's just something like out of the. It's like just so much thicker than the deck you usually go to cut is. So it just like throws you. Like, it doesn't throw me off, but it's just like you know, I definitely like, it's definitely like a noticeable thing where it's like I have to take an extra second to like actually cut this thing because it's so big. Like, what the heck? I'm never more enraged in trying to cut a double sleeve deck. I know, it's so annoying. Yeah, if you really want to double sleeve your deck, go for it. It's nothing against the rules. It is against the rules, I believe, to triple sleeve your deck. Like, it's actually against the rules to go more than a double sleeved. I'm not 100% sure on that. Check the rules to confirm. If you really want to triple sleeve your deck, it is a thing. I've played against people who have a triple sleeve deck before. Dude, what the heck? But yeah, definitely is annoying. I'm not gonna lie. It's annoying to do. But it's not against the rules, so. Double sleeve against Azul. Bro, is that like another... we add that to the list of time eat tactics? Double sleeve your deck so when your opponent goes to cut it, it takes them longer? I don't know. I played versus a... You play versus a triple sleeve. I think it... No, I actually think triple sleeving might be against the rules, Jesse, but like no one knows it's against the rules. Or no one calls anyone out because no one knows it's against the rules. And probably none of the judges know it's against the rules. And then... when someone's deck is triple sleeved, it might just be double sleeved. So who's even gonna go look if it's double or triple sleeved? Now I could be wrong. It might not be against the rules to triple sleeve your deck, but I've just heard that before. So I think it might be illegal to triple sleeve your deck, and double sleeves might be as far as you can go. But I'm not sure. But like, yeah, who would call someone out for having a triple sleeve deck? Why would you even think that's illegal, right? You know what I'm saying? Look up the quadruple sleeve take triple sleeve take turns deck in MTG. What do you mean take turns deck? What is that? Is it just like literally with the purpose of taking as long as possible? I don't remember being the rules, and I read them recently. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's actually against the rules or not. For some reason, yeah, some reason I remember someone mentioning that to me, but I actually don't know for sure, to be honest. It could be. It could be against the rules. It was a deck that eventually took infinite turns. Infinite turns? Basically plays a bunch of take an extra turn cards. So can you eventually just go infinite? Dude, that's so annoying, bro. A quadruple sleeved infinite turn deck? So do you theoretically just tie every round? So you just go tie, 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 tie. You just never win? No dubs? Interesting. I mean, I guess it would just be unlucky if you hit that person because then you're guaranteed to tie. Now, see, that is matchup roulette, where there's one person out there who's literally just trying to tie. So you're supposed to do infinite turns with a lock. Not infinite, infinitely annoying, but no joke. Look it up. Your opponent can concede. That's your win con is your opponent conceding. When I was 13 during the base to fossil era, I had a deck in top loaders. Like 60 cards? Grant trying to justify Colossus Lugia's success when the deck is actually just broken and unstoppable. Honestly, it's kind of my fault. I hit all the Miraidons and took them out of contention to stop the Lugias. Yu-Gi-Oh! Banned a card because it forces ties. Yeah, there are multiple infinite turn strategies. A Hall of Famer just built one, and he had a single dragon in his deck that he basically could hit the opponent with to remove all their blockers and kill them with, and the opponent couldn't do anything back because they had no turns. Wait, that's fun. So it's like it's like a slow burn deck. You just eventually kill them, but your opponent's not playing the game at all. Original with a jumbo card deck. Oh, yeah, I did. It was at NAIC High Roller. Though NAIC post COVID. Death by 1,000 cuts. Wait, was it like a good deck though? Like, what was it? It wasn't in standard, I assume. I assume there wasn't enough cards to do that in standard, or enough good cards. You're not supposed to take inventory despite it being possible. You can You can also just deck your opponent that way because you can put cards back and they can't. Insane. Yo, appreciate the 44 months there, J-Car. There are strategies like that, but players have hand traps to stop it. Okay. So it's not broken. Oh, it was in standard? That was MTG's version of expanded? Bro, you guys got to make up your mind. See, this is when I don't know anything about Magic and then two people in chat say something conflicting about a different card game. I'm like, well, now what do I do? I don't play the card game. All right, chat, that's going to do it for me. I got to go record the podcast with Chip, which will be up tomorrow. So if you want to peep the podcast from me and Chip, it'll be up tomorrow. I'm not going to be back till hopefully try and stream on Saturday. I don't know if that's going to be realistic though. I'm going to TwitchCon Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then I'm actually coming back Saturday. So I'm not saying to TwitchCon for the whole weekend, just Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So I'm leaving tomorrow to TwitchCon. So I won't be, if you're in TwitchCon and you want to say what's up, you see me, but I don't think many of you will probably be at TwitchCon, but that's where I'll be this next couple days. And then hopefully I come back and I stream on Saturday. If I'm too tired to stream on Saturday, I'll be streaming again on Sunday. So, but yeah, have a good one, chat. Let's go and find someone to raid here before I head off. Let's check out the Pokemon trading card game live. Is anyone up over there? Let's see. Man, I don't know any of these people, but we're going to go ahead and raid one of them. Our chat, can anyone vouch? The first person to vouch for someone who is currently streaming PTCG Live, I'll go raid. So someone hit me with a refund. Don't worry, you'll get your refund. If I don't... Wait. Oh, never mind. Yeah, the first person to vouch for someone who's currently streaming PTCG Live, I'll raid them. The bot's broken, Slap. I gotta fix it. Time to listen to the voices. Do we have any no vouchers in chat? Yeah, the bot's dead, man. The bot's dead. Also, chat, if you're looking to pick up any sealed Paradox Rift product, check out GameGridSLC.com. There's a link in the panels down there for that. Because the bot's not working. To the void we go. Bro, maybe I am just sending y'all to the void. Yeah, dude, what the fuck is this bot? This bot, man. Dude, he's back. Let's go. Yeah, if y'all need any sealed Paradox Rift products, go check out GameGrid. Code AzulGG. I'm going to send y'all to the void then, I guess. Chat, have a good one. Hopefully catch y'all on Saturday. If you want more content from me, I'll have a couple videos going up on the Twitch or the YouTube channel between now and when I get back. So check out the YouTube channel. Podcast will be going up tomorrow with Chip over on Uncommon Energy, and I'll hopefully be back streaming on Saturday, if not Sunday. Have a good weekend, chat. Peace.